May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello, class. So, matanong ko lang, sa scrim, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka, class. Tama. Importante ang comms. Mapa in-game or relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo, guys. Tingnan nyo itong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yun, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Este para iwas crush!
Oh, shit!
Plus 5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow! May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Cartesi Goat! Si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay. Makinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan ah.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
Okay, that's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week ay graded recitation na sa stage.
Goodbye and thank you, teacher!
Di abutan dito! GG, bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over! Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko bang magpalit ng strategist?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations?
We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello class! So matanong ko lang, sa scrim, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Teka class, tama! Importante ang comms, mapa in-game or relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo guys. Tingnan nyo tong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yun, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Ay, de para iwas crush!
Plus 5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow!
Oh yeah!
May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Carl TC Goat, si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay, pakinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan na.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
That's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week ay graded recitation na sa stage.
Goodbye! Thank you, teacher!
season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Ferry, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPL PH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPL PH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
What is up, MPL Superfans? Isa na namang umaatikabong linggo ang ating masasaksihan. Welcome sa pagbubukas ng Week 2. This is your very own Odin, and right here with me is a very powerful woman, na si Denise.
Well, but you know, Odin, hindi pa rin ako get over from our matches last opening week. Feeling ko, mas titindi pa yung bakbakan ng bawat team dahil bawat team nga, sulong pataas ang target.
Alam mo, tama ka dyan, Denise. Nowhere to go but up at ramdam na natin na preparado ang bawat kupunan ngayong linggo. Kaya naman para sa TNC Pro Team, titingnan natin kung kaya nilang ilabas ang kanilang tunay na laro at pigilan ang unang import sa MPL Philippines na si Savero. Sino kaya ang mangingibabaw?
Ooh, two massive matchups na siguradong magtatakda ng tono ngayong araw. Kaya MPL Superfans, walang kukurap.
Abangan na natin lahat ng aksyon dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas.
Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17. Palag na to!
Panibagong simula na naman para sa mga laban na masasaksihan natin sa ikalawang linggo. Welcome to the official second week of the MPL Philippines Season 17. Just like what our hosts have mentioned, tuloy-tuloy ang palag. We are here at the Filipino broadcast. My name is Hans Galleria, joined by Joshi Cakes and of course Midnight, and over to the English desk.
And here we are once again, it's us, the Wee Bear Bros. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar.
And of course, our tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Maraming salamat po for having us, and what an incredible first week we've had during the course of time. First 3 days, non-stop action. Parang nag-e-expect pa ako or nag-e-expect pa tayong lahat ng mas matitindi pa para maitaas yung level ng kompetisyon.
Daming nangyari. Even from AP Bren, we saw yung kanilang best performance so far out of those years na nakita natin sila during their first weeks. They are on top 1 together with Team Liquid Philippines. Parehas na parehas ang standing. Isang talo lang, isang game loss lang ang meron.
I think part of this, when you look at the standings for a lot of us, and what I've heard internationally, is people weren't expecting AP Bren to be there at the top. Now, I know it's alphabetical order there with TLPH, but I think that's a surprise for a lot of people, but I would say it's been in the making for AP Bren.
Yeah, it's been an interesting start to the season for them. I've been glazing them in my content already. I think I'm not going to glaze them enough here. Maybe later on in the week, but we're going to be starting off with two teams who had a difficult start to the season. Twisted Minds and Omega still have not gotten a series win, but I like how even though you saw them not get that dub, you still see shades of the potential that they could show off in terms of how they can get their wins. Again, for most of MPLPH history, it's really just a question of consistency. How consistently can you perform your strengths so that you can get Ws?
Not to call match 1 a speed bump, but I'm excited for match 2. ONIC PH versus TNC. I wonder which XP laner will play, and I hear the Phoenix Army are cooking something up. That happens later on tonight.
Yeah, you know what? This match, I actually am a glazer of TNC. I used them in the content. Sabi ko, anything below top 3 is unacceptable for this team. But on the other hand, you have ONIC Philippines. In contrast naman, hindi ako glazer, pero I did say na medyo malaki yung expectations from Savero. And to be honest, he's been performing.
And considering na ito ang ating unang laban ngayon, isa lang ang paraan, isa lang ang daan para sa dalawang teams na to, for Twisted and Omega, yun ay ang sumulong pataas. Naglabas na sila ng kanilang lakas during the start of time, and guys, it's just incredible. You know, MDL talents from a few years back, and now they are here in the MPL stage. Magtatagisan sila ng galing.
Ako parang ako yung pinaka naging witness dito. Lalong-lalo na for both of these teams.
Oo nga pala.
He was
Twisted
there.
Minds.
He was there.
Oo nga pala.
I was there. Mga Joshing X was there. And then, we saw a lot of potential coming in from Desman, Mingwin, El Capitan, nanggaling sa kaharian, ngayon nasa barangay na.
That is sounding like a downgrade. Di ba parang kingdom tapos barangay, but he got the upgrade of a century from rookie to captain. Actually, pinagsabay niya. He's now both a rookie and a captain. Here's the question. What does he bring to the barangay? Why suddenly, in his first season in the MPL, Smart Omega goes, one of the biggest franchises in all of sports today, goes, you be captain.
Yeah, and considering the fact that they got Ziva in the Rome, how do you find that balance? And I think moving forward for Omega, that's going to be my biggest question for them. The balance between Rome, mid, and EXP. Last season for Omega, it seems like our mantra in the English broadcast for James was go with James. So now how are you going to go with Mingwin leading the board? And now with Ziva there as well, paired up with here on the Rome, where is the balance for Omega?
Yeah, that's a question for the barangay. But on the other hand, you have a contrast, no? You bring up the question. Now, Sean has proven he has a big statement here in our league. Pinakita niya na yung kanyang lakas last season. He was an outstanding player, even being a rookie of the season. So it does tell us na itong mga rookie na to, may bitaw talaga eh. There is a reason why these teams pick up these players, and we've seen it from Sean. Like, rookie experience, it does matter, but if you play amazing, lahat ng question ay madaling sagutin.
Right, this guy is certified, especially nung season 16. And Naiso, you've been sharing the same role with Sean and also Mingwin. So these two guys are gonna be going head to head. Pero ano bang nakita mo kay Sean during that time na nagpaitang gilas talaga siya last season?
I'm gonna have to answer that in just a second here, because
I'm sorry,
that was coming.
Andito si Wolf?
Wala si Wolf.
Wala si Wolf.
Asan si Wolf?
Pero meron tayong keys to victory. Ngayon, ito ang kailangan gawin ng ating mga teams upang maipanalo ang kanilang mga series. We have Twisted Minds, leverage Kaloy's set of roamers, and also explore how deep the dark continent can be. We have an amazing coach, such as Bonchan, that was able to bring a lot of interesting picks in the league's history. And then you have players that are able to execute. We've seen how amazing Kaloy is in the roaming position with the likes of the Khalids, yung mga high-lows, even at the Kalea. Now, the question is, how big and how wide is the pool is for Twisted Minds? Now, the question for Barangay Renmar.
Yeah, well, the thing with Omega, it goes on with what I was saying earlier again. Perks, Mingwin really need to talk about and find their balance of shot calling around the center of the map, around the river. So it's good that that's the focus here. And here's a little secret for you. If you want a little bit more river control, you also need your EXP laner to come in with help. So I think analytically, I'm going to be looking at Omega, going back again to the three that I mentioned already, the roam mid plus the EXP, talk to each other. How do you find control in the river? And of course, how will you help your EXP laner get out of lane so that it doesn't become a dead lane? I think for Omega, one of their focuses has to be making sure that James can get out of lane frequently to help the map.
So there's a ton of layers towards it. And I'm gonna get back to you on that because Naisu, you got some pretty nice looking expats over there.
We do. We all have them over here. But you guys, if you want to level up your game and your grades, the best students don't just study hard, they study smart.
That's right. Meet the Infinix XPad 30E, the first true education tablet in the Philippines. It features an 11-inch FHD plus big screen, an AI tutor on tap, and, of course, over 120,000 free courses.
11 inches! It's time to make learning easier and a whole lot more fun. Get your Infinix XPad 30E, your easy learning smart buddy.
Maraming salamat sa Infinix and of course the XPad for providing it for all of us. It's pretty cool that we have it now on the desk. Pero Naisu, finally makakausap ka na namin. We've been cutting you off for quite some time.
Okay lang yan.
Pag-usapan natin yung... Rate is Tagalog, guys. Rate is Tagalog now.
Magaling.
5 out of 7.
Yeah. 5 out of 7.
I like
I'll
it.
take that.
Magaling.
6 out of 7.
Going back, Naisu, let's talk Dark Continent. Week 1 in, bro. Week 1 in, are you pro Dark Continent or you feel like meron ka pang gustong makita or dapat ba we should just like sack him and like toss back the garbage?
I'll tell you this, man. My favorite hero is Gord. I think he belongs in the Dark Galaxy. Literally, because he's never going to get picked this season, but I will say this, I've always been a proponent of these kind of, let's just say, non-meta heroes that aren't typically picked up. And I think there's room for them. It's just, you do in the early part of the season, and I think over time we see the meta kind of fit into place here. So I'm not against it. And what other team to do that? We saw this even last season where Twisted Minds really bent the meta early on, and they continue to do so. So I think there's a room for it. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how long we're going to be in the Dark Continent for.
Joseph, are you challenging the league? It's just week 2 and you're saying Gord is never going to get picked?
Hey, man, if he gets picked,
Para naman naubusan ka na ng pag-asa. Nice.
Nice, huwag ka mag-alala. Na-pick ni Leslie.
Oh yeah,
Just
I mean,
saying.
we already got
Who
a
would
Leslie
destroy
pick.
Gord?
I mean, there's still a lot more than we're looking for. Valir gets picked up. Baman got picked up.
Bro, the Hanabi got picked
The
up.
Hanabi got picked up last week also. So, I mean, I'm not gonna turn off the idea of the Dark Continent like just completely disappearing. I hope it stays a little bit longer. It's early in the season. I want to see more unique picks. I want to see the meta get stretched out. I want to see innovation from the teams.
You know, we're hoping that we see more of that later on. That is the English desk over here. They're going to be joining us here at the Filipino broadcast. Pero sa ngayon, let's toss it over to both of our teams.
To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals on stage, Chico, JD, Joshua G, and Miko. The opening chapter is over and it's time to flip the script. Prepare for the ultimate plot twist. Onto the stage, Twisted Minds! The barangay is in the building and they are marching as one. Give it up for Smart Omega! And our head referee, the man in the middle, the Chop Master, Sent. The head coaches are Coach Bonchan and Coach Hura. MPL Arena, welcome to the second week of Season 17! Magingay!
We're kicking things off sa ikalawang linggo na unang laban ng pagbawi ng Twisted Minds ay posible ngayon na.
Kung usapang sulong pataas, kung usapang paglalabas ng lakas, here are your MDL Season 5 champions together with MP the King and Owl. Ito yung variant na kung saan si Owl ang maglalaro instead of Nosha. But we saw the glimpse of what they can do during the week 1.
Pero ang makakalaban nila is not just a rookie but also a captain led by Mingwen. Here is Smart Omega.
You know, the barangay is building up. We saw them have an outstanding performance here, specifically mula dito kay Prixiva. And tulad nga na nabanggit ng ating mga players, they have a rookie captain. But you know what rookie brings to the table? It's the freshness. It's the raw talent. And I think it is what the barangay needs to set up momentum in the week number 2.
You know, sharing the graphs here, ito yung tinatawag natin na chips, di ba? There's a bit of here and there mula sa dalawang kupunan, but Twisted gets a little bit more of that game win rate, pero Omega has control of everything else.
Looking at it, yung lamang ng Twisted Minds is because of that one win against ONIC Philippines. But Omega, they have yet to win a game dito sa Liga.
Yeah, honestly, I think yung slump na kinaka-experience dito ng Smart Omega, we may attribute it to some questionable picks. Kasi, again, medyo napapalibutan tayo ng mga dark system dito. And marami na rin nagsabi na bakit nga ba lumalabas yung mga Hanabi? Bakit lumalabas yung mga Leslie? I think this is like, you know, a good time to experiment. And for Smart Omega, no pressure, no problem. Kasi nagsiset up ka pa ng tempo dito. And again, they had a good start. They just have to learn how to close games out properly.
At saka ito rin yung sinasabi nila na kapag gumana, edi madadagdag pa dun sa ban. So it's gonna be a lot more problems. Pero sa ngayon, wag muna nating problemahin yan. Let's take a look at the Smart 5G Ping Test.
Shoutout pala kay Perks. Perks, galingan natin pala kay Perks. Anong preparation natin, pre? Sana makahula na kami, guys. Sana manalo na kami, guys. Sana makatagos tayo, guys. Sana manalo tayo lahat. Sana panalo tayo sa buhay. Dasal lang tayo, tol. Pati pa naman sa checkping, strict yung account ko. Sana makachamba sa mga gods, sa mga old gods. Sa mga old gods dyan, sana makachamba ang mga current. Daw feelings, pre, nung nasa MPL na, pre. Sobrang saya. Andito pa rin kami, magkakampi pa rin kami simula MDL hanggang MPL ngayong this season.
Masaya dahil na-appreciate ng mga orgs yung mga MDL natin. Parang dami nila ngayon. Kailangan natin pre ha, kailangan natin manalo pre. Yung mga pumunta dito pre, ilang oras bumiyayan pre para supportahan tayo. Okay? Second game of the season, sana manalo kami guys. Yun. Grabe, ang dami niyo pala MDL Cup no, nakakapasok na, kalat na. Pati sa ibang region, grabe. Ayun guys, message ko kay Coach Bon. Coach Bon, namiss na kita. Namiss ko ng mga turo mo sa akin. Pero sana ngayong araw, kami muna, Coach.
You know, it's pretty cool na ang nakita natin sa Smart 5G ping test ay si Perks at si Kaloy. Because there's one thing in common between these two roamers. Naging sixth man sila ng Team Liquid. And from what we saw from before, mas matagal lang yung kay Perks. Pero itong si Kaloy, tila hindi mo rin may kakaila yung naging achievement niya because he was a SEA Games gold medalist.
Yeah, and which also takes me back na nag-MPL nga din pala to si Perksiva way back MPL Season 1 that was still RSG Ignite. Ganun pa kalayo yung background na yon. So, itong matchup na to, I mean, talagang makikita mo na kung sino yung literal na sumulong na pataas.
Yeah, and you can never count out experience, especially with the amount of things that they could have learned from these championship teams. And I think it's gonna play a big factor here in this upcoming match kasi hindi mo na pwedeng sabihing may experience advantage kami, may knowledge advantage kami. In fact, kahit yung pagiging old gods dito ng Smart Omega ay hindi magmamatter kasi Twisted Minds last season, they were the rookies of the season. They came in with guns blazing and now it's their sophomore season. And ito yung masabi mo talaga na wala nang lamangan dito. It has to come down. It has to boil down to game execution.
Kailangan nasa pindutan na talaga
pindutan
mismo. Kasi
talaga.
Yun yung punto eh. Diba? Sinabi na nila yon last season nung nag-uumpisa pa lamang sila. Weeks 1 to 3, sinabi nila kahit mabash na sila nun, kahit makriticize na sila nun, wala kaming sasantuhin dito. Wala kaming sisinuhin. We're gonna fight the fight that we're supposed to do. Pero para sa Smart Omega, yung experience na nakuha nila, imports, being PH imports over the course of time, ngayon, ipapakita nila ulit being a reformed lineup here in week number 2. Omega going up against Twisted for the first match of the day. We will be proceeding dito sa drafting phase ng ating laban, taking it all the way towards the bans. At ayun na, ang mas mabilis nating nakita ngayon na Marcel upgraded sa first phase ng bans.
Out of the games na meron ng Twisted Minds, this is their second time picking the blue side and still flying clouds yung gusto nila, which then gives a lot of impression na yung mga pick-off heroes ni Kaloy, yung mga Kaleya, which is ban out agad ni Coach Wara.
Respect. Valentina first pick mula sa Twisted Minds. You know what? I think this is gonna be a trend, a common trend against Barangay actually. Teams just like picking flying clouds against Netski. You know, ito yung mga bagay na hindi namin ini-script. Diba? Pinili yung flying cloud. Now, Netski, maybe there's a choice. Do you want to go Harith though? That is the question.
Yun yung nagpakilala sa kanya bilang Cloud Prince ng MPL Philippines way back last season. Pero ang ganda rin kasi na meron silang laya pumik.
Iniwas.
Pero gets mo rin eh.
Gets mo
rin eh.
If you know, you know.
Then, ano yun eh, war flashbacks din kasi sa kanya yun eh. Nakilala siya doon sa maling paraan. Diba? He wants to start off anew in this one sa Flying Cloud. Sisimulan niya yan sa Claude and then a Fredrin pivot for now. What's the idea behind this? Kasi majority ng mga teams na nakikita natin ngayon, utility. But I guess the back has been taken out. Yung carry, Twisted ang pipili nun.
Yeah, I think nagkaroon kasi ng layers for the junglers. Like if you pick a Leomore, teams just automatically answer with Suyo. Nakita natin yan mula sa Team Liquid Philippines. And these two coaches, they like patterns. Coach Mura and Coach Bonchan historically has been all about pattern first bases. And nakikita natin dito mula sa Smart Omega, if you want to go for a utility jungler, there's only two options kasi wala na yung Baksha. There's just the Fred and the Gwyn. Now, Twisted Minds, they already see the Fredrin. They could still pick up the Gwynbeer later on, but they opted to just secure the high priority on the gold lane ngayon kasi kailangan nilang ng Shred versus the Fredrin. And I like this Khalid pick. It's an aggressive roam that can be utilized as the tempo hero para sa early game to shut down effectively yung early tempo na pwede makuha ng Smart Omega. Honestly, those are the two top roamers, Hilda and Khalid. If you don't take it, it's gonna be banned.
Ganda rin sana nung Eve pick for Smart Omega dito, knowing na carry nga yung gold lane ng Twisted Minds. But then they wanted to remove the fact na pwede pong mag-assassin si MP the King. So that may be guarantees utility jungle for Twisted Minds dahil sa Hilda pick na yun.
Yeah. So, I mean, sa ngayon parang mamimili ka na lang, no? It's either yung Marcel, yung Khalid, or yung Hilda.
Yeah.
Isa doon ang malalagay sa banning phase. And at this game, it's gonna be the Marcel. Kasi nakita talaga natin yung effectivity niya during the first week.
Yeah, and also it just, limits yung mga answers na pwedeng lumabas. Kasi with this, with this Hilda pick, it also answers and addresses the assassin pickups that could come out from Twisted Minds. And I like the fact that they prioritize Hilda before the Eve. Kasi even if you ban Eve, sa perspective ng Smart Omega, there's still the Kimi. If Twisted Minds bans both, pag tinanggal nila yung Eve and Kimi, it opens up the, a can of worms basically. Kasi pa-open na dyan yung mga ibang mages like the Kagura, even the Valir, yung Farsa. So there's a lot of options still for Smart Omega. So itong first phase na to, lalo sa meta natin ngayon na ginagalawan, I feel like you just have to take these prior heroes in the first phase.
Ang hirap kasi kapag nagbigay ka ng mga carry, ng mga Claude na yan, so nandun yung priority talaga when it comes to second phase. Now, pagdating naman ng first phase, pagdating ng second phase, ito na yung mga targeted. So that's why, for Smart Omega, tinanggal na lang ngayon yung Suyu, probably a Leomord next, or the Guinevere.
Yeah.
There you go. Tapos, sa Twisted Minds naman, baka nga, Kimi pa yung tanggalin, or even Farsa, one of the mages na kayang kumontrol.
Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. You know what? Honestly, if you're Smart Omega, you might as well take the Phobius, maybe? Kasi di mo pwede kunin yung Sora kasi may Valentina Flex yung Twisted Minds. Matter of fact, they can actually just go for the Valentina XP and then maybe pick up a mage that can fight into this early comp ng Smart Omega. It is definitely up for Smart Omega. Even though ang weird kasi Twisted Minds yung nag-set ng tempo kanina, now they have control of the second phase. But they still go back to the Kimi. It's very normal. You have the Fredrin. Ito yung lagi natin tinatawag na double marksman setup. And there goes the Phobius for Twisted Minds. Maybe even with the Guinevere.
Yeah, it makes total sense na pinili nila yung Kimi una kaysa sa Phobius. Kasi again, the Valentina would be a huge problem. Kung gagawin nila yon, makukulong talaga sa mage. But then a Harley picked up here by Twisted Minds. Hindi pa sila tapos sa mga Dark Continent picks as they will be picking up something na medyo nagiging normal na ngayon sa meta natin.
Nagkaroon bigla ng hirap for Smart Omega. Sinong uhuli ngayon? That's Harley. Yes, may early game presence of the Hilda, pero who's gonna lock in pagdating ng late game?
No catch. I think ang reliable way lang nila to shut down the Harley is yung combo ng Fredrin, Hilda, and Kimi. Kailangan magkakasama sila tatlo. You can go for Glue here for James. It is a decent laner versus Phobius. Yung Alice medyo mahirap kasi ang daming shred sa side ng Twisted Minds and you're also giving the Raging Sandstorm to the Valentina. So I think Glue makes sense. It's a good laner against Phobius again and it can block off these burst damage mula sa Twisted Minds.
Looking at it, we're still finding out one more final pick and they went with a CC papunta doon sa XP lane. So Phobius, CC matchup, boys. So how are things looking like here?
It's a decent laner, I would say, versus the Phobius. I mean, it does the front line much better, pero he has to have a good early game.
Pero yung mas maganda ay kung mapapaaga ang ating super fan sa chance na manalo ng 1,000 MLBB Diamonds. Predict the match winner correctly, scan the QR code to know more. Going back, XP lane matchup, yung early game, tila magiging problema yon for at least one of them heading into that turtle fight. Kasi kung sisilipin naman natin, you have the Fredrin on the other side. Tapos yung kabila, they also have another jungle pickup. So that is going to be very important.
Yeah, now Smart Omega, their main job is to stop this Harley from snowballing. Medyo mahirap gawin niya kasi they're against a Valentina and Khalid. The Glue would have alleviated the pressure a bit. But with the CC, if they manage to get out of the early game, na maganda yung kanilang tempo and hindi sila ganun ka-behind, they have 3 scaling heroes on their lineup.
So the tempo for Smart Omega is to withstand the early game. Dahil kung hindi at magkakaroon ng napaagandang simula itong si MP the King ay mapupunta sa kupunan ng Twisted Minds ang unang laro ng unang match ng week number 2. Perxiva and the others, ang bilis kagad ng tempo!
Kapisong buhay ni Perxiva but still ay mabubuhay with that flicker down. Napagandang pokes from Twisted Minds.
Yeah. I mean, Valentina and Khalid, what do you expect? I guess this two is probably the strongest duo mid right now because they just output so much damage in the early game. Pwede ka pumili, pwede ka mang-poke, pwede ka mag-fast clear, and then you just get the level 2 na Valentina, and you will have the advantage when it comes to poking.
And this is exactly what they've been doing now. I'm talking about Twisted Mind sa puntong ito. Talagang dinadayo nila yung jungle camp itong Smart Omega. Nililimitahan yung mga pwesto na pwedeng galawan nitong si Ryzen using that Fredrin as he is also trying to get some more minions in it.
Pero kung titignan naman natin itong gold lane matchup, kanina pa itong nagbibigayan eh. Owl and Netsky, sinusubukan nilang bulihin ang bawat isa doon sa lane. Kaso mapapauwi si Netsky.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard for Smart Omega, especially with this start. And looking at the rotations, kaya kasing iwan ng Twisted dito yung Valentina sa may middle lane. In fact, yung 2v1 situation din, lamang pa rin yung Valentina dyan. Kasi pag lumapit ka, parang okay, mapupoke mo siya, pero bibigyan mo siya ng XP, and then it's gonna set up a level 4 prio para kay Lansu. Kasi typically, if you give so much XP to the Valentina, XP laners just rotate to mid, and then they will get turtle prio.
Pipiliin mo na lang talaga yung lason mo eh, no? Mas gusto mo ba na bigyan ng XP yung Valentina heading to level 4 quite quickly, or magpupunta ka na lang sa ibang parte ng mapa? That's gonna be the choice that Smart Omega would want to go for. Pero sa ngayon, tatlo silang nasa itaas. Nag-spawn na ang unang pagong ng ating laban. Kaloy and Lansu is gonna be holding down the fort as the others, Sean, MP the King, and Ryzen, may reunion dito sa pagong.
Nauna sa level 4 itong si James, kaya naman papwesto na rin ang Smart Omega doon sa turtle. Kaloy sa gitna, napadasal at napaluhod. Meanwhile, natali nga lang doon sa likod. But this time Kaloy is low. Ryzen will get the turtle down. Perksiva, low on HP, pero di na makatagal pa si Lansu. Nandun yung mobilize ng Kiwi, pero babalik muli si Kaloy. Traction po na gamit na. Ryzen is gonna go down sa kamay ni MP the King. Pati pa na boss, Mingwin, humahabol pa, pero naipit na siya sa loob ng Twisted Minds camp.
A bit greedy mula sa Smart Omega. Mingwin flickering in to secure that kill. Okay na sana eh. Nakuha na nila yung pagong. Kay Mingwin pa napunta yung first blood because of the delay on the damage ng ultimate ni Harley. But Twisted Minds, they find 2 kills in that objective. And I think losing the turtle is actually more encouraged for them.
Oo, parang okay lang sa kanila na mag-turn ng biglaan as long as they get those 2 kills patungo sa kamay ni Ryzen. And of course, Mingwin, who indeed got the first kill para sa kanilang kupunan. Items-wise, it's still gonna be the build-up.
Bibigyan si Perksiva ng Raging Sandstorm plus that early magic damage mula kay MP the King, and that will secure that kill.
Just too much pressure na nanggagaling sa Twisted Minds na doble kaagad yung gold lead nila.
Alam mo, usually yung Khalid, pero mamaya natin pag-usapan yung si Netsky.
Napagamit ang Blazing Duet defensively just to clear the minion waves. Nandyan pa si Kaloy, nakatingin. Pero hindi niya nasusubukan pang pasukin sa loob ng torre si Netsky.
Yeah, this Khalid is a big problem, honestly. Usually yung Khalid na nakikita natin, it's paired up with the utility jungler just to have a balance in compositions. But now with this Khalid version, meron kasi silang damage. May taga-poke and makakadagdag pa ng contribution doon sa deadly magic ni MP the King. So right now, this trio mid from Twisted Minds is actually controlling the entire game kasi they have enough damage to shut down anybody that they see.
Oo, nahihirapan din si Perksiva na hanapin kung ano ba yung magiging role niya in this game eh. Kasi as soon as lumapit siya sa isang hero, it makes it so difficult for him para mag-dish ng damage, magbigay ng vision, kasi mawawala na siya ng biglaan, lalo na pag ang nakita niya ay si MP the King. So nangyari yung unang minutong nakita or in-expect natin in this game. Nagkaroon na magandang snowball si MP the King, but what is Omega supposed to do para maibalik yung laban sa kanilang end?
I think at this point, kailangan din nilang piliin yung mga laban na gusto nilang puntahan. Really, at this turtle, yes, makukuha nila yung early positions, pero look at Kaloy. Talagang binubuhos at pinapakita niya at binibigay niya yung katawan niya dito sa mga members ng Smart Omega, giving vision and a lot of threat. Doon sa setup, nandyan yung Dark Wave, doon sa Raging Sandstorm, Traction Pulse with the counter engage. Kaso nga lang may Blazing Duet na nakasunod mula kay Nesky, pero wala pang damage. Hindi nila masaktan ang mga members ng Twisted Minds, and in fact, sila pa yung nakuhanan ng dalawa.
Yun ang dakdakan na ayaw mo as Lansu gathers the attention of the Smart Omega team. Twisted gets another objective.
Sabi nga nila, try and try until you die. Pero kanina, yung unang attempt niya, namatay siya, medyo mali at maaga yung pasok niya. This time, it was perfect. It was layered with a Raging Sandstorm. And Smart Omega didn't have the right tools to deal with the punish. Kaya nilang saluhin yung damage with the Fredrin on the front line. Pero ang pinakamalaking problema ngayon ng Smart Omega is they don't have the damage yet.
Yeah, magkakaroon ba sila ng karapatang oras para si Netsky ay mabuhay, makapag-scale ng items ng maayos, and then eventually dish out the damage na kinakailangan ng kanyang team. So far, hindi pa naman siya namamatay, but same could be said para kay MP the King na mas mataas yung gold, mas marami yung damage na kayang i-dish out, at mas kumpiyansa ngayon ng Twisted Minds, lalo na't nakabasag sila ng kanilang pangalawang tore.
Kaloy ay nandun pa rin sa harap ni Perxiva. Hindi niya magawa yung trabaho niya dahil dino-double effort ni Kaloy yung trabaho niya in return. Lagi siyang nandun sa harap ng Smart Omega para mapakita na, teka lang, hindi nyo pwedeng kantiin ang jungler ko at ang mid lane ko.
Yeah, hindi talaga pwede. Usually yung Hilda kapag nilalaro mo, ikaw yung oppressor eh. Yung pwede ka pumunta sa side ng jungle ng kalaban and hindi ka mapapunish. Pero yung feeling kasi ngayon, pag nakita niya si MP the King tsaka si Kaloy, pwede siya magtimpla ng kape. Yung pwede mong iwan muna yung cellphone mo tapos inom ka muna bilang 15 seconds at saka ka maglaro ulit. Kasi kapag nakita siya ng Twisted Minds, nandyan yung full combo ng Raging Sunstorm, ng Deadly Magic. In fact, kahit yung Valentina, di niya pwede harapan.
Men, walang alarm eh. Walang intro eh. Basta pag nakita ka, babanatan ka agad. So, Perks is having a hard time finding his space in this game. The only thing that he could give so far sa unang 6 na minuto ng ating laban na yung vision na nakakatulong naman para sa Omega kahit papaano. Pero yung pwesto ay nahihirapan sila napuntahan, especially with how Kaloy has been positioning himself using this Khalid with already 4 assists in his name. Ibang klase. Nagharapan na kagad pero bumanat si Perxiva, but that will immediately be healed by Kaloy.
Oh no. Nandiyan na rin si Lansu. Yung dalawang bodyguard ay nandyan. Even Sean, kinopya niya yung energy eruption mula doon sa Fredrin, and that would give that free turtle to the hands of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I like the fact na ang hawak dito ni Sean ay yung energy eruption. You don't need to add more damage into this lineup. You just need more control. Kasi meron ka ng Khalid, meron ka ng Harley, meron ka pang carry. O sagad-sagad yung damage. Aabot game 2 actually yung damage ng Twisted Minds.
Ayun na nga. Bukod sa sumagad pa ang damage, sumagad din yung kuha nila sa jungle creeps or jungle objectives ng Smart Omega. As Ryzen napapalibutan pero gusto niya pumalag.
Nandiyan yung taunt. Hindi nakataka si MP the King. Nandiyan yung counter, and there goes that damage done. Patay ang jungler ng Twisted Minds pero may counter engaged. Nabagat ng Dark Wave sa 4. Pero tuloy lang sa pagtalon nitong si Lansu. Damage ay nasan. Yes sir, nandyan Perxiva ang magiging kapalit ng buhay ni MP the King.
Yun na sana ang gustong turn ng barangay pero Twisted nakakuha pa sila ng isang kill.
Nakaabang pa sa mid lane ha.
Susubok pa rin na dumipensa. Nandiyan pa rin si Lansu sa gitna. Blazing Duel mula kay Netsky pero wala pang ang damage. Hindi ba kaya ng barangay sa babae? Pero sabi ni Mingwin ako na! Energy eruption mula kay Sun! Taunting 3 members pero wala namang mamamatay. Buhay pa rin ang barangay.
Nagulat tayo pero pati yung barangay nagulat din. Sabay-sabay sila nag-flicker out. Who would expect a flicker energy eruption mula sa isang Valentina? Even though wala sila nakuwang kill, this is a big burn sa resources ng Smart Omega. Yes. You don't have flickers for the next 2 minutes. MP the King is a walking threat. Kasi pag nahuli ka nung Deadly Magic, wala kang pantakas.
Kasi yun din yung ginamit nila kani-kanina lamang when they tried to take MP the King down. Pagkatapos noon munti ka nang mabalik sa Smart Omega yung sitwasyon, but then the damage was just too much. Perxiva was fronting pero parang hindi siya nag-i-exist doon due to the damage of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and kailangan nilang humarap ng isang ganung play. Actually, that was a perfectly executed play mula dito kay Ryzen. Na-cancel niya yung dash ng MP the King. It's still gonna go through, pero yung position mo ay nandun pa rin. Kaso, surprise kasi yun eh. Kumbaga binigla siya ng Smart Omega and Twisted Minds. Now that they know, they have to fight the Spreadren beforehand kasi siya talaga yung first target laban sa Smart Omega. They see the vision!
Ayun na nga, pinasok na bigla ni Kaloy. Low HP at sasabog sa Deadly Magic, and Al's gonna get that kill. And Perxiva ay tinunaw ng mabilis ng Twisted Minds. Two bodies left behind ng Smart Omega at yung Lord ay libre na for Twisted Minds.
Si Kaloy ang naging primary target ng Omega pero lumuhod lang siya and the rest was history. Twisted Minds gets another major objective.
I like yung understanding dito ng Twisted Minds. Yung paano nila lalaroin yung kanilang composition. It's just basically front to back. And nag-iisa lang yung problema nila. Nakita na nila, napatay kanina si MP the King. It's just the Fredrin. Harapan mo lang yung Fredrin, even though si Perks.
Teka lang, si Perxiva. Pinulong mo si MP the King na. Bigil na naman, pero nakatakas pa rin si Ryzen pa ang nawala. Yung flying clouds na sanang kanila ay medyo naging delikado pa ang buhay ng Smart Omega. 3 members try to defend. 4 members from Twisted Minds tuloy lang sa pag-push. Minkwin! Wala na rin yung isa pang damage dealer ng Smart Omega. 2 more left to defend. Pero sabi ng Twisted Minds, turn it lang, tapos alis.
Yung plano ni Perks na kumuha ng isang kill nagresulta sa tatlong pagkamatay ng Omega. Twisted now leading almost 10k. And MP gusto pa, pero lalayo muna siya ng bahagya. James is gonna be taking the damage and now knocking on the doors at the inhibitors ang Twisted Minds.
May Lord pa sa baba Hindi pa naman daw pumuputok yung Holy Shields doon sa bottom lane, pero yun na ang plano ng Twisted Minds. 5 members trying to defend. Mag-clear na agad yung Lord and yung minion waves, pero may round 2. Papasok muli ang Twisted Minds. Sa gitna! Raging Sandstorm Flicker na sakto sa up attraction force with the counter engage, pero sakit na damage round 1. James ay wala na agad. Kasabay ni Perxiva, Mingwin and Ryzen now. Si Netsky na lang ang nag-iisa para dumipensa sa barangay, pero 5 pa ang Twisted Minds. Nakatingin na, andyan yung Clouds. Lumayo na lang siya. Ayaw niyang makita na mismong pasi. Tinudurog na, and Twisted Minds will get first blood.
The cleanest game of Twisted Minds so far. Malinis trinabaho ang game number 1.
Pasok na pasok sa plano, lahat ng kanilang aksyon ay nasa listahan. Patayin lang yung friend rin. Peel for the carry, and Twisted Minds played that perfectly.
Nakita mo bigla yung sense of urgency kasi by the time na naging problema na si Ryzen ng Twisted Minds, okay, sige, si Ryzen yung unahin natin. Kakasabi mo pa lang na parang yun yung plano nilang gawin. Ginawa agad nila. We saw that during that Lord take na kung saan biglaan na lang pinanatan yung Fredrin. Biglang binura ng Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I was about to say kanina, nung bago nag-start yung clash sa middle lane, tama yung ginagawa ni Perks eh. It's just that it's hard to do this kind of responsibility sa ganitong klaseng composition, especially up against this lineup ng Twisted Minds. Kasi even if he goes backside, even if he tries zoning out the marksman, hindi ito yung mga tulad ng mga Granger, hindi ito yung CC Gold Lane na kapag zinon mo, malaki yung damage na nawawala sa Twisted Minds. In fact, walang pake si Owl kanina nung nilapitan siya ni Perks. Nilabanan niya, men, harap-harapan. Within 2 seconds na bura yung Hilda.
Willing eh.
Willing
siya magstay para doon sa pagkakataon na yon. And there he is, the MVP of match 1, game number 1. None other than Kaloy, full of confidence. But that swag ay may kalalagyan dahil siya ang MVP ng game number 1.
Grabe, ginawang stacking machine ng Thunderbolt si Perxiva. 1-0-13, amazing performance, flawless KDA mula dito kay Kaloy. And to do that in the tank role with a damage room as well, he just knows his responsibility in the game. Kapag yung heal na yung katapat niya, okay, sasapakin ko, first kill. Pag Fredrin na yung nakita ko, ulti kagad.
Tsaka laking bagay ng priority of items na meron si Kaloy. After that Thunderbelt, yung Fury Hammer niya na yun lang at hindi niya na tinuloy. Plus, yung Chassis Pauldron. Yung laking bagay na mabawasan mo yung attack speed ng Claude. Kasi unlike the carry, ito yung mga nakakaramdam talaga ng effect ng Chassis Pauldron. Mabawasan attack speed. And even yung Kiwi, sabihin na natin. And this time, we saw some highlights na binanggit natin during the draft. Puro pick-off heroes yung nag-stand out si Kaloy. But this time yung kalit niya, hindi pang pick-off eh. Talagang ginulo niya ang members ng Smart Omega.
Yeah, ito yung mga klase ng games na yung nagbabago yung responsibility ng hero. Even though the nature of the Khalid is that he's a zoner in the backline, you can use it as a frontline engage kasi may stun naman yung Khalid. And they don't need to zone the other members of Smart Omega kasi wala pang damage si Netsky. Hindi problema si Mingwin. In fact, willing siyang saluin lahat kasi kapag namatay yung Fredrin, there's no stun. He can use the heal. Pwede siyang mangumpisal sa harap dito ng Smart Omega. Sorry, pinatagay yung Fredrin, pero nag-i-heal lang ako ng HP rito. Kasi hindi rin pwede lumaban yung Smart Omega kasi kakaharapin pa nila yung carry. Kakaharapin pa nila yung Harley. Tapos may Phoebus pa na nanggugulo sa harapan.
Nagko-complement talaga yung damage output na meron yung Harley and yung carry na na-mention nga ni Midnight kanina. It seems like the longer this game goes, mas nagkakaroon ng mataas na kumpiyansa si Kaloy to initiate and to engage. It makes it so difficult para sa Smart Omega na gumawa ng kanilang sariling initiation. And I think it really boiled down towards that first clash kung saan tatlo kagad yung buhay na nakuha nitong Twisted Minds because it gave MP a kill, it gave Shaw na kill, and then Owl was just really farming na nasa bot lane.
Sobrang laking space na nakuha ni Owl doon. Even yung laning phase pa lang, alam niya na lamang siya doon sa Claude. Nakuha niya ng mas maaga yung turret ng Smart Omega doon sa baba. Then eventually, yung sa taas, doon naman siya pupunta.
Ang dami naging problema ng Smart Omega kasi even the gold lane, naka-4 na gold grab si Owl. So mas maaga siyang napasama sa mga team fights. Yung mid-game, nagugulat sila, bakit 4v5 to? Bakit kasama dito yung carry? And tulad ng sinabi ko kanina, encourage na nga actually yung Twisted Minds na, sige, bigyan nyo na yung turtle kasi that means Ryzen has to go in. And if he's the only target for Twisted Minds, incentivize na, parang kilitiin mo yung Smart Omega na, oy, pwede nyo kunin yung turtle, tapos biglang uulan ng mga baraha, uulan ng mga shuriken, and then, boom, biglang may sand sa mukha ni Fredrin.
Yung parang nandun ka sa gubat, tapos may cupcake sa gitna. Yung nakalagay sa lag, tapos parang, ang weird naman yan. Bakit may cupcake dyan? Tapos nalapitan mo ng konti, and then, ayun na, nahuli ka na ng lambat, kung ano man yun. Pero men, you can outplay the rest with the Infinix GT30, featuring the GT trigger for lightning fast reactions and MLBB certified 120 FPS for ultra smooth control. Dominate the game with the Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Yan din po ang gamit ng ating mga manlalaro na nandoon mismo sa ating MPL stage. But of course, in order to dominate the Land of Dawn, you need a connection that never lets you down. From scouting rotations to tracking the pros, stay online and in the zone.
Power up with Smart Power on 99. Get 10 gigabytes data for MLBB and your favorite apps. Plus unlimited FB calls and text. Share every GG moment with Smart, the simply reliable partner of the MPL.
Ito yung positive na GG kasi pag sinabi natin GG, tapos na. Kain muna ng charger. Mahirap yon. Pero guys, pwede rin kayong humabol dito mismo sa Victoria Sports Tower dahil paubos na ang tickets natin sa bakbakan ng TNC Pro Team at ng ONIC Philippines. So kung hindi pa kayo nakakabili at wala kayong gagawin ngayong araw, ano bang hinihintay nyo? Bili na kayo ng tickets, baka bilhin pa ng iba. Pero yun nga yung point eh, di ba?
Bibili talaga na iba yan.
Bibili talaga sure yan. Mainit yung laban na yun. To be fair, pero mamaya na natin papahapyawan yun kasi sa ngayon, I was honestly surprised na ganito yung Twisted Minds na nakita natin. But pleasantly surprised, if I would say.
Yeah, kumbaga yung performance, it is something that you would be expecting from this team, that they have the knowledge, they now have the experience kasi sa former year nga nila. And now it's just a matter of execution and flawless yung execution nila from the early game, yung start ng Turtle hanggang sa mga Raging Sandstorm ni Kaloy. Actually, sobrang ganda ng Raging Sandstorm. Ramdam ko, hinahangin ako eh. Nararamdaman ko yung buhangin eh. Yung tatanan siya, gumagano yung buko.
Ay, paano?
One time lang yan. Trial card lang. Trial card.
Tsaka yun nga. And again, starting from that early game, parang expected na natin na ganun yung mangyayari. Kasi because of that early pokes na nakakuha pa nga sila ng muntik na first blood kay Perxiva, parang glimpse na yun ng anong pwedeng gawin ng Twisted Minds all throughout.
And astig talaga yun. Shoutout sa lahat ng mga mag-LU next week. Kasi binuhangin eh. Pero men, you can put your game face on and make your smart power pose. Wala kayong ibang kokopyahin kundi si Lanzo. Gusto ko yan. Konting ano pa, tingnan nyo yung camera ng maigi. Yung mga umiikot na kuya. Yan, yung mga yan na. Ayan, men, huwag ka magbe-break ng karakter. Kaya mo yan. Isa pa. 1, 2, 3. Wala. Nahiya.
Sayang siya nag-commit.
Ayan ang sinasabi ko.
Hold it.
Yan ang sinasabi ko, men. Ayan kapitan mo lang.
Kapitan mo lang.
Yan. Gusto ko yung yung may yung may pa-pout siya eh.
Ayan.
May
improvisation.
Wala pa tayong face-off dyan. Wala pa tayong face-off dyan, direct. Wala pa tayong face-off dyan. Huwag mag-break ng karakter yan. Tingin sa camera. 5, 4, 3, 2, ay wala.
Nag-break.
Kapitawan yung karakter na naman. Sino ba?
Hindi, inuhold pa.
Ayan na talaga. Parang bumalik sa kanya, binibigyan ka namin ng second chance.
Kaya kapag tinututukan ka ng camera, nawawala.
Ayan. Hold it. Ay, matching bigote pa, men.
Men, eto na. Babalik tayo kay Mr. Pout. Mr. Pam, ikaw
Hold
na
it,
to,
hold it, hold it. Hold it.
Naglalaban sila.
Ay, silang dalawa, magkaibigan yan.
Grabe naman yung mga chins.
Men, alam mo, nahihirapan yung mga ano natin eh, yung mga
hurado
facilitator,
eh.
yung mga
Oo,
hurado eh, di ba? Ano,
Ayan, oh.
Men, parang ikaw na yata talaga eh.
Ikaw na ba yun?
Huwag kang ngingiti, huwag kang
Hold
ngingiti.
mo lang,
Baka mawala, baka
hold mo
mawala.
lang, hold mo lang, hold mo lang. Yan. Okay,
Anyway,
umalis tuloy.
Uy, ayun na pala.
Ayan na. May panalo na.
Congratulations, kuya. Ikaw ang nagwagi.
Tinaan tayo sa bigote,
Tinaan
pare.
tayo sa bigote, pero ikaw, tinaan mo sa exposure, kuya.
Oo,
Congratulations. Panalo ka. Yun ang mga laban na panalo tayong lahat. Huwag kayong mag-alala, marami pa tayo niyan for the entirety of the regular season kasi nag-uumpisa pa lamang ang Smart Power Post natin. Tradisyon natin yan dito sa MPL, pare. And every single time, it's either may bago tayong post or meron tayong post na i-refine mo lang ng konti. Kasi syempre, mga tumatanda yung mga player natin eh, di ba? Tapos yung iba, kaka-pex na, ganyan.
Tama.
Di ba?
Actually.
It's either, paano ba yung mga post nila ngayon?
Minsan kasi masikip na eh, nakaganon na eh, oh. Yung nakaganon na.
Yan. Saan yung CR?
Saan yung CR? To know.
Ganun
Okay,
na.
Yung talent room nandito.
Pabalik.
Oh, pabalik.
Loki ka, Loki ah. Diba?
Pwede lang tanggalin tong suit eh.
You've been going to the gym, ah.
Pwede lang eh.
I see what you did there.
I see what you did there. Okay, W-mans. Pero hindi, men. Pabalik muna natin dito sa larong to kasi W talaga ang ipinakita ng Twisted Minds in that game. But let's talk about Omega this time because I feel like they've really struggled in that game considering yung kanilang team composition. What was it that they needed to figure out kung ano yung dapat nilang i-adjust? Was it in terms of the draft, yung patterns ba? Or was it more of the execution that's needed to be worked on in that specific game?
May mga lineups na required ka na magkaroon ng sacrifice. It's actually a term that they use in the drafting phase. Kung kailangan mo ng sack.
Yung alay.
Ito yung sponge. Oo, ito yung alay na ang trabaho is magpakamatay. Hindi naman literal, pero as much as you can, soak up the damage. Kasi ang daming problema nung lineup dito ng Twisted Minds, ng Smart Omega kanina. Number one, they already were facing issues when it comes to the early tempo na pwede makuha ng Twisted Minds.
Right.
And then you didn't have the damage sponge basically for this composition. That's why I was recommending yung glue kanina. It's a good laner versus the Phobius and it feels the responsibility na kapag nagpakita yung Harley, sige, pwede kong harapan yan.
And in addition, no, yung sinisilip din natin kanina na there are some choices kung saan nag-pick up sila ng Hilda, the Eve could have been an option. There were some positives into it actually. Pero yung naging sagot ng Twisted Minds in that draft gave so much more flexibility for them in the second phase.
Yes, ang laking bagay ng Valentina first pick kasi ang dami mong nagagawa. Tatanggalin mo yung Sora possibility, tatanggalin mo yung mataas na impact na ultimates ng mid lane sa kalaban, and yun yung isa pang pwedeng maging maging difference o maayos for Smart Omega or anyone na magsi-second phase dito sa mga laban. Kasi, if I'm not mistaken, nakita ko rin kanina, Smart Omega ang blue side and pinili nila ang Expanding Rivers.
Yes.
And fun fact lang na isa lang ang team na medyo umaalis doon sa laging Expanding Rivers at Flying Clouds sa simula, which is AP Bren. Namimili sila ng mga Broken Walls at Dangerous Grass.
Yeah.
Pero almost all the time ay Expanding Rivers at Flying Clouds yung mga first two games na nakikita natin.
Yeah, it gives you the option and flexibility to pick fighter gold lanes. I think preference lang din kasi talaga ng AP Bren ang kumuha ng mga marksman. But now they have to play Expanding Rivers sa pinili nga ng Smart Omega. By the way, shout out sa Twisted Minds.
Tama.
Nagbato sila ng Twisted Candies.
Nagbato sila dito ng Twisted Candy, men. Kumbaga, kumurap lang kami, may candy na.
Oh.
Diba? Di namin namalayan. Yan ang isa sa maraming mga bagay na pwede nyo makuha once you make your visit here at the MPL Arena.
Yes,
pero
amen.
ito, I will now beg the question to you boys. Dapat ba talagang iban si Marcel sa first phase or should you adjust that? Kasi yun yung nag-open sa Hilda but it created so many problems for them later on.
I think it's a special case. I would say yes in this one. Kasi if you give Marcel to Smart Omega, it stops the double fighter setup. Kasi Marcel thrives against fighter. Imagine mo, Sora ka, nag-ultimate ka, tapos bigla kang ginolden R nung Marcel. Tumigil yung mundo. Sayang yung ultimo eh. Kasi nagra-run pa rin naman yung duration ng ultimo. So, sayang yung potential na makakakuha ka ng magandang T-point kasi titigil lahat basically.
Oo nga pala.
Interesting.
And actually, ang daming na-open in this first phase of bans. You know, the Grok is there, yung Yison Shin ay tinanggal, which we don't usually see a lot of times in the first phase. Ito yung nakikita natin, yung Freya, the Leomord, pero yung Valentina's gonna be the switch up para sa Twisted together with the Khalid. It's still the same first 2 picks gaya nung game number 1.
Ito yung problema eh. Sabi sa inyo, mahilig sa pattern yan si Bonchan eh. And kapag binigay mo yung quote-unquote, the strongest duo mid in the current meta, pipiliin din talaga yan. No hesitation. Smart Omega goes for Suyu and Kimi. Alam mo, kasi nakikita na Smart Omega, hindi sila pwede kumuha ng Marcel. Unless they flex this Khalid into XP.
Oh, yeah. So, tinanggal mo na. Pero yun yung quick answer for that Freya and that Suyu. The Phobios sa kamay ni Lansu again. We've seen the combo that they had during game number 1, yung Dark Wave Raging Sandstorm, and it is again a threat for the Smart Omega.
Okay, I see it. The Hylos being the first ban sa ating second phase. It stops the good movement nitong Phobios and the Khalid. Kumbaga, hindi sila makakapang gangster dun sa jungle kanina nung iba sa mga members. Pero sa ngayon, it's gonna be taken out. Omega, they might be considering taking out some more junglers here mula dito kaya MP the King.
Yeah, I would say Gwyn is a good ban here for Smart Omega. Gwyn Leo, even yung Gwyn. I would say, I was gonna say Harley. Kasi yung Suyu ay hindi nag-e-enjoy kapag may Harry Potter. Basically, kapag ang daming magic ng kalaban kasi wala na siyang damage reduction versus magic. And they banned the Marcel, which is nice for Twisted Minds. This tells me na baka pinag-iisipan na mag-Sora for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
They have the Phobius, so wala yung counter versus Sora. In fact, itong Phobius ito ay malaking problema for the side of Smart Omega, especially the fact na wala na yung Hylos ay mag-e-enjoy na itong dalawang to. Tama yung sinabi ni Hans kanina. Kumbaga yung Valentina, parang okay lang sa kanya na may Hylos kasi mag-e-enjoy pa nga siya dyan. Pwede niya kunin yung Glorious Pathway. Yung dalawa kasi malungkot eh. Yung Phobius at Khalid. Now, they're literally smiling. Pero they still go for the carry, okay? Same lineup.
Napuwersa din yung... But here comes the difference.
Ito yung bago.
Chip. Ito nga yung bago. And you would see some aggression coming from Smart Omega because of this hero. Ang bilis din ng respo na pwede mong asahan. And that explains. Kasi nga, Freya din, kapag nandun na yung target, pag pumasok with the portal with the Freya, parang easy burst.
Yeah. Kung baga, ang nasa isip dito ng Smart Omega, expanding reverse kayo, portal kami.
Kung kayo mabilis kami,
Mabilis din.
mabilis din.
Mas mabilis.
Mas mabilis.
Mas mabilis. Kasi nandun na sila kaagad. I think that's what they've been missing dun sa unang lineup nila mula kanina. Pero yung lapu-lapu ang kanilang magiging sagot. So, very heavy on damage ang Smart Omega in this game number 2. Pero ang sagot ay yung Leomord. So, it's a classic Suyu Leomord pickup. Pero ito yung sinabi mo kanina, Midnight, na kapag nag-Leo, matik Suyu yung answer. So, napakatapang ng sagot dito ng Twisted Minds.
Yun nga, they don't care about the jungle matchups. I was expecting the Gwyn.
Yes.
But I think siguro naisip dito ng Twisted Minds is Leo gives them damage and also team fight control. Kasi kapag nag-Gwyn versus sila dito, magiging pick-off centric. Yung kanilang composition, medyo kawawa si Lansu sa frontline. But with this Leomord, they can actually utilize these frontliners on their lineup. And ang maganda kasi dito is pwede lang baliktarin yung storya. Even though may chip sa kabila, may portal din kami kasi pwedeng kopya niya ng Valentina and dala-dala nila yung kabayo.
Yun nga no. Parang ang tapang pa ng dating ngayon ng Smart Omega na kumuha ng chip against sa Valentina. But meron din naman kasing ibang options na pwedeng kunin si Sean. Nandyan yung Lapu-Lapu, which is by the way nakatatak na sa pangalan ni James as the bravest fighter during his MDL run. And now in MPL, ito yung binanout sa kanya kanina. So we would expect some difference when it comes to the laning phase.
Parang pakiramdam ko, it's gonna boil down towards the Freya. Kung gaano kaganda yung magiging simula ng Freya in this game. Because the damage could potentially be there. Carry yung kanyang magiging kalaban, so he might have an edge in the early portions ng ating laro. But Smart Omega currently trails kontra sa Twisted Minds, already 1-0 in the first game of week number 2. It's gonna be the same scenario na uumpisahan ng Twisted Minds with Sean, Kaloy meeting up with the others. But this is a little bit more safe given na walang mag-flaker o walang magbabawasan ng kanilang buhay.
Medyo natutunan din ni Perxiva yung lesson niya from game number 1 na wag biruin ang Khalid at ang Valentina kasi bibili niya yung trip mo eh.
Demon yan.
Ben, wag ka magbiro ka na sa lasing, wag lang kay Kaloy.
Wag lang sa Khalid Valentina.
Wag lang sa Khalid Valentina. Pero alam mo maganda yung pinoint out ni Hans dito eh. Ang susi dito ng Smart Omega is yung Freya.
Hindi lang nila basta na learn yung lesson. Alam na rin nila yung gagawin with that immediate counter mula kay Ryzen, yung dalaw niya sa mid lane, nabawasan rin ng first blood at hindi pa tapos yun. Even si Owl ay papasukin pa nila under the turret. No one HP. Nandiyan pa si Perxiva. One after another. Round number 2 and they got that kill. 2-0 for Smart Omega.
Pasok na pasok sa kanilang plano. Kumbaga, nung game number 1, Twisted Minds ang may hawak sa river tulad ng nakalatag sa ating keys to victory. Now, Smart Omega following the same recipe. And ito yung kinagandaan sa kanilang lineup no, with the Suyo. If they manage to take down this Khalid or actually shut down this early tempo na pwede makuha ng Twisted Minds, they have map control access. Ngayon, Twisted Minds naman yung magkakaroon ng problema na saan nanggagaling yung damage. Kasi even though meron silang carry, even though meron silang Leomord, ang daming angulo na pwedeng panggalingan ng Smart Omega.
Right, you do have Perxiva na kung san-san sumusulpot. Nandyan pa yung lapu-lapu that could engage from the back base dun sa kanyang pwestuhan. Pero si Kaloy nagtitake ng damage siya ngayon and that is gonna be the turtle cut to half health.
Zone lang talaga ng zone, pero nandyan na yung Bravest Fighter sa likod. Ang target niya si MP na King na magamit na ng Bravest Fighter ng kinopis Sean. Pero lawan HP at mamamatay. Pero pinasok pa nila si Mingwin sa likod at nakakuha pa ng kill. Perxiva will get that trade. Hindi pa tapos sa turtle fight. Nandyan na rin si Netsky. Sasama na habol. Ryzen is low, but he's gonna get that turtle down. Pero si Netsky sa likod, kisingin nyo, nananaginip. Kasi sinampal-sampal na si MP na King at naiwan na lang si Lanzo na patalon-talon doon sa gitna. Hindi pa natatapos ang kanyang misyon. Wala siyang makuhang counters. Unti-unting bumabagsak ang buhay. But James will get that flicker done para hindi mamatay. Pero si Netsky galit pa rin. Sinusubukan niyang patayin. Pero hindi na matatapos. Portal sa baba!
Oh my goodness.
Akala ni Owl malaya siya. Pero sabi ni Perxiva, no sir, hindi.
Ito yung sinasabi natin, ang daming angulo na pwedeng panggalingan ng Smart Omega. Umuulan ng mga pantalon. Happy New Year mula kay Lanzu. Pero si Netsky naman, yung sabi niya, sige pre, iwan nyo na ako, kaya ko ito Fowis. Ang dami niya kasing shields. Hindi rin sila magkapatayan nung Fowis. So sabi ng Smart Omega, okay, si Owl na lang ipagtripan natin.
Pare si Netsky, ano yung kanina, dakdakan kontra sa sampalan. Hindi mo alam kung anong damage yung gagawin mo. And in addition, nung napansin niya na wala na masyado nangyayari dun sa Turtle Pit, ay, boring na. Sige, lipat nga ako dun sa baba. Tapos may napatay sila kagad. That is, again, the benefit of having the chip in your team. Perxiva using that ultimate at the right time. And then Netsky having a good advantage here kontra kay Owl already with 1-0 and 3 in terms of KD. Definitely different from the first game.
Yeah, compared nung game number 1, no, mas malinis dito yung game plan for Smart Omega kasi for Twisted Minds is actually the opposite. Hindi ganun kalinis yung kanilang magiging plano. If you look at how they want to take the team fight, who do you actually target? Hindi pwede mag-target lock lang yung Valentina, yung Khalid, even yung carry kasi ang daming mobility sa side ng Smart Omega, and they also have to watch out for the chip. And also add to the fact, yung battle spell setup dito ng Smart Omega. Sean!
Napakasakit ng damage na yon mula kay Ryzen. Mamamatay si Sean sa kamay ng jungler ng Smart Omega. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Perxiva, maaaring magtawag na kakampi. Maaaring tawagin ang buong barangay. Pero hindi nila tinuloy ang plano doon sa bottom lane.
Nightmid, kunikwento mo kanina, 4 na gold grab yung kinuha ni Owl kay Nets. Pero ngayon, nagbabawi siya ng bangko lamang ng halos 1,000 lamang ang Smart Omega even though it's a 7-2 kill score. So Twisted Minds trying to keep in pace doon sa ginagawang ekonomiya nitong Smart Omega. Now, pinapalibutan na nila itong pagong. Kaloy, naghahanap lang ng tamang tempo pero 3 na ang nakapalibot sa major objective and this is gonna be Omega taking it again.
Napakalayo pa ni MP na King. Mo ibibigay yung pagong. Ginugulo-gulo lang nila Kaloy. Libreng objective para sa Smart Omega. Anong susunod na plano? Kasi mukhang nakatingin pa. Mukhang susunod pero aatras na ang Smart Omega with that 1.4k gold lead. Malinis ang ginagawang early game.
Yeah. Twisted Minds, again, finding it very hard to actually look for the fights.
Perks! Biglang hinarang yung papaikot doon sa may bottom lane. Tinawag ang buong barangay. Mag-aalisa na rin. Pero sabi ni Lanzo, sama ako sa party. Nandyan pala kayo lahat. Nandyan yung Dark Wave. Tapos patalon-talon. Mumamatay si Ryzen. Si Netsky na pa ultimate. Si Lanzo ay tuloy pa rin doon sa likod. Perxiva ay mamamatay din. What a good comeback from Twisted Minds.
Parang nanalamin sa salamin itong Twisted as they got another teleportation device para sila mag-counter-attack.
Actually, nakita lang ni Lanzu eh. Sabi niya, uy, may nag-spawn na portal. Sa tabi ko, hindi in-expect ng Twisted ng Smart Omega na papasok bigla yung Phobius. And the problem was, they've used all their mobility spell. So talagang libre yung pagtalon nung Phobius sa team fight na yon. And they weren't just prepared. for that return mula sa Twisted Minds. Kumbaga, binalik yung bola eh.
Tol, parang napasama pa.
Napasama talaga.
Yung nangyari sa kanila kanina kasi yung ideya, dapat sila mismo yung magkakaroon ng free kill towards the bottom. Pero biglang dumayo ngayon itong kupunan ng Twisted Minds at medyo itinatabla na nila. Actually, naitabla na nila completely because the gold is now swinging their way. It gives more confidence para kay Kaloy na maglaboy na naman ulit dito sa jungle.
30 seconds bago magka-objective. So pwede namang gumawa at pumilit ng play ang dalawang kupunan. Kaso wala din pa rin. Alam ni Owl na hindi siya pwedeng basta-basta magpakita. So nung biglang nawala yung tao, ayun, okay na, safe to clear.
Yeah. Ito yung mga moments na kahit pasabihin mo na pwede kang humarap ng force mula sa Twisted Minds, pwede silang humarap ng ganap. Ang problema kasi may chip. So ito yung sinasabi natin kanina na kailangan talaga nilang ingatan yung kanilang mga pwestuhan as long as hindi nila nakikita si Perxiva kasi universal yung lineup ng Smart Omega, hindi lang global. Kaya nila magpunta kung saan-saan.
Oh, ang hari ng FOMO.
Ang hari ng FOMO.
Ang hari ng FOMO. Hindi pwede na di siya kasama, pare. Kailangan ma-invite mo siya. Pag hindi mo siya i-invite niya yung sarili niya. That's just how it is para sa kanya ngayon. Pero si MP the King nilabas na ang Oya back. And still, Kaloy humaharap. Mingwin, Perxiva also doing the same. Wala pa magdadamage dito sa Pagong pero hinahatak na yan ng Twisted Minds.
Good resource burned by Smart Omega. Alam nilang wala ng ultimate si MP the King. Medyo delay lang yung Pagong. Nandiyan na rin si Netsky. Nananaginip na naman. Pinagsasampal si Kaloy. Pero yung objective ay hindi na i-contest pat libre na naman para sa barangay.
That felt so weird though. Manaparami nilang skills to dish out the damage and yet walang nangyaring ganap.
Wala kasi yung ultimate na Limord pero Kaloy!
Siya naman ngayon ang susubok na pumasok with a Raging Sandstorm. Inatak ng konti itong si James pero sabi niya okay lang, sige gawin nyo lahat pero hindi kami papalag.
Yeah, very good punish coming out from Smart Omega. Nakita nila na walang kabayo si MP the King and they just bursted the turtle. And ang nakakatakot kasi for Twisted Minds, as much as gusto nilang kumontest, pinuntaan sila ni Perks, man. Gusto sumama sa Twisted Minds.
gusto mag-tryout?
Pang ibang team.
Oo, gusto mag-tryout. Sinuot yung jersey eh.
Perks, ano na, tournament na. Hindi ka na pwede mag-tryout pero goods pa rin eh. Kasi ayan na naman siya!
Ayan na naman, pumasok na naman mismo sa loob ng Twisted Minds. Ginamit yung portal, tinawag yung ibang tropa. Pero dito ay pinipigilan nila si Ryzen. Pero sabi niya, aabot din ako sa portal. Aabot siya bago mawala.
Umabot sa boarding.
Isang last hit na lang eh. Mula kay MP the King, wala na yung portal eh. Tumagos pa si Ryzen. And ito yung mahirap no for Twisted Minds. Parang yung team fight mo, ang weird. Kasi parang, sino ba tatargetin natin? Paano ba natin gagawin itong team fight ito? Kasi iintindi mo yung portal, iintindi mo yung mga dash.
Ang dami mo iintindihin.
Dadagdag mo pa dyan, sinong target natin? Kasi itong Freya, as much as masarap siyang patayin, naka-vengeance kasi si Netsky.
Tapos akala mo lalabas na, biglang may lilitaw na iba. So may iba na naman yung targeting mo. And this is what Twisted Minds is trying to go up against sa ngayon. Kasi ito na naman si Perks. May plano na naman siya, pero nakita na siya ngayon ni Kaloy. And the rest of the company, Omega leading by almost 2K pagdating sa gold lead. Less than 25 seconds bago lumabas ang unang Lord ng laban na ito. Sean trying to take care of real estate pero yung Omega, inuunti-unti nila ang mapang ito.
Sila naman yung sobrang linis ng galaw to a point na dinadaan nila sa sistema ang mga bagay-bagay. Kung walang mapala, edi sige wala. Hindi sila yung tipo na pupuwersa ng mga bagay-bagay. Hinihintay lang talaga nila kung magkakamali ba o mamamali ng pwesto itong Twisted Minds. But for the Lord, sinimulan at mukhang madaliin.
Ito yung semi-uncontestable dahil may chip pa silang iintindihin. Lance ito.
Nandiyan sa harap. Tinitingnan niya lang, napaangat doon si Ryzen, but still, he manages to get that Lord. Lanso ay tuloy. Si Mingwin ang kanyang target. May portal pa doon sa likod. Biglang napaalis. Si Ryzen ay nandun na naipit. Siya mag-isa sa kamay ng 4 na members of Twisted Minds. 2 members down from Smart Omega. They may got the Lord in expense of 2 lives.
Enemy misdirection sana nila. Kaso nakita sila sa kanilang huling hakbang and Twisted Minds gets 2 kills pero nakakuha ng Lord ay ang Smart Omega pa rin.
Napasama pa nga ata yung portal. Napunta sila sa likuran. And Twisted Minds, now they have the tempo. The damage is now scaling for Owl mula doon sa carry. Kahit sino nang humarap dito mula sa Smart Omega ay kaya na nilang bigyan. Makunat na rin si Lansu. Especially with this chastised Poldron, pwede niya nang tangkihin yung damage output mula dito kay Netsky. Ryzen has to do so much but the problem is ang dami kasing control. Ang dami niya rin kailangan targetin. And if marami silang mobility, in fact, marami ring mobility ang Twisted Minds.
Daming way para makaalis at makatakas dun sa portal. Pero Netsky, trabaho lang talaga, men eh.
Yeah, I mean, great call mula kay Perks na sundan yung 5 members na nasa baba. It gave him enough information na wala nagbabantay doon. So at least kahit papano nakakuha pa rin ng Omega ng isang Torre during that time. They plan to make it 2 at mukhang magiging successful yon sa gagawin itong si Mingwin. So there is just the middle lane na meron pang 2 Torre aside from the inhibitors available. And James, makikita sila ni Kaloy but not a lot of damage is gonna be poured out. Now the next step for Omega is to take as much jungle creeps as possible.
Yeah, macro lang talaga ang harap dito ng Smart Omega, map control with the chip. And ito yung punto ng game na even though sasabihin natin na kaya naman ng Twisted Minds sumabay sa teamfight, ang problema kasi you have to play the map. Especially in this league na kung saan sobrang importante ng Lord Lane control, nung wave management. Ang iniisip dito ng Twisted Minds is how do we do that? Because they're in front of a chip problem. Ito yung lagi natin sinasabi, like 2 years ago, well, 1 year ago lang naman, yung macro advantage na meron yung chip. And it brings back memories kasi for Twisted Minds, ang hirap humarap ng Lord setup when there's a chip in the game.
Parang pag nakita mo yung chip, kailangan ready kang bumakbak eh. Yun yung sitwasyon
Kala.
laban siya.
Napakonsil lang. Ito si Perxiva para tulungan si Neski
Ay,
na
abangan na nila.
Perxiva na pa-flicker na. May portal bang gagamitin? Hindi na naikasa. Dahil na burst zone na ng mabilis ng Twisted Minds, maybe that's the best choice. Unahin natin, bigyan natin bago makapag-portal.
Para di tayo problema, tanggalin natin yung source.
Ang ganda ng sagot, find X. Ginawang mathematics ng Twisted Minds. Oh, ito yung EXO. Oh, Netski!
Kaso siya naman yung nahanap ngayon. Alay, delikado. Dahil sa vengeance ay nailang pumalo. Ngayon si Netski mag-isa, may 4 na humahabol sa kanya. Tuloy-tuloy lang sa pagtalon and sa killing spree for MP. The King. Nandiyan yung counter-engage. Sinubukan ni James na iligtas yung kampe pero di niya kayang mailigtas pa. Ngayon aatras sila and Twisted Minds somehow finds 2 bago magkaroon ng objective.
That was a gold laner for a gold laner. Yeah. Both damage dealers are down and it's just a single 1,000 gold ang hinahabol ng Twisted against Omega.
Ito yung magandang part sa laro ng Filipino MLBB. Sobrang importante nung opposite Lord Lane control. Kaya makikita nyo talaga usually may 10 tao dyan sa may bottom lane. Kumbaga kung nasaan yung Lord, doon sa kabila may 10 tao magsusuntukan.
Buhay na si Owl. Netski is also gonna do the same. Inihintay natin yung teleportation device galing kay Perxiva. Pero si Lanzo ay nag-aabang. Kalahati ang buhay ng Lord. MP bumabakbak na naman.
Soft reset para sa Twisted Minds. Muling hawakan yung possession dun sa Lord. 16k HP. Nakita si Lanzo at si James. Pero iba pinasok ni MP. The King. Si Ryzen ang gusto. Patayin muna yung jungler ng kalaban. Hindi nga nila na-manage gawin yun. Pero napaatras naman. Kaloy sumasunod ng mga bala mula kay Mingwin. But still the Lord is up for grabs. But Netski gumagawa ng ibang plano sa bottom lane.
And napapareact niya yung iba sa mga members ng Twisted Minds. Kaya babalik si Owl doon sa bottom lane at magiging 4v5 yung sitwasyon. Umaabante papunta sa gitna itong si Netski. At ito na yata yung window para sa Omega. O baka sa Twisted Minds.
Ito ba yung ghost signal para i-burst kasi nakita na si Owl doon. Nagkaroon na ng laban. Alone and Ryzen will get that. Lord down. Son ay bumawala din sa kamay ni Netski. Kakarating lang ni Owl. Si Lanzo ay naipit doon sa loob. Sa gitna ng 5 miyembro. Hindi na kinaya ng Twisted Minds. Ngayon yung 3 ay napapa-atras. Traction pulse mula kay Mingwin. Pero wala nang tinamaan. But Smart Omega. Classic Lord Dance. Nung nakita si Owl, biglang, sige, burst na natin yan.
Binasic eh. Sabi nila, pwede naman natin gawin yung slow Lord. Even though Twisted Minds tried to force it, yung threat kasi na may chip na nakaabang, they didn't fully commit. And because of that, they got heavily punished. And now Smart Omega, they're inside the base of Twisted.
Talagang ginagawa na lahat ng Twisted Minds para tumagpensa si Kayo ng ibig sa 5 miyembro ng Smart Omega. May mga minions na kasama, may Lord pa, tinutore ng barangay, makakatabla sa serye.
Smart Omega is taking us to 3 games para umpisahan ang ikalawang linggo ng Season 17.
Hate it or love it, boring man o hindi, macro is the way. And pinakita yan ng barangay, Smart Omega, beautiful Lord Dance, beautiful utilization of the chip. And because of that, they equalize the series.
Laking bagay na napipigilan yung early aggression na binigay ng Valentina Khalid ng Twisted Minds ng game number 1 because of them trying to reconsider things dahil sa ginagawa ni Perxiva, dahil sa mga portal na pwede niyang gawin, dahil sa respo ng Smart Omega. Linis lang din ang galaw. Kung sila binigyan ng malinis na galaw ng Twisted Minds ng Game 1, binawian lang nila ngayon.
At tol, kung susumahin mo, yung galaw ni Perxiva noong Game 1, nung gamit niya yung Hilda, ganun din yung gamit niya yung chip. The only difference is, mas mabilis yung access niya sa teammates niya.
Tsaka ang masaya dito, kanina nung game number 1, mag-isa lang siya. Ngayon, kasama niya yung buong barangay.
Yung nananampal.
May nananaginip.
May nagwawashing-washing.
Oo.
It was so difficult for Twisted Minds na humanap ng team fight na tsak sila talaga yung makakuha.
Ayan na.
Bumakbak na. Walang iba kundi ang Cloud Prince na si Netsky. Hindi ko nga alam kung gusto niya pa ba natatawagin siya ng ganun, pero nevertheless, nadala niya sa himpapawid ang Smart Omega with this level of performance.
Yeah, I like the fact that he went for the vengeance here kasi alam niya, gets niya na hindi naman natin kailangan ng todo habol kasi first of all, meron tayong Chip, meron tayong Suyo, and his job is to just sustain this front line while dealing damage to the frontliners of Twisted Minds. And he also has to worry about the full views. Yung carry, kapag nilabanan siya, pwede niyang ipindutin lang yung vengeance, and then he's still gonna be able to out-sustain and outlive the steam fight coming out from Twisted Minds. And yun yung naging problema ng damage category, I would say, ng Twisted Minds is they're essentially burst. Kasi kapag inisip mo yung kanilang comp, even though they can last for a while because they have the full views, they have the lead, they have the Leomord, they fight in a specific time frame. Kumbaga, pag nawala na yung ulti ng Leomord, hindi sila pwede lumaban versus Smart Omega. So I just like the setup coming out from Smart Omega na pwede silang magdamag. Eh nakita natin yan sa Lord Fight nung sa huling clash na as long as mabubuhay sila, if they can delay things long enough, they can actually buy time and doon na lalabas yung macro advantage na meron kang Chip. It's not just about the reset factor, but also the re-engage factor.
Tsaka laking bagay din talaga na for Smart Omega, yung thought na binabanggit natin kanina pa, si Perxiva ngayon, hindi na siya mag-isa. Anytime sa isang pindot, magiging 5 yung members ng Smart Omega, and we saw a lot of times na naging worrisome yun for Twisted Minds. Kasi kahit papaano nakaka-split po siya, nabibigyan mo ng magandang space itong si Owl. Hindi siya pwedeng basta-basta lumaylay sa lane niya kasi may biglang 5 na pwedeng pumasok sa kanya doon.
Alam mo, ibabalik ko lang to dun sa draft na nangyari kanina dun sa game number 2. Kasi again, that was throwaway bans yung Yisun Shin and yung Grak. And I know, medyo crazy to think na throwaway bans yung Grak tsaka yung Yisun Shin. Pero kung makukuha mo naman are heroes na full out, all out offense talaga gaya ng Freya and yung Suyu na maganda talaga na panggamit towards this type of composition, then meron talagang kalalagyan yung team mo, and that is them tying the series.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Usually, teams would give certain heroes to specifically counter it. And I feel like nung tinanggal nila yung Yisun Shin, it opened up the possibility of having the Freya. And even though it was countered by the Phobius, it didn't matter. Kasi again, hindi naman ng habol nila dito is pumatay na XP or countering yung mga heroes dito ng Twisted Minds. It was all about the map movements. And these heroes from Twisted Minds, they have to fight in a specific way. Hindi ito yung composition na parang laban lang kapag walang nangyari, okay, reset tayo. They do specific jobs. And Phobius, I would say, is quite useless if the enemy comps plays the map.
Right, and the thing about this composition ng Smart Omega, dati kasi parang nakabangko lang sa Freya yung total damage output mo. Every once in a while, hindi gagana yun. Lalo na pag ang gusto ng Twisted Minds is yung full out, all out na bakbakan. But as soon as the fight extended, tila ba nakikita natin yung damage output ng Kimi, ng Suyu, ng Lapu-Lapu. There's so many other options para sa Smart Omega na maitabla yung serye.
It even goes back doon sa draft na kung saan nung binan nga yung Yisun Shin, parang na-open up din yung thought na pwede tayo mag-chip. Kasi kung wala na yung vision, wala silang way para makita kung saan manggagaling yung mga members natin, might as well give a lot of problem with that chip. So yun yung naging bangko ngayon ng Smart Omega. Daanin natin sa bilis ng ikot at sa unpredictability kung saan manggagaling o saan pupunta yung laban.
Yeah, ang kinaganda kasi dito is napigilan din kung ano man yung gustong gawin ng Twisted Minds. Again, they like forcing fights. They have a Phobius, they have a lead, they have a Leomord. But if you don't fight, if you play it slow, then suddenly it feels weird for Twisted Minds to actually play the game.
Right, kasi hindi mo alam kung saan manggagaling, number one. Di ba?
Hindi mo alam kung kailan.
Hindi mo alam kung kailan. That's, again, two things sa buhay na ayaw mong maranasan. Pero pag-uusapan natin yan maya-maya lamang because we are going to be joined by our hosts together with this interview. Let's check them out.
MPL Arena, mag-ingay because the minds at ang buong barangay are taking us to Game 3. But right here with me is a Filipino player na maraming appearances sa ating international tournaments. Welcome to MPL Philippines, Tracy. ang former roamer ng Keep Best Gaming. Batiin mo naman ang ating mga super fans.
Hello po, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Hello Tracy, welcome. Kumusta ang experience mo dito sa MPL Philippines? I believe first time mo ata dito.
Opo, first time ko po, parang yung mga matches po nakaka-excite po.
Iba yung energy kapag nanonood talaga ng live, no? Pero anong masasabi mo? Kasi Game 3 ang inabot ng ating dalawang koponan. Ano sa tingin mo ang dapat gawin ng mga teams natin?
Mag-focus lang po, tapos... mag-focus lang po.
Oh, mag-focus lang kayo. Pero Tracy, alam mo, excited kami na first time mo dito. At syempre, gusto ka rin namin mas makilala dahil nga hindi ka naman talaga dumaan sa MPL Philippines. Dumiretso ka ng international. But before that, ano ba yung mga pinagdaanan mo?
Nag-amateur lang po, tapos nag-Cambodia, tapos nag-China.
Tapos ngayon, nandito ka at sumusuporta sa MPL Philippines. Alam ko, bawal bias dito, pero may sinusuportahan ka bang team?
Twisted Mind po. Game 3, Twisted Mind.
Twisted Minds! Kaya naman nag-iingay ang The Minds ngayon. At alam mo, Tracy, gusto ka namin mas makilala pa. At meron ka din ipapakilala sa amin. Yung kapatid mo, meron ka daw doon sa MDL.
Yung Nicolette po sa may MMTM.
Marshall Mayhem. So ang alam natin na ang Marshall Mayhem ay taga Iloilo.
Opo.
Taga doon din ba kayo, magkapatid?
Opo, taga Iloilo po.
Okay, batiin mo naman lahat ng mga nanonood sa Iloilo, kahit yung dialect nyo.
Shoutout sa mga taga Iloilo po dyan, lalo na po sa MMTM, mga tropa ko. Good luck po sa inyo, galingan nyo po.
Okay, ano naman ang mensahe mo sa buong MPL PH community?
At pagtuloy lang po na suporta sa MPL page.
Thank you so much, Tracy. It's an honor to have you here. Palakpakan naman natin si Tracy. And with that, alam kong hindi na rin kayo makapaghintay sa match between Smart, Omega, and Twisted Minds. It's Game 3. Casters, palag na to.
Maraming salamat, Odin. At syempre kay Tracy na isa sa mga kilala ding mga Filipino imports natin na naglaro sa Cambodia at sa China. At nakakatuwa din na nandito siya. Alam mo, para akong kuya niya na nakaka-proud pag sumasagot siya. Ngingiti din kasi siya pagkatapos sa sagot niya. Nakakatuwa.
Tapos nakakatawa din na yung kapatid niya ay nasa MDL and we're talking about a series na puno ng mga nanggaling sa MDL. So parang ito na ang time kasi we've seen a lot of MDL players rise up sa mga expectations din ng tao and their performances, and both of these teams, they have those players.
Ito yung mga moments na talagang mapaproud. Hindi lang sa mga proud game, parang alam kong mayabang na tayo as a region kasi ang lakas natin. Pero parang di mo tapos eh. Parang sarap mo magyabang eh.
Oo, men. Alam mo, never naman yata tayo matatapos.
Actually, totoo naman.
Never naman yata. Kasi wala eh, ganito talaga dito, men eh.
Kahit ano mangyari, yung top teams ay Pinoy.
May Pinoy. At yan ang lagi naming maipagyayabang sa lahat. Diba? At bukod dyan, ang pwede rin maipagyabang ni Tracy kasi naglaro na siya sa Cambodia, naglaro na rin siya sa China. Para po sa mga hindi nakakita nung lineup, from what I can remember, siya yung naka-line up doon sa Team Sibol qualifiers ng Twisted Minds. So, maybe there's a reason why he is here and he is supporting the team towards Kaloy. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Tracy, kung nandyan ka man, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, sabihan mo na lang ako. Pero, ganon. Or, yan, sabihan mo na lang ako. Makikita nyo naman siya dyan sa likod. Pero sa ngayon, men, Twisted Minds, ang prediction ni Tracy ay 2-1 twist. Pero Smart Omega wants to make things a little different. Ano naman ang dapat gawin ngayon ng Twisted to eventually get this series? Kasi parang ginawa sa kanila yung ginawa nila nung Game 1.
Ako nakikita ko, men, na maganda ang ngiti ng mga players ng Twisted Minds. Para may plano sila dito.
May niluluto.
Parang si Bonchan, nararamdaman ko yung Dark Continent eh.
May light bulb bigla.
May light bulb eh. Oo, may sound effects. May nakita ko yung mukha ni Bonchan eh. Sabi niya, ay, lalabas ko na ito. Hinihintay ko lang mag-start yung draft eh.
Ano kayang meron dun sa ilalabas si Coach Bonsa na yun? Kasi yung mga nakita natin, yung Hanabi, pinick up ni Nets during week 1, pero natalo yun. Tapos lately sa MDL, pinick up yung Hanabi at nanalo yun. So is it time na makakita muli tayo ng Hanabi? Pero let's talk about itong sinabi ni Ryzen at ni Netski sa isang 8G podcast.
Yan. Shoutout sa ating kaibigan na nasa Disneyland. Kausap nila si Ryzen at si Netsky. Sabi niya sobrang mature ni Cap kahit saan outside or inside. Na kapag may mali talaga, ruhan niya. And then, yung disiplina daw, yung na-inspire si Netsky sa kanya. Kasi patient din siya maglaro, nakaka-shot call as a mid laner, tapos macro din na player. So very all-around naman lalaro itong si Ningguin. And not only that, considering na rookie siya, hindi mo madalas ma-develop yung leadership skill na yun. Lalo na pag matagal na sa MPL scene, matagal na sa industriya yung mga kampi mo.
Yeah, it speaks of the quality of the player. Given the fact na hindi pa naman ganun ka-stellar yung experience ni Miguel. Although nag-international na rin naman na siya alongside Cibol lineup. Ang kinaganda kasi dito is it also speaks of the qualities ng veterans na meron tayo. Kasi imagine mo, willing silang makinig sa new gen.
Alam mo, naalala ko bigla yung quote from Mingguin sa isang interview, Season 5. Ang greatest rival niya ay yung prime Mingguin na tinutukoy niya, which is yung champion Mingguin. And now na wala na yung team niya before, hindi na siya part ng ARC, Yukaito, and nasa Smart Omega na siya as the rookie captain, gusto kong makita kung paano magpa-pan out na balikan niya yung prime niya with other members.
Alam mo, yun nga yung itatanong ko parang ano kaya yung prime Mingguin, no? Para sa kanya, like, malapit na ba siya dun sa level na yun ulit since nakapag-MPL na siya? Pero, ibabalik natin dito sa draft, umaray ko si Midnight kasi parang we've seen this before. Specifically, 2 games ago, yung Valentina na naman na magiging first pick.
Kung may prime, kinuha ng galit. Kung may prime Mingguin, ito prime mid. Feeling ko talaga ito yung pinakamadayang mid laner ngayon Alam mo, sa totoo lang, for the past few weeks, tinetesting ko kung sino ba mga mage. Nung una parang pakiramdam ko, ang daming open kasi ang daming nerf, daming na buff. Pero ito talaga yung child prodigy ni Munton to
May funnel it all boils down to one.
Oh man, alam mo, ang daming mages na pinababa yung mana cost nila, kaso binaba yung physical defense. Ito men, pinataas yung damage, pinataas yung physical defense.
Tapos pwede mo pang gayahin lahat.
Tapos pwede mong gayahin yung mga ulti. Tapos, pinagbabuff lahat ng ulti.
Alam mo kung bakit mahal ni Monton si Valentina?
Bakit?
Valentine nga
Kasi magkakabalentine.
Oo, diba?
Josh, ikaw mga bar mo lately
Oy, men, sagutin mo na nga.
Aray,
Sagutin mo na, ito na yun. Kasi nagkasagutan. Nagkasagutan, men. Isipin mo, nag-Harley na sila kagad. First base pa lang, tapos nag-Pobius yung kabila. So medyo hinahati nila ngayon yung mga picks na nakita natin over the last 2 games.
So yung problem ng Smart Omega kanina nung game number 1, it is still gonna exist. Pero siguro mga 0.5 lang. Kasi meron silang Khalid. Kaya harangin ni Khalid yung Deadly Magic, yung mga baraha. Kasi pwede siyang mag-Quick Sun Guard. Pero ang mahihirapan sila dito is wala silang solusyon naman doon sa Hilda. Kasi yung Hilda, men, ang gagawin lang niyan, na-imagine ko ang gagawin lang niyan, pag nag-start na yung teamfight, diretso sa Claude yan. Lakad matatag, pupukpukin niya yung Claude, wala na naman kayong damage.
Oo nga, no? Tapos pwede pang pag na-target ng Harley, ng Deadly Magic, siya na yung tumapos ng mission, di ba? Kung gusto mo na ng konting baraha, pag di namatay, siya na bahala.
May damage din yan Actually, kahit niya yung Quick Sun Guard, pwede niya cancelin
Oo nga.
Ultihan niya lang
Pakakaltukan niya ng ulti.
Oo.
So, nagbaban na ng Guinevere, nagbaban na rin ng Carry, which is yung kaninang matchup na nakita natin game number 1. Leomord also, baka maban out pa from Twisted Minds or even yung Suyo, di nila problema
Di nila problema kasi meron silang Harley Valentina. In fact, if you're Smart Omega, you're struggling to find a jungler right now. Fredren, I feel like, is a top priority pero baka tanggalin din yan ng Twisted Minds. And now you resort to the typical assassin junglers. Ang problema mo is may Hilda sa side ng Twisted Minds. So hindi ganun kaganda yung pakiramdam ng assassin jungler. Binigay pa din actually. Yung
Fredrin. I mean, that's the choice that they're willing to go for considering na baka mas mabilis na umikot yung Harley. And they also have the Valentina on their side. Nakita naman natin yung ginawa ni Sean kanina with those taunts sa tatlo right in the middle. So the capability to use Fredrin's ultimate is there. The question is kung yun ba yung gustong piliin ng Omega given na dun sila dinadala ni Coach Bonchan.
Feeling ko wala silang choice Kasi kapag kumuha ka ibang jungler dito, it is gonna struggle against Hilda and Harley. Actually, yung tatlong nakikita natin, yung trio mid ng Twisted Minds.
Nakatingin ng masama kay Ryzen.
Yung hindi pa nilalabas yung baraha, tinitignan na ng Harley, ano yan? Alas yung hawak ko
Pero ito.
Leomord?
Same lang
Mobility-wise, yes, nandyan against compared to Fredrin, pero again, mas malambot siya in nature. So, yun nga, nandun pa rin yung hirap. And also, for Twisted Minds, may laya silang kumuha ngayon na XP na may winning matchup against the Phobius Plus, may mataas na efficiency against the Leomord and the Khalid.
Alice, maybe. Alice looks good here for Twisted Minds. And maybe they get an early tempo marksman. Like something like a Granger. Kaso may Khalid eh. Yun lang yung problema ni Audino. But if you want, you can go for a fighter here, honestly.
Yeah, I think a slight benefit ng Smart Omega dito is yung pandinginan talaga yung lineup nila eh. Kung baga alam mong papalag kung papalag. That's why the Alice would really come in handy here.
What if Obsidia kaya, no? Obsidia Alice. Parang mawala yung dash ng Smart Omega. Blood fight. Razor. And Glue. Well, Glue fits the bill, honestly. Like, he is a subsidiary, like, role-wise, subsidiary siya ni Alice. I would just prefer the Alice kasi honestly pwede niyang tayuan yung Phobius tsaka yung Khalid. Pero ang kinaganda dito ng Glue pick is hindi lang mag-isa si Hilda doon sa responsibility na puntahan yung backside. In fact, itong Leomord, kailangan niyang ingatan yung pag-cast niya ng kanyang ultimate. Kasi ang pwedeng gawin ng Glue lagyan niya ng first kill yung aapakan ng Barbiel. Pag sakay niya na sa kabayo, nakapatong pa yung Glue. Dalawa sila doon.
Or baka mamaya, matanggal pa siya doon sa...
Valentine's.
Tama, Valentine's. Pero pwede rin siyang matanggal doon sa pwesto ng Barbiel, di ba? Kung mataksman siya ng Glue. Pero...
Kinounter malala yung Glue pick ng Twisted Minds. Kailangan mag-ingat sa split-split usage ng Glue kasi kapag nagkamali ka ng timing, puputok ka. Mula na sa skill ng Vexana.
Yun yung gusto ng Vexana. Pag nakita niyang maraming, well, baka Patrick start to. Pag maraming Patrick lets, sabog ng Vexana.
Sabog talaga.
To the bones.
Sabog to the bones.
Sabog to the bones, man. Hindi ko inasahan to. Yung light bulb na akala natin kay Coach Bon dyan manggagaling. Si Coach Wurang tumugon, man. Isipin mo. Biglang may Vexana na ang gagamit ay ang rookie captain, the guts, the balls to use this hero na hindi natin masyadong nakikita. Tapos ngayon, ibibigay niya in a game decider to get their possible first victory in the MPL.
Sabi ni Mingwin, Dark System pala gusto nyo ha? Gusto nyo pala padiliman ha?
We're back!
We're back!
Ang ganda bigla nung Vexana. Naalala ko nung mga days niya sa MDL, go-to pick niya to, even before pa. So, Cap Mingwin, ano ang makakaya mong dalhin dito?
Di ba, hinahanap mo yung Prime Mingwin kanina?
Ayun na!
Ayan,
gamit niya ba ito ng Prime Mingwin niya?
Oo, Season 3 to. Season 3 and Season 4 niya nilabas sa mga Vexana. So, eto na ba yun?
Sana ganito yung mage natin sa RG, no? Pag may yung galaban, nagbe-Vexana. Shoutout sa'yo, Burrito.
Bilang isang Glue user, sana wala. Sana.
Ikaw, pag si Hans yung kakampi natin, binaban natin yan. Kaso problema, pag si Burrito yung kakampi natin, ayaw niyang gamitin yan.
Magsisilina pa yan dito sa game na to eh.
Kasi ang tawag ni Burrito dyan, parang astronaut.
Oo nga.
Parang prinsesa maglakad. Napakabagal daw kasi, pero...
Oo nga, yun pala yung magiging problema nila dito ngayon.
Yun.
Pero kasi, imagine mo, mabagal siya maglakad, yes. Pero tignan mo naman yung mga kampanya, ang bibilis maglakad niyan.
Oo nga naman.
Compensated.
Sige. Ang trabaho ko lang, shumatkol.
Sa bagay, siya naman din daw talaga yung nagko-call ng shots for Smart Omega. But then again, if we're gonna look at Twisted Minds, ang laki nung requirement na kailangan to win the team fight. Kailangan ma-isolate na maayos ni Lansu sa kanyang Glue, makahanap na magandang target with that Harley, Deadly Magic, and makapaggulo o makapagbigay ng vision si Kaloy. And for Smart Omega, straightforward, set up, nandyan yung Vexana to compensate doon sa burst damage na wala sa ng early game.
Again, the call is Shumat call at ibaba ang alagad. Yun ang susunod eh, di ba? Ano pong may ipaglilingkod ko sa inyo, kamahalan? Yun ang susunod na ibababa eh. Pero ito, men, legit. Bababa na tayo kasi yung unang pagong ay lalabas na in just a bit.
Yeah. Breaks back pa yung Buristing series ito. No? Nakita natin chip kanina ngayon. Makikita natin yung ikalawang Lord. Ito yung laban na wala pang Lord pero meron nakakadyo Smart Omega.
Si Kaloy yung binibigyan na Smart Omega. Tinawag na rin si Barbiel. Hindi sila nagbibiro. Gusto nila ng dugo. Pero naiiwan na doon sa pagong. Makuha na ni Eb na King yon. Dalawang miyembro ng Smart Omega ay humahabol. Kaloy ang mamamatay at makukuha nila yung trade-off. But still, third on the sound of the hands of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they still got a return kill for Omega. So kahit paano, medyo masaya sila sa nangyari. Kasi this is tempo and also limiting the early game potential ng Twisted Minds. Ang ganda lang nung ginawa ni Lanzo kanina. However, yun yung kailangan ingatan ng Smart Omega. Again, yung Barbiel. Pwede niyang kapitan kagad yung Leomord dito for the side of Smart Omega. Kasi ang dali ikas niya eh. First killan niya na kung saan dadaan si Barbiel. Yung Phantom Seat ay pwedeng harangin ni Lanzo and it effectively shuts down the entry of the Leomord.
The idea here though, para sa Smart Omega, is yung perfect combo din.
May kabayo din.
Very aggressive yung nilabas dito ni Sean Men. Siya rin may alagad din pala siya na pwedeng ilabas. Depende kung kokopyahin niya yon, but to no avail. Wala sila nakuha na kill sa pagkakataon na yon as Ryzen safely secures another jungle creep. Pero si Kaloy nagmamatsyag lang sa bandang ibaba, looking for some extra chances at this point.
Nabuhay yung childhood ko, men. Kala ko Shonda Ship lang yung makikita ko sa buhay na to. May Shonda Horse.
Tama naman. Kasi ginamit niya at kinopya niya si Barbiel. Barbiel din kaya yung pangalan. Siguro naman. Kasi kinopya lang niya yun.
Oo, kasi ano yun eh. Sabi niya IMU eh.
Oo nga naman.
Ayaw mo Filipino adaptation, Makibao?
Pwede.
Kilala mo si Makibao.
If you know, you know. Yung mga ano dyan.
Pag inabutan mo yun, magkasawa ka.
Kaya may back pain ka na.
Tumatanda na tayo, pare. Ang tagal na nun ah.
Pag naabutan mo, may
Yung
back
una
pain
ko
ka
kasi
na.
naalala, pare.
Favorite ko yun, men. Ano yun? Naalala ko, 11 a.m. yun.
No, men, Hachile,
Makibao. Yaday.
Memorize mo ah. Memorize mo ah.
Pare, tumatanda ka na rin, pare.
Hindi, kwento lang ni Burrito.
Kwento lang ni Burrito, men. Lahat po ng mga naaalala namin, lahat ng legendary stories na naaalala namin ay kay Burrito galing.
Okay, so pwestuhan na sa turtle. Agad-agad naman binigyan. Perxiva ay low pero di nasalan lang at makakatras naman ang mga members ng Twisted Minds.
Yeah. This is the issue of Twisted Minds right now. Again, may sagot na yung Smart Omega dito sa Deadly Magic na binabato ni MP the King.
Si Sean ay hindi pinapaalis. Hinahawak-hawakan lang neto ni James. Managing Sunstorm na ginawa nila kanina. Ngayon ay si Perxiva. Medyo delikado na ang buhay niya. Nandito si Ryzen para kumuha ng counter entry ay nagamit na rin para sana i-secure yung kill. Pero itong si James ay sinampahan hindi ng kaso kundi ni glue ni Lansu. At hindi pa rin tapos. Sumusubok pa rin naman ang Smart Omega na kumontrol for the turtle. Ang kaso nga lang, wala rin naman yung ginagawa ang Twisted Minds. Hindi naman nila pinaforce at hindi nila minamadali.
Tol, nakita mo yun, naghiwalay sila eh. Parang ang daming nangyayaring laban. Akala mo, lalamang na yung Twisted kasi nakakuha sila ng isang kill. Pero pagkatapos nun, nagpupulasan sila, na-realize sila ang baba na ng buhay ng lahat.
Oo, tsaka kaya nagkaroon ng stalemate kasi parang walang final ending yung naging engage for both sides kasi hinihil lang ng Smart Omega yung damage ng Twisted Minds. And ang problema din ng Smart Omega ay hindi nila kaya habulin pa yung heroes ng Twisted.
Tinawag na naman si Barbiel, ang Ryzen ay nandyan. Mukhang makukuha na ng diretso yung pagong dahil malayo din naman si MP the King. Clean get objective para sa Smart Omega pero nakapush naman itong Twisted Minds.
Objective for an objective yun. Torre ang nakuha dito ng Twist pero mukhang ipapalag pa rin nila to. Si Lansu, medyo madami sila. Kahit kakaunti yan sa inyong paningin, makakatakas pa rin. Twisted holding on to a 200 gold lead sa ngayon. Omega just getting more objectives. Slowly in their favor. Nilabas na naman yung kabayo pero wala na naman silang pupunteriyahin dahil si Kaloy willing magpakita sa mapa.
Yeah. Tsaka ang isa pang problema dito ng Twisted Minds is even though they have the damage, again, napag-usapan na natin yung Khalid kanina, you also have to worry about the sustain. Now that the War Axe is complete on Ryzen, pwede na siyang humarap. Hindi niya kailangan intindihin yung burst damage na pwede manggaling sa Twisted Minds because he has the sustain. Kailangan dito ng Twisted Minds mabili yung pinaka-importanting item sa game na to, which I feel like it is a requirement for both Lansu and Kaloy, yung Dominance Ice.
Sobrang laking bagay nga pala kasi alam nila na yun yung kayang magtanggal ng regen ng side ng Smart Omega. Pero si James ay tuloy sa paghawak dito kay Kaloy pero wala pa naman ding galaw at wala pang ganap ang dalawang kupunan.
Nagkakaano lang, stalemate talaga. Stalemate yung nangyayari dito kasi ang problema, again, kahit ilang bala yung iba to, nire-regen lang.
Uy! Tapos binigla na lang si Perxiva doon, makakapag-regen. Doon sa quick Sunguard, what good disengage mula kay Perxiva.
That was a flicker also used nitong si Sean para sana mapatay itong si Perxiva pero hindi yun yung nangyari. Instead, lipat na lang natin kay Netski na mag-blazing duet naman palabas. Sige, hindi natin nakuha ang buhay nila pero kunin na lang natin ang Torre sa itaas.
Layered gameplay mula dito sa Twisted Minds. 2 objective plays at the same time. Even though hindi ganun kalalaki yung na-burn nilang battle spell, at least they're getting the map control back to their side. Pero again, ang problema dito ng Twisted Minds, scaling pa yung heroes sa Smart Omega. They have to worry about the squad late game.
Kailangan ng maging mindful sa oras kasi kapag by the time na online na itong si Netski, medyo delikado sila doon sa damage output for the third hawak ng Twisted Minds. At si James kay Kaloy nakatingin. Si Lanzo din ang nag-check ng mga bushes. Pumasok na yung Dark Wave Raging Sandstorm doon sa dalawa. Mingwin is gonna go down sa kamay ni Kaloy. And yung Turtle ay masasecure na rin ang side ng Smart Omega. Tuloy pa rin sa pagkaro si James. 4 na low HP, kaso nga lang siya yung nabigyan. And this time, Twisted Minds getting that 3 lives from Smart Omega. At hindi lang yun, plus the turret down middle lane.
High IQ play. Nakita nila si Nets na nasa itaas and it's go time para sa Twisted.
Yeah, focus sa goal yung Smart Omega na kunin yung pagong, pero Twisted Minds, I like how they recognize their own job. Yung ginawa ni Kaloy dito, nirekta niya yung Vexana sa may likuran para makapaglaro si Lanzo sa harapan. And even, oh, that's good!
Flick her blazing duet, pero di umabot na siya si Kaloy para tanggalin yon. Pero kamunti ka na naman ang buhay niya sa kamay ni Mingwin. Wala pa rin namatay doon sa pangyayari. But Perksiva still scanning the floor. Naghahanap ng pwedeng abutan. At si Owl, maalalaman din niyang nandun at makakatakas naman siya.
Tol, ito yung matatawag natin na breaks of the game. Nangyayari na to the entire time. Nakafocus sila sa isang hero and then kamuntikan, pero meron palaging katiting na buhay na natitira, and that would have, changed the tempo of this game. Pero dahil sa mga ganong klaseng pagtakas na ginagawa ng parehas na teams, hindi sila nakakabuild ng kanilang karapatang momentum. But Twisted still holding on to an almost 2K gold lead.
Yeah, ganda ng mga punchback dito for both sides. Even if they lose the previous engagement, they will force something else. And ang ganda, nakita natin mula sa Smart Omega, even though they lost that turtle fight, they got the turtle and they forced something after that. James!
Medyo nahuli niya si MP na King Don. Nandyan na rin naman ito si Perksiva. Nagamit yung hat-trick para makatakas sa Raging Sandstorm. No ultimate para sa kalid ng Smart Omega. Pero matagal pa naman yung objective, hindi rin papapalag ang Twisted Minds.
Again, mapusok yung mga damage dealers para sa parehas na teams. For that Harley, you have that hat-trick. Para naman dun sa Claude nitong Sinetsky, you even have the BMI. So, both teams, kahit na meron silang magandang amount or kahit pumorsyento sila dun sa mga crowd control skills, tila nahihirapan pa rin sila naabangan. So it really will boil down sa kung sino yung mag-e-exhaust ng napakaraming mga skills. At kung sakaling magkaubusan sila, it's also gonna pin on who will be running out of those. Kaloy, nag-aabang kay Perksiva, magkikita sila. James and Lanzu will also do the same. Parating ang Omega dito sa may purple buff, pero tingnan mo, si MP nag-aabang sa may ilog sa kung sino ang kanyang unang makikita at mukhang nakapunto siya kay Netsky.
Alam din naman na sense na parang may nag-aabang doon. Kaso nga lang si Perksiva na lang ang binigyan. Quick Sun Guard Flaker na burn down yung isang magandang resource ng Smart Omega. At maybe hahawakan na Twisted Mind yung Lord. And yes sir, yun ang kanilang plano. Kaloy, nakatingin lang doon sa bush. Pupunta si MP, the King, with the hat-trick. Susubok na bitawan ng kaunti yung Lord. Sasayawan muli ng Twisted Minds ang Smart Omega.
Yeah, that would have been a slight window para sa Twisted. Bumalik si Perksiva, pero ngayon ay nagbabalik naman siya sa laban after being back to the base. Nakita na naman ang dalawang roamers. James, Netsky, right at the L bush, and then MP will be giving the info. At ito na ang posibleng window para sa Omega na umatake at mag-engage.
They saw the green light. Alam nilang wala si MP the King. Ito yung gusto ng Smart Omega. Ito yung ginawa nila ng game number 2. Rise of it at Barbiel. Tinawag na para i-burst down. Nanakapangalan ng Lord. Dumating na si MP. Si Netsky mawawala. Si James patalon-talon doon. Pero yung Lord ay nakuha na rin naman ng Smart Omega. Kalasan at trasa ng mga members ng barangay. Pero sabi ng Twisted Minds, pwede pa namang humabol, maghanap ng target, nakaamoy ng dugo doon sa may bandang bottom lane. But then, Torre na lamang daw sa gitna ang plano. Still, for Twisted Minds, they got 2 members down kapalit ng Lord.
Para kunin ang Lord, kailangan ng sakripisyo. But is it worth it?
I feel like if you're Smart Omega, you're still buying time for Netsky. But Twisted Minds, Sean, an amazing steal on the Vexana ulti. Ang daya nila, wala man silang Lord objective, may sarili silang Lord men na bagsakan. Yung Claude kanina, hindi siya nakapag-blazing duet.
Hahabol ba ang Smart Omega dito? Just 2 contests for that purple buff at bigla mo nang aatras din. They have waves to manage down bottom lane.
And just like that, parang wala nangyari.
Same it.
Ganun na naman ang ganap. We've seen them clash right at the bottom side during the Lord Pit. Akala nga natin ay magiging malinis yung pagkuha ng Omega with that Lord, but it didn't come without consequences kahit na wala dun si MP.
Yeah, medyo weird din yung tapatan. Parang merong immovable object dito. versus an unstoppable force. Twisted Minds, they can play as aggressive as they want. They have the frontline coverage, they have the damage. Pero meron dito yung Smart Omega is yung defense capabilities and also the late game scaling of the Claude. So it really does boil down to how these fights go on. Nanalo yung Twisted Minds kanina kasi na-shutdown kagad nila yung Claude with the Eternal Guard coming from Sean. But now, Smart Omega is taking the control back onto their side. And Netsky is a big problem right now for Twisted Minds.
Sabi nga ni Juday, walang nangyayari.
Walang nangyayari.
Ganun pa rin eh. Parehas din naman na gusto ng Smart Omega na i-manage and Twisted Minds na i-manage yung side lanes nila. Kaya ganun din yung sistema for Twisted Minds. Gusto nila na bigyan si Al ng space. And meron siyang meron siyang protector. Nandyan si Lanzo sa tabi. So hindi nila iniiwan na mag-isa na magta-try and mag-push ng dead lane. And now for this next objective, 1 minute down or 1 minute below 1 minute, ganun pa rin yung estado ng game.
Yeah, stalemate lang talaga. And actually, si Mingwin dito nare-realize niya, ang problema ko is si Kaloy. As in, yung Hilda ay literal. Hinahanap lang yung Vexana sa likuran. Kaya full defensive items sa kanyang pinagbibili. Meron siyang Winter Crown, meron pa siyang Blood Wings. Kung pwede kang burumekta ng Immortality, Malaburito, pwede niyang gawin yon. Kasi ang kailangan niyang gawin dito is talagang hintayin pumasok yung glue. Kaso ang problema, si Kaloy yung nasa harap.
Si James din naman, para sa Smart Omega. Naipit sila doon, apat na miyembro na bagsakan ng EG Boy. Pero doon sa likod, nandun na itong si Lanzo. Si Netsky ang target niya, mawa-flicker out atras. MP the King, Deadly Magic. Nandyan si Sean para gamitin yung barbiel na kinopya. Pero again, wala pa rin namatay.
Wala na namang nakuhanan ng buhay between both of those teams. Magandang engagement from both of the roamers. Ganun pa man, Twisted, Omega, magkakaroon na naman sila ng grand meetup dito sa Lord Pit.
Yeah, there's one big difference in this next team fight though. Yung resources na meron dito yung Smart Omega is lesser than Twisted Minds. Walang flicker si Netsky, walang flicker si James. Hindi ganun kadali para mag-re-engage for Omega.
Tinawag na si Barbiel, papasok doon si Ryzen, pupunta sa likod. Kukuha pa rin niya yung Lords sa kanya. Yung objective na sinimulan ng Twisted Minds at si MP the King ay mawawala din. Kapalit naman ang buhay ni Ryzen. 2-1 trade, pero hawak ng Smart Omega yung Lord.
Again, dalawang buhay na naman ang nawala sa barangay, pero kung makukuha nila ang major objective, it may be all worth it.
Yeah, on point. Yung retributions dito ni Ryzen again, effectively buying time for Smart Omega to build this Claude up. Almost 6 items already for the Claude. Meron na siyang Rose Gold Meteor. Ang hinihintay nila siguro nila dito is either yung penetration from the Malefic Gun or another Winter Crown mula kay Netsky. But so far, the trajectory of this game is defense talaga para sa barangay.
Hihintay ang 6-pack abs ni Nets. Siguro ngayon nasa 4 pa lang eh.
Oh, 4-pack.
Nasa 4-pack pa lang.
Nahihiya. Shy type pa yung dalawa sa baba.
Nahihiya pa, pero kung babakbak siya gaya ng ginawa niya dun sa Freya kanina, now might be the time. Only 1.2k ang hinahabol ng Smart Omega. Gumugusto silang kumuha ng real estate perks. Iba na-dish out ng damage ngayon. Pero takas pa rin. All goods pa rin. Lanzo nag-aabang sa may bandang gilid at marami silang toreng kinukuha. Dalawa. But that was more than enough to tie the gold economy.
Dadaanin sa disiplina ng barangay after getting those 2 turrets ay aatras ng tuluyan 98 seconds before the Lord. Nahihirapan pa ang Twisted Minds to go out dahil ang dami nilang waves na minamanage top, mid, and bottom.
Yeah, and just looking at the comp here of Twisted Minds, pag tinignan mo yung damage profile nila, it's just the Granger and the Harley. Yung Valentina you could consider as also sort of a damage dealer, pero problema kasi ang daming humaharang sa side ng Smart Omega. So ang reliable lang talaga is yung Harley and yung Granger. But even si Ao, nahihirapan siya rito humanap ng potential target kasi ang baba pa ng stacks ng kanyang Sky Piercer. And you also have to deal with this annoying sustain mula sa side ng Smart Omega. Si James, kanina pa siya talon ng talon. Ang dami niyang pinagkukunan ng HP. And you also have the Leomord who is just outlasting the Viper. Kaloy!
Nagkamali yata siya nang pinasok na barangay kasi hindi rin nagbibiro ang damage output ng Smart Omega. And babalik tayo doon sa sinabi mo Midnight eh. Linear nga lang yung damage ng Twisted Minds kasi dahil doon sa Granger and dahil sa Harley, ang dami namang frontline ng Smart Omega.
Oo, single target lang sila eh. Kaso ang problema yung mga tatargetin nila, lalaki na muscle din eh. Pag tinignan mo yung Phobos tsaka Khalid, 6-pack din yan eh.
Mga strongman, no?
Strongman.
Mga strongman ang kalaban nyo, pare. Kaya sa ngayon, for Twisted, again, gaya ng mga sinabi nyo, meron naman silang damage eh.
Yeah.
Ang problema, yung kumbaga hahatawin mo. Willing eh.
Nakukunat eh.
So hahanap ka talaga kung ikaw ang Twisted Minds ng tamang ruta para makapag-dish out ng damage. Yung ginawa kanina ni Kaloy na nahanap niya si Mingwin na nasa bandang likuran would be a way for them to approach this situation. Pero considering that halos nasa 50 mil na ang gold ng parehas na teams, it's gonna be very difficult for them to dish out some damage as the Lord Pit already surrounded by both. Lanzo nagtatago sa may bandang dabuhan.
Kinukulit-kulit lang ni MP the King sa kanyang hat-trick na Unli at paulit-ulit. Ganon lang yung ginagawa niya. Alam niya rin naman na it would take a lot of resources para ma-lockdown siya sa pangungulit niyang ganyan. But for Smart Omega, again, we're talking about yung mga sumasalubong sa'yo sa barangay, yung mga yabmats ng barangay. Ang lalaking tao eh. Ngayon pinasok na tuluyan sila na mismo yun again is Shane. MP the King is down. Kaso kapalit ng buhay ni James and even Netsky on the process. Nandyan pa si Auto, dish out some damage. Lansu, ang target niya si Perxiva. Papaparaging Sandstorm, papalayo. Yes, wala yung jungler ng Twisted Minds pero lamang sila sa naging palitan.
Halos naging tablado ang laban pero Twisted nakakuha ng dalawa. Wala nga lang silang retry kaya wala munang lalapit sa Lord.
Grabe yung trade na to. Stalemate pa din. 18 minutes in. Ryzen!
Ryzen! Hindi niya yaman
Ipapalag niya!
Ryzen! Pero pinalagan! Na tinawag niya yung Oya Bakay. Sumampat. Kinuha ang buhay neto ni Al. Pero ngayon ay amaatras ang Smart Omega. Nasampahan lang muli ni Lanzo. Pero di niya na sinubukan pang ituloy. Na-even out yung trade-off. Wala pa rin nakakapag-Lord.
Dinaan sa tapang ni Ryzen. Nakuha niya ang gold laner. Ang magiging problema lang nila ngayon, meron ng retry dahil kay NP the King mula sa Twisted Minds. But either way, wala din silang gold laner. Parehas na naman yung sitwasyon.
Parehas lamang, parehas lugi. And ito may Winter Crown na yung Claude. Still hard for Twisted Minds to actually engage, but I would like to commend both the mid laners here. Yung kapitan ng Smart Omega men, buong game, hinahabol siya nung Hilda. One death lang si Mingwin. And samantalang si Sean naman, pangalawang beses niya nang pinatay si Netsky.
Nandun yung yung face-off eh. Nandun yung pareha silang trabaho na ginagawa talaga nila lahat ng pwede nilang gawin. Even Mingwin uses that skill para sa vision. MP the King, ang naging target niya, itong si James. May passive pa naman para makatalon. Hindi pa mamamatay sa kamay ng Harley.
James.
Pero nandyan si Lanzo para pwede tapusin ang misyon. Nandyan na rin si Ryzen para protektahan. Mamamatay pa rin. Nandyan na si Netsky. Bang, bang. Nandyan na yung Blazing Doom para gamitin pa. Winter Crown. Pero nga lang, nasusustain yung damage. But sabi ni Mingwin, ako na ang bahala. Kaso, namontra sila. Biglang bumaba sa dalawa ang bilang ng barangay. And ang Twisted Minds, si Lanzo lang yung nawala.
Si Mingwin na sana ang babaliktad ng sitwasyon pero Twisted kumakatok na sa pintuan ng barangay.
Patrick na rin, papasok pa rin ang Twisted Minds. Ryzen na paggamit na ng kanyang barbiel. Another hit from Baby the King, kamuntikan pa. Makiklear yung Million Wave, buhay pa rin ang Smart Omega.
The barangay is still standing. Wala man ang gitnang inhibitor. Humihinga pa rin.
Wala pang retry. Si MP the King, maybe they will still force this. And Smart Omega, they cannot find the entry. Finally, Twisted Minds. They get a Lord, pero tinakot lang.
Okay, akala natin ay papasok ng dire-diretso. Pero dahil bulagta si Lanzo doon, ay nawala na.
Bulagta si Patrick.
Sa sobrang wala nangyayari, men, bumulagta si Patrick, nagpahinga.
Tinignan yung kalawakan eh.
Sabi niya, teka lang, kailangan huminga. Let me take a break.
Wala akong kabayo eh. Wala siya kabayo, pero siya lang tumatakboy.
Siya yung starfish na tumingin sa mga stars.
Oh my
But then again,
gosh.
looking at Twisted Minds, the Lord is marching down with a lane. This is their second shot at trying to end this game. 4 na miyembro, 5 ang dedepensa mula sa barangay.
Tol, mind you, wala nang retry. Or should I say, wala nang immortality. Mula sa Omega, madedepensahan kaya nila.
Umusig na rin si Kaloy Raparapan. Si James ay low on HP. Mapamawasan doon, mamamatay. Pero nakapag-regen doon sa base. Ngayon ang Twisted Minds ay sumusubok pa rin. Binaburst lang ng barangay yung Lord. Depensa, puso ng mga marino ng barangay. Smart Omega, but Netsky. Sean finds the gold laner. Perxiva ay mawawala na rin. Si James tumalon out of desperation. Winter Crown para sana mabuhay pa pero hindi na kinakaya pa ng barangay. Ryzen on his last effort to defend. Barangay makukuha nga doon si Sean pero tuloy pa rin ang Twisted Minds to twist the reality against Smart Omega.
Tablado man sa kalagitnaan. Itinabla ng kumpleto ng Twisted Minds para makuha ang kanilang unang panalo sa Season 17.
From an explosive rookie season to an outstanding sophomore performance, once again, Sean shuts down Netsky and finally opens the opportunity to win against the Barangay.
They had it. At times, nakita natin na sobrang stalemate nung laban to a point. We are not sure kung kaya bang tapusin ng Twisted Minds yun, but then they delivered. They got this series against Smart Omega.
Again, major props pa rin sa Barangay for that performance na kanilang ipinakita sa araw na ito. They're gonna have to go back to the drawing board after this game, but my goodness, hindi ito nakuha ng Twisted Minds ng madali.
Yeah. It had to come down to mechanical executions. Yung mga stun ni Sean, yung mga pagkapit ni Lanzo sa mga targets, yung targeting din ni MP the King. Na-realize nila late game, puruhan lang natin ang puruhan yung Phobius. Lahat ng deadly magic mula kay MP the King ay pinapatama kay James. And I'm not sure if lahat ng deaths ni Netsky ay nanggaling kay Sean, pero all key fights, the Twisted Minds has won. The Valentina was able to take out the Claude.
Parang nakalock in eh. Siya lagi yung target eh. Alam ni Sean na mahirap na yung laro dahil nakapag-farm up na si Netsky. But then sabihin na natin, yung mid lane matchup, Sean versus Mingwin, they showed a lot of glimpse kung ano sana yung nangyari way back MDL Season 5 na finals. Pero dito sa matchup na to, Sean got the best of it.
Just incredible from both, but here is Twisted Minds.
And it's Twisted Minds denying a reverse sweep. Their first match win. Palakpakan naman natin ang Twisted Minds.
Oh, and Twisted Mind really did twist that Game 3 to get their first win of the season. They're finally in the winning slate. Congratulations beside me, MP the King. MP, 3 games in, you finally got your win. Tanungin ko lang, ano yung pinaka naging challenge nyo ngayong season so far?
Siguro yung pinaka naging challenge namin this season, yung mga sarili lang din namin. Kasi ramdam namin bago magsimula yung season, parang hindi kami sobrang committed sa ginagawa namin.
But now, can you talk about that commitment? Gaanong ka-committed na ngayon ang Twisted Minds?
Siguro sobrang committed na, parang natauhan kami after week 1. Ayaw namin na matapit si Kirk.
Okay. Nakita natin na si MPA talagang pinibigay na ang power ng kanilang team ngayon. But beside me is Kaloy. Kaloy, yung game 1 nyo, sobrang landslide din na nangyari kasi sobrang laki ng gap when it comes to kills. I think that is 16-2. Sobrang ganda ng simula nyo. What was going through your mind during game 1? Feel nyo ba kayo yung mananalo talaga sa serye na to?
Ano po, parang inisip lang po namin manalo, parang pa-momentum lang po bukas kasi may laban po kami sa Aurora.
Okay, so parang yun yung pinanghawakan nyo kahit natalo kayo nitong game 2 and taking into game 3, ang ganda na ginagawa ng Hilda mo ah. Sino nagsha-shot call sa inyo doon?
Sila Anso po eh. Basta sabi niya sa akin, nawakan ko lang yung post for nila eh.
Okay, good game plan ang nangyari sa kanila ngayon, Denise. Pero gusto ko rin tanungin ngayon si Owl. Owl, hello, welcome back sa MPL Philippines. Ano ba yung pakiramdam na nagbabalik ka na sa stage na to?
Siyempre, masaya. Pero sobrang daming challenges. Kailangan ano ba yun? I-overcome.
Ba't natatawa ka na? Nakapag-adjust ka na ba doon sa buong team nyo, sa chemistry nyo?
Sobrang dali lang mag-adjust sa team kasi sobrang yung marami kaming banding sa team.
Mukhang nagbabanding nga kayo. Talagang natutuwa si Kaloy pag nagsasalita ka.
Ito naman, si Sean. Sean here, guys.
Sean.
We know you had a stellar rookie season. Pero for this season, ano naman yung gusto mong patunayan?
Gusto ko lang talaga patunayan ngayon na malakas talaga yung Twisted Minds na kaya namin mag-EWC this season.
At napatunayan nila yan. First win of this season. Ano pa yung mga dapat naming expect sa inyo throughout this season?
Expect nyo lang sa amin na mas marami kaming lason na baon. Tsaka mag-ready na yung team sa amin.
Grabe ka na talaga, Sean. Alam mo, siya talaga yung isa sa mga players na inaabangan natin every time na kakausapin natin ang kanilang team.
And now, it's time to look at our screens. Sino kaya ang MVP for this match?
And that's you, Lansu! Mukhang gana yung mga shot call mo this match. Lansu, what can you say sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa Twisted Minds?
Salamat po sa mga pumunta. Gagalingan pa po namin lalo.
And with that, let's give a round of applause once again to Twisted Minds.
I cannot stress this enough, Odin. As they take their walk of victory, grabe, yung naging last game natin. At kanina, they promised right in front of their fans, mas gagalingan pa namin this season.
And we've seen that right before our very eyes. Gusto talaga nilang makip yung momentum dahil nga aabangan daw natin ang laban nila bukas. But bago tayo tumungo sa mga kaganapan na yan, balikan muna natin what happened in the Land of Dawn kasama ang ating mga casters.
Salamat sa ating mga hosts. That was Twisted Minds. We're happy that we get to hear a piece of their mind. Kani-kanina lamang. There were some very bold statements. But of course, that is what you would be expecting from a team that is full of dreamers. Lalo na sa Season 16 Rookie of the Season, Sean, with his Valentina.
I was gonna say, if he wasn't MVP, gagawa ko ng formal dispute. Kasi, men, siya
Pupunta
talaga
ka sa likod?
Oo, pupunta ako sa likod. Kasi, ito yung stalemate breaker. Kumbaga, pina-establish natin buong game, ang problema ng Twisted Minds is the late game Claude. Si Netsky yung magiging recipe ng Smart Omega to actually get a footing in this game. Umabot tayo sa punto na, yes, nagkaroon na ng damage yung Claude. Problema na siya sa mga teamfight. Somebody had to stop the Blazing Duet. He did that not just once, not just twice, hindi pa sapat yung ikatlo. Sabi niya, 4 ang gusto ko. And pinatay niyang 4 na beses, men. Si Netsky, well, yung isang beses na KS. Pero he still did his job. And mukhang napasama pa yung pag-pick nung Vexana. Kasi ginamit pa ni Sean yun. Sabi niya, okay, kung gusto niyo patayin yung glue namin, papatayin ko yung Claude nyo.
Yun yung paulit-ulit na ginawa niya, even if umabot pa dun sa point na naka-winter crown na itong si Netsky, inabangan pa rin niya, men.
Hindi siya nakising eh.
Oo, nung natunaw yung yellow dun sa winter crown, wala na rin. Tunaw na rin si Netsky.
Nawala yung hero niya. Ganon yung nangyari for Smart Omega. So this is essentially what the story of the game was. It was 18 minutes of stalemate. Walang nangyayari. Nagbabanteran lang sila. Kumbaga, alam mo yung nag-aambahan. Tapos si Lansu nakaharap na magandang shot call na eto na lang, Phobius na lang bigyan natin. Sasampahan ko yung Phobius. Kasi kapag napatay na yung Daking yung Phobius, may reset for the Phantom Steed. Pwede niyang abangan na yung re-engage dito ng Leomord. But again, Netsky, he could have had so many moments. Ayun, nawala bigla. Parang bola yung Claude.
Nabura.
Ben, idadagdag ko lang din siguro yung kinailangan na adjustment ng Smart Omega pagdating sa item. Specifically itong si Mingwin. Kasi siya palagi yung pinupuntahan ni Kaloy dun sa bandang likuran. So instead of him building up on at least a few more offensive items, wala na siya masyadong nadidish out na damage. And that would have been the game changer para mabaliktad nila yun. Kasi nakita natin yun during the last clash na kapag patumba siya ng dalawa. Pero pagkatapos nun, ang maaambag niya na lang talaga is yung pagbaba ng alagad niya. And the rest, wala na masyado.
You can blame him kasi kung ikaw yung laging pinupuntahan ng Hilda, might as well, isipin mo din yung sarili mo at that point. Kasi kung mawawala ka din sa team fight, ang laki ng damage output na mawawala from Smart Omega. Thus, ganun yung naging desisyon ni Mingwin throughout that game. Imagine, that second item priority sa Winter Crown.
Yun yung tinatawag kong burrito build eh. Yung takot mamatay. Pero kasi dito sa game na to, kailangan niya kasi mabuhay. Kasi siya yung shutdown para kay Lansu. So it makes perfect sense. But it was capitalized heavily here by Twisted Minds. And pagdating ng late game, kanina binangkit natin na nahihirapan yung Twisted Minds when it comes to dealing damage kasi hindi nila maisara yung mga kill. Pero nung nagkaroon ng tempo, nagkaroon ng momentum, nung nakakuha na ng 30 stacks yung Granger, here comes the Sky Piercer, here comes the numbers. And yun yung hindi na kinaya ng Smart Omega kasi finally may delete button na yung Twisted Minds.
Kaya willing sila na i-commit yung mga kills na parang wala talaga masyado nangyayari. It's for the greater good. It's for the stacks.
Yes.
Diba? Hindi mahalaga kung hindi natin makuha yung objective pagkatapos ng mga kill. Ang importante, magka-stacks yung Granger, magka-stacks yung ibang may kailangan ng damage. And for the other side, yung Smart Omega, binibuild up nila yung 6-pack ups ni Netse. Kaso yung problema, ang labanan, bodybuilding, may taser na dala yung isa eh.
Oo, mali. Si Sean eh, no?
Lugi eh.
Nung mag-flex ng Blazing Duet.
Tas ayun na. And the rest was history. Twisted Minds, just a really great performance. You also have to admire yung mga pinipili nila. Nasabi rin ni Sean kanina, expect yung mga lason picks pa nila. I mean, they do have Bonchan and Eson as part of their coaching staff. That's the least to be expected from this team.
Yeah. Kumbaga sa history ng MPL natin, isa sila sa mga pasimuno ng mga dark system. Hindi pa naman dark system nung time na yun. Ang tawag pa natin doon parang new meta. Ngayon kasi parang sa dinami-dami ng mga heroes, may mga ine-expect ka na normal na lalabas. Pero may mga bagay kasi na yung hindi mo talaga ever i-expect.
Sila yung explorers ng Dark Continent talaga. Nauna na sila doon. Kumbaga, alam na nila kung ano yung mga pasikot-sikot dito.
May kondo na sila doon.
Doon sila nakatira.
Nandun na medyo matagal but you also have to admire yung exploration nila Since nandun na sila, you know, there's not much room for them to do the same thing over and over.
Yes.
Kailangan bawat linggo meron tayong madidiscover na iba, 'di ba? Yung una nga di natin na predict na yung Freya ganito pala magiging kalakas, and then all of a sudden nandito na tayo. But then we're gonna hear more from your favorite players dahil ito ang Infinix mic check.
Walang boy Khalid.
Sumusugal. Try nyo lang. Di ba pasok sa amin to? Pre, bilisan nyo na lang, pre. Lord lang. Okay na. Nice one. Tapa. Ay, trabahong malinis na lang dito ha. Ay, player na po, bis pre. Khalid po, bis ha. Khalid po, bis boy ha. Ay, Khalid sa likod. Okay, paulan na lang. Paulan lang bala pre. Player ng Khalid pre. Tingnan sa akin ha. Tap nga. Patay ka pre. Nice. Kalma. Side tower. Patay ako ha. Pabis nga. Dik sana pre, baka sumasok pre. Dik sana. Nice. Kalma lang. Riser. No mode. Pro, no mode. Tower lang.
Alam nyo, kanina pinag-uusapan namin dito, yung mga unang simula ng mic check nila, naman chill lang
Kalmado.
Tower lock.
Cloud. Tumataas yung pitch
Pag alam mong kailangan mong tignan pag gano'n nakataas yung pitch.
Man, iba yun. Pero andun yung focus nila na, again, naawa ako kay Nets doon kasi para siyang hero magnet. Once na pumasok siya, lipat tayo doon. Doon tayo mismo.
Mataas na yung pitch.
Mataas pa yung attraction kay Nets. Pero ayun na, Twisted Minds just got it. Pero para sa karagdagang impormasyon, we're gonna toss it over to our side reporters segment. Here it is now.
Maraming salamat, casters, sa paghatid ng tatlong laro na punong-puno ng aksyon para sa ating unang serye. Indeed, an explosive way to start our Week 2 as Twisted Minds and Smart Omega take us to Game 3. Indeed, a twist of fate para sa Twisted Minds since they also get their first match win for the season. This is your very own Odin reporting on the side to tell you what is also happening outside our region. Ngayon naman ay pag-uusapan natin ang MPL Indonesia na ngayon ay sinisimula ng kanilang liga para sa Season 17. Today, the Filipino imports are also taking over at una na lamang dyan para sa unang araw is Coach Wynot, Andoryu, and Okir para sa Team Navi kontra sa RRQ. At mamaya naman ay aabangan din natin ang laban ng former teammates and former Kings of Sea na RSG Philippines. It's Coach Panda and Eman na maglalaro ngayon para sa Bigatron by Vitality at kakaharapin nila ang pinag-usapan din naman na M7 runner-up na Alter Ego. At bukas naman, ang pinaka-inaabangan nating debut sa Indonesia ng ating gold standard na si Kelra at kasama na dyan si Kyrie para sa ONIC at kakalabanin naman nila ang RRQ. Isa na namang Royal Derby ang aabangan natin bukas sa MPL Indonesia. At balik naman tayo dito sa Pilipinas dahil hindi pa natatapos ang mga aksyon na para sa unang araw ng Week 2. Mamaya lamang ay aabangan naman natin ang ONIC Philippines kontra sa TNT Pro Team. Kaya huwag kayong aalis dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 17.
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko bang magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello class, so matanong ko lang, sa Scream, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka class, tama. Importante ang comms, mapa in-game o relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo guys. Tingnan nyo tong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yan, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Ay, para iwas crash!
Oh, shit! Plus 5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow!
Oh yeah.
May bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carl T?
Ako! Si Carl T, Goat! Si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay. Pakinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan ah.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
Okay, that's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week I graded recitation math sa stage.
Goodbye! Thank you, teacher!
shoutout pala kay Perks. Perks, galingan natin parehas, Perks. Anong preparation natin, pre? Sana makahula na kami, guys. Sana manalo na kami, guys. Sana makatagos tayo, guys. Sana manalo tayo lahat. Sana panalo tayo sa buhay. Dasal lang tayo, tol. Pati pa naman sa checkping, strict yung account ko. Sana makachamba sa mga gods, sa mga old gods. Sa mga old gods dyan, oh. Sana makachamba ang mga current. Ano daw feelings, pre, nung nasa MPL na, pre. Sobrang saya. Andito pa rin kami, magkakampi pa rin kami simula MDL hanggang MPL ngayon this season.
Masaya dahil na-appreciate ng mga orgs yung mga MDL natin. Parang dami nila ngayon. Kailangan natin, pre, ha? Kailangan natin manalo, pre. Yung mga pumunta dito, pre, ilang oras bumiyayan, pre, para supportahan tayo. Okay? Second game of the season, sana manalo kami, guys. Yun. Grabe, ang dami niyo pala MDL Cup, no? Nakakapasok na. Kalat na. Pati sa ibang region, grabe. Ayun guys, message ko kay Coach Bon. Coach Bon, namiss na kita. Namiss ko ng mga turo mo sa akin. Pero sana ngayong araw, kami muna, Coach.
Di abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies? Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello class, so matanong ko lang, sa scrim, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka class, tama. Importante ang comms, mapa in-game or relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo guys. Tingnan nyo tong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support na tayo, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Ay, para iwas crash!
Oh, shit!
Plus 5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow. bagong grading sa loob ng classroom. Sino kaya ang bagsak at sino ang may palag? Okay. May grado na ang lahat base sa inyong naging pinakamainit na katapat sa lane. Now, class, ano sa tingin nyo ang palag ni Demon Kite kay Carty?
Ako! Si Carty, si Demon Kite, celebrity!
Okay, pakinig. So, pag-usapan naman na natin yung iba't ibang uri ng rivalry, class. So, unang rivalry, yung team na palaging next season na lang versus yung team na palaging nag-champion.
Ma'am! Masakit naman yan!
Ma'am, parang may pinapatamaan ah.
Grade 91%. May angas, may storyline, pero minsan pag finals, bigla na lang nawawala. Parang signal sa probinsya.
Ma'am, di naman na kami yan, no?
That's all, class. Don't forget to study your rivals kasi next week ay graded recitation na sa stage.
Goodbye and thank you, teacher!
Shoutout pala kay Perks. Perks, galingan natin parehas, Perks. Anong preparation natin, pre? Sana makaula na kami, guys. Sana manalo na kami, guys. Sana makatagos tayo, guys. Sana manalo tayo lahat. Sana panalo tayo sa buhay. Dasal lang tayo, tol. Pati pa naman sa checkping, strict yung account ko. Sana makachamba sa mga gods, sa mga old gods. Sa mga old gods dyan, oh. Sana makachamba ang mga current. Sana daw feelings, pre, nung nasa MPL na, pre. Sobrang saya. Andito pa rin kami, magkakampi pa rin kami simula MDL hanggang MPL ngayong this season.
Masaya dahil na-appreciate ng mga orgs yung mga MDL natin. Parang dami nila ngayon. Kailangan natin, pre, kailangan natin manalo, pre. Yung mga pumunta dito, pre, ilang oras bumiyayan, pre, para supportahan tayo. Okay? Second game of the season, sana manalo kami, guys. Yun. Grabe, ang dami nyo pala MDL Cup, no? Nakakapasok na. Kalat na. Pati sa ibang region, grabe. Ayun guys, message ko kay Coach Bon. Coach Bon, namiss na kita. Namiss ko ng mga turo mo sa akin. Pero sana ngayong araw, kami muna, Coach.
Di abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
Usapang meta for today's class. Excited na ako! Meta? May itatagos kaya?
Good morning, teacher!
Hello class, so matanong ko lang, sa scrim, sino yung madalas nagsastruggle?
Ako po, ma'am. Nahihirapan po kasi ako sa shot call kasi isa lang po yung gusto ko tumatawag sa akin.
Oh, shit!
Teka class, tama. Importante ang comms, mapa in-game or relationship, di ba?
Relate ka, ma'am?
Secret. Anyway, next question tayo guys. Tingnan nyo tong draft. Sino dito yung nag-overcommit sa top lane?
Uy, naku! Parang support ata yan, ma'am.
Ay nako, bagsak ka sa counterplay. Huwag ka kasi clash ng clash kapag hindi ka pa crush. Este para iwas crush!
Oh, shit!
Plus 5 points ka sa hugot, ma'am.
Okay. That's all, class. See you tomorrow!
super family known for their chemistry, their camaraderie, and winning culture, led by the newest import of the Philippines, is looking for revenge, not only from last week, but also against the team that dropped them off in the playoffs. The Phoenix Army, with a new face at the middle. Maligayang pagdating, pagbabalik dito mismo sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang players sa buong mundo. This is MPL Philippines Season 17 here at the Filipino broadcast. It is Hans Galeria, joined by Josh Cakes, and of course Midnight, and over at the English desk.
It's us, still the Wee Bear Bros over here on the English desk. It's me, Naisu, Leo, and Renmar, and we'll be joining you guys in the English broadcast later.
And with that being said, of course, this game is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. Leading onto this game, we've already said it, ONIC versus TNC. A lot of history ang pinaliligiran ng dalawang koponan na ito, but one direction goes for both of them, and that is to officially get back into the winning column.
Sorry. We have yet to see. Going back, we have yet to see na manalo ang TNC Pro Team sa kanilang, sabihin natin, bagong luma lineup with the addition of Stome. And for ONIC naman, nakita na natin yung performance ni Savero. Welcome na welcome. Winelcome niya mismo ang sarili niya dito sa MPL PH.
Oo, nagpakilala. Kumbaga, sabi niya sa lahat ng doubters dyan, ako, Savero, good laner of ONIC Philippines.
Oo nga, may marunong ba magbasa sa inyo? Anyone?
I understand more than I speak. I understand more than I speak. This guy right over here.
Your thoughts of this game, go ahead.
Well, I'm excited to see ONIC in action again, because every time we've seen ONIC so far this season, it's a 3-game series. They can take very commanding wins. The game 1 that they played against Falcons Philippines last week, they dominated. And then in games 2 and 3, that's when they started running out of gas, because Falcons Philippines decided to get really crafty with it. But for TNC, again, I still want to see more of the TNC that made us believe in the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs. I don't think we're quite there yet, but we've seen enough, I think, that this might be the week where we're going to start seeing them really start performing better.
I think there's no use in looking back to the past. Today they decide, hey, we're playing with Stome. In case you didn't notice, when they left that elevator, si Stome, yung kasama nila.
I think either way, there's a lot that people want to see from TNC because of what they saw in the playoffs. This is what we echoed back in week 1, even last week. But also, the thing for ONIC is we spent so much time talking about Savero. What about the monster with him, man? What about the monster mage Super Prince?
Yeah, I mean, from the looks of it, yun yung nabanggit sa ilan sa mga podcasts from a bunch of content that you guys have mentioned. Probably Wolf has also done yung punto na itong si Super Prince ang puso ng ONIC Philippines. What do you think about that statement?
Well, honestly, I think ine-echo din to ng coach nila na ngayon ay nasa Navi, Indonesia. Nandiyo si Coach Wynut with a quote. Sabi niya, he makes great shot calls, has a great read on the map. He's very calm and collected. When we lost the last season, it was because he couldn't do what he was supposed to do. If Prince is not active from the game, it gets really hard for the team. Sinabi niya to sa podcast nila ni Mirko for MPL Indonesia, and I honestly think the same thing. Kumbaga, yung mga teams kasi, they have their own identities, they have their own play style, and I feel like for ONIC Philippines, since ang tagal niya na nandito, I would even dare say, ONIC Philippines is Super Prince.
Oh, nandun nga din sa dulo. He is the main pillar of ONIC Philippines. So, safe ba na kapag wala o nadudurog si Super Prince sa lane, matatalo ang ONIC Philippines?
You know what? Historically, he is. This is the 8th season in the MPL, and since he came in, 7 seasons lang yung ONIC since then, Season 4. So talagang si ONIC na nga si Prince.
Yeah, modern day ONIC Philippines is Super Prince. From the Monster Anarchy era that came in.
Season 10.
That's why he's the Monster Mage. That's why we called him the Monster Mage.
And I think that's also the reason why hindi mo, pwede mo sila ma-interchange eh. Ang ONIC ba si Super Prince or si Super Prince ang ONIC, right? Yeah. It heavily depends, and kung sino man yung mga dumating, umalis dito sa team na to, he's been the one that stayed consistent for this game. But guys, I just heard a brand new name entering this series. Leo, you've had a glimpse of it. Talk to us a little too fast about this one.
Yeah, no, real quick. There is a signal announced by TNC themselves, Storm is entering the arena. Kasali ang bago nilang salta sa larong ito against ONIC. Storm is seeing play.
And that is, again, a historic feat para sa pinakabagong manlalaro ng TNC Pro Team. But to get to know him more, we'll be having an interview together with him.
Thank you so much, casters. Indeed, we are feeling the storm here at the dugout of TMC. Dahil nagbabalik! Maligayang pagbabalik sa'yo, Storm! The MPL superfans missed you. You're back finally after how many seasons in the Philippines? Kumusta dahil bumabalik ka na dito sa roots mo kung saan ka nanggaling?
Sobrang saya, parang sobrang sabi kasi syempre nasa Philippines ako dito ako parang umalis.
Feeling mo hindi ka umalis. It's like your home.
Yes.
Ayan. At na-homesick ka ba? Ang dami mong na-miss na season.
Hindi naman. Mas mahaba yung career Asia.
And speaking of your career in Malaysia, again, you're back. Ano yung napansin mong pinakamalaking pagbabago? Naging pinakamalaking pagbabago dito sa liga ngayong nagbalik ka na?
Kasi kahit dati pa parang pabago-bago yung mga malalakas na teams. Kumbaga wala nagdo-dominate talaga. So kung may nagbabago is yung mga teams na nagdo-dominate lang talaga. Tingin ko yun lang yung bago.
And 3 games, third game na to ng team nyo. Kapalitan mo si Lance ngayon. Kamustahin ko lang, kamusta yung dynamic yung dalawa?
Okay naman kasi magkaiba kasi kami ng playstyle So ayun yung medyo tinatry naming i-mix and match pa sa team. And yung hope ko lang sana na mag-workout yung dynamic ko sa team sa game namin sa ONIC.
Yeah, and syempre may mga, of course, sinasabi si Coach about this. Everybody's been itching to ask this. Lancey played 2 games, you're gonna play today. Paano daw yung magiging palitan nyo?
Mahirap masabi. So far, yung plan namin is sa early game lang, early weeks na MPL lang. And then, titignan namin on the fly kung ano ba dapat yung pinakamagandang decision para sa team.
Alright, and of course, you're going against ONIC. In a few, ano bang pwede namin expect for your first game of the season?
Expect nyo na parang ang tagal nyo akong di nakita pero wala akong kaba. So expect nyo na malalabas ko yung best sa game na to, no excuses, and bibigyan namin kayo ng magandang laban.
Bibigyan ng magandang laban, walang kaba. Everybody, welcome back, Storm! Yes, feel the energy from here, and again, we're turning it over back to you guys.
Maraming salamat, Denise. Together with Stone making his return to the Philippines, you love to see the confidence in this guy na parang hindi siya umalis, nandito pa rin, and he's ready to roll.
Considering he's up against the Monster Mage na pinag-uusapan nga natin kanina, kumbaga siya na yung bumuo, o siya na yung personality ng ONIC, siya na mismo yung ONIC Philippines. So, how is this gonna pan out knowing na matinding mage ang kalaban niya?
Alam mo, meron sigurong mga paraan para mabanggit natin yan ng isa-isa ng medyo maayos. Right, Mark?
Why did you howl? Why did you howl, bro?
I always do now.
There goes the signal, ladies and gentlemen.
Pinagtunin mo na nga.
Ito na ang Infinix keys to victory for both teams. ONIC, they have to break down TNC's ultra-slow playstyle and also pressure TNC's mid-lane duo by jungle takeover or river control. In short, mid-lane control na naman. Sobrang importante talaga ng duo mid, especially in this meta. If you get a one-up in the mid lane, napakalaki talaga ng control na binibigay. And TNC, nakita natin yung kanilang past performance, medyo mabagal talaga. Hindi sila ganun ka-aggressive sa early game. So this is something that ONIC can actually capitalize. But for TNC, ano ba kailangan nilang gawin?
Well, hard commit. Being fast against ONIC. If you find an opening to dive, to start building small advantages for yourself before objective fights, you have to take it. There was a little bit of hesitation. It feels like TNC are sort of like in this mode right now of like, they have to think every single step of the way. That's not the DNA of this team. When you're playing around a player such as Chapnu, you want to go for any opening that you find. Draft Hero comes with faster win conditions against ONIC, easier said than done. So let's put it with a little bit more sure statements here. I feel like the Twisted Minds game is a revelation for us. You have to watch out for Valentina and Harley specifically in the center. And We've already seen ONIC Philippines and King Kong get an MVP performance with a Harley jungle. TNC need to watch out for that.
Yeah, I mean, ang dami na nating nakita kahit nasabihin natin na 4 na araw pa lang yung Season 17. There's already a lot of things that we've noticed. And in fact, Naisu, we did take a look at again yung mga Dark Continent picks from before. But let's change a little bit more about that. Kasi sa ngayon, this is TNC with a brand new player. What do you think? Can he contribute to this squad given that it's his first game?
I think he can bring what he learned in Malaysia for all those seasons. You know, there's one thing that you can take is any of the players that get a chance to go to a different region, play there. There is something that they bring themselves from the Philippines, but also that they learn while playing in a different region. So if that means bringing some of the Dark Continent picks or some of the off-meta picks for Storm, maybe not. It could work. I don't know.
Storm has a pocket Paramis.
That's
so
true.
They might draft around that if possible. But for now, I agree with Hans. Just stay within the meta, go fast, like you mentioned, Renmar. I'd say put Benny on a quick marksman like a Granger or something.
Yeah, I think a faster scaling gold laner for Benny Cutie would do really well for TNC Pro Team, just so also that they don't have to get pressured into, hey, we lost our early game, let's play it slow just so Benny can catch up, because that doesn't work out for them.
Parang abandon carry kaya yung magiging plano kasi for the longest time yun yung nangyayari, and those were games na si Benny Cutie being the carry, even late game tinatanggalan siya ng use ng mga kalaban such as Marcel.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, si Benny din sinabi niya last week ayaw niya magsora.
Kung ayaw niya magsora, does that mean he also doesn't want to play the Freya in the gold lane?
Well, it heavily depends. Kasi, di ba, napapansin natin kanina, there's like a triangular form na.
Yeah.
It's either mapipick yung dalawang heroes, but there's always gonna be one left behind in the banning phase. So it just depends on what you want to do for now.
Honestly, from my perspective, they just stick to what they're used to, you know. Flex that gold lane into the fighter, play the marksman if need be. But again, they have to hone into sa case victory natin. Duo mid is so important, especially in this patch.
Yeah.
No matter what your draft is, if you lose duo mid, if you lose the river, pretty much depende na sa kalaban kung mananalo sila o hindi.
Which we saw in the last series. Like that one game that was a 10-25 minute game or such.
That was a Khalid Valentina.
Khalid Valentina. If you lose that early, I feel like sometimes teams just take the win off that.
Yeah. That's so difficult to do kasi the idea, especially for game number 3, nang nangyari kanina was them breaking that Valentina and Khalid into 2 separate drafts for both of the teams. Will we see that today? That we are about to find out. But of course, para sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, the moment you're waiting for is here. Super Family of ONIC Philippines, Phoenix Army of TNC Pro Team. Here are the 2 teams.
To ensure the integrity of the game, our marshals, Dojin, JT, Miko, and Luis. Tuning out the noise and tuning up the frequency for a week 2 takeover. Sonics, make some noise for ONIC Philippines! Racing for the bounce back and ready to burn through the doubt. Phoenix Army, this is TNC Pro Team! As always, our head referee is set. And our head coaches, for ONIC Philippines, Coach Hayes. For TNC Pro Team, Coach E2 Max. MPL Arena, simple lang mag-ingay!
Heading into week number 2, we got the Ryota variant for the Super Fam. This is ONIC Philippines.
Also led by the Monster Mage super friends is ONIC Philippines, but it's up to the 4 members para i-complement yung galawan on the mid lane. Mahalaga ang magiging matchup, knowing na bagong mage din na makakatapat niya for the side of TNC.
It's not just ONIC Philippines making a slight change. Nakita na natin yung dalawang XP laners, but now a new mid laner enters the fray with Stome together with TNC Pro Team.
It may be a change that TNC needs and want because of the dynamic ng duo mid in this patch. Stone might be able to bring that new flavor in for the Phoenix army so that other strats can work, but I honestly think for TNC, they just need to make it simple. Play aggressive, play fast, and throw away all the pressure because they can actually do it in the stage.
You know, building up on what you said, Midnight, nabanggit din niya ni Stone kanina, yung difference nila ng playstyle, considering na si Stone, I believe, naglaro din siya ng Rome in like a different country, which is Malaysia, might play some big advantages here for TNC.
Yeah, and honestly, the reason why I say throw away the pressure is because we've been able to see it last season. Nung wala talaga silang pressure, yung gusto lang nilang manalo, they were able to dismantle ONIC Philippines from the draft towards the gameplay.
You know, this is the first chapter for both of these teams. A plan for revenge para sa ONIC Philippines. And rarely do you ever say that dahil natandaan natin, these are M6 World Champions. For a moment, they were dominating the tournaments. Pero sa ngayon, they are at TNC's outlook basing on revenge. Idedepende natin yan mamaya at marami pa tayong pag-uusapan. Pero sa ngayon, let's take a listen towards our two players because here is the smart 5G Pink Vest.
Ano daw message natin sa TNC, pre? Tulungan nyo nga ako. Sabi ni Bruce ko, galingin nyo kasi gagalingan namin. And ano guys, thank you sa lahat ng pumunta, especially sa mga galing pang malaking lugar. Ayun. Ibigyan namin kayo ng masayang laban. Ayan na ang mga arts. Hi guys. Hi and goodbye. Salamat sa lahat ng pumunta. Enjoy nyo yung laban namin versus TNC.
Hello. Shout out to you, bro. Are you Stormy? 6. Good luck sa ating dalawa as super friends. Good luck sa ONIC at panalunin niyo ako sa first game, please.
Panalunin nyo naman daw siya sa kanyang opening debut in this Season 17. Again, building up on this guy, Stome. He's had a ton of experience playing overseas in Malaysia, majority of his career. Pero sa ngayon, he seems to be a transformed person. Alam mo yon, nung nasa Bren pa siya for a certain moment in 2 seasons, you don't really get to see him talk as much as he used to now.
Oo, parang nakikita mo nga yung burst of confidence coming in from Stome. And looking back doon sa matchup na to, for that revenge to happen, ang laking key ingredient ni Savero entering this match. Because we're gonna look back doon sa week number 1. May Savero hitlist eh. Nabigyan niya na ng banayad si Owl doon sa kanyang sa unang laban ng ONIC. And doon sa pangalawa against Falcons, nabigyan niya rin si Super Marco. Ngayon, mabibigyan niya ba ng banayad si Benny Cutie?
Yeah, it's definitely something to watch out for. Yung gold lane matchup natin, knowing Savero, he's been historically just a marksman main. And now he has to fight a flex gold laner in the form of Bagyong Benny Cutie. Pero again, just going back to the mid lane matchup, no, sobrang interesting nito kasi again, bagong dynamic yung dala ng TNC. So hindi lang si Benny yung niluluto nila, but the Stome can definitely brew.
Alam mo, ibang klase yung training arc nitong si Savero, no? Unang 3 laro niya, talagang tituladong mga gold laners ang kanyang makakaharap. Now, facing Benny Cutie, the super fam, also present at the back is si Coach Bluffsy na nung last week, hindi siya nagkaroon ng pagkakataon to be there given that he was classified as a player, but that's an extra brain for ONIC Philippines.
Yeah. Good laner siya last week eh.
Oo nga.
Good laner siya last week. Ngayon, isa na siyang assistant coach. Alam mo, lupit nung laban natin, no? Pati yung dalawang head coach men, mga mid laner din. Si Coach Eto Max tsaka si Coach Hayes.
Tapos may gold laner, si Bluffsy tsaka si Hito.
Oh my goodness.
It all interconnects, pare.
Ang maganda dito, pre, first phase ng drop, labanan talaga ng mid lane. Kasi yung dalawang drafter, tatanong mga players, Coach, ano mga magandang mid lane dito? Ano mga panahon mo ba? Ano mga magandang pick na to?
Parang medyo mahirap. Medyo hindi naman ganun ka layo balikan. Pero ayun, yung isang move na ginawa ng ONIC Philippines, yung Valentina kanina pa yan. Na pina-first pick, pina-first place, pina-prayo, tanggalin nga natin.
What's your command?
So this makes the draft a little bit more open para sa ating lahat. Kasi Midnight, you did mention this a while ago that Valentina, nililimitahan niya yung possibility na ma-open yung ibang picks gaya ng Sora and all of the other fighters na malaki talaga yung kanilang ultimates na posibleng may ambag towards this game.
It just gives a lot of option, honestly, for a team. Ang big surprise lang dito is ONIC mismo ang nag-ban and they did it on the blue side. So there's maybe a Sora priority here for ONIC. Either that or they take the Croc kasi yan yung mga tinitignan mo kapag nagbaban ng Valentina yung isang team. Yung mga big ultimates na pwedeng kopyahin. And also due to the fact na yung Valentina ngayon ay pwedeng i-flex into the EXP role.
Ganda rin pala nung pagkakatanggal ng Kalea ng ONIC Philippines. So ayaw lang nila na maging sobrang bilis nung ikot ng TNC. And going back sa keys to victory, yun nga yung kailangan nilang gawin. Play fast enough against ONIC.
You know, I wonder kung ano yung magiging pick ni Stone dito. Kasi I'm still looking at the fact na sinabi niya na magkaiba sila ng playstyle ni Lancy. Lancy is more of those mages that really deal a ton of damage. And we've seen that from him na mas effective siya sa mga ganong klase ng galawan. Pero para kay Stone, anong difference? Ano yung binibigay niya na magiging iba siguro that would shake up ONIC PH at this point?
I would say, remembering from the days nung naglalaro pa si Stone dito sa Pilipinas, he played a lot of utility mages, such as yung nabanggit ni Leo kanina, yung Faramis, even yung mga Eve. But he does play a lot of like weird heroes. Actually, yung nung time nga niya, nagsisilina pa sila kahit hindi meta yung Selena. But that is also very true for ONIC Philippines. If you remember, Super Fence is known as the mid laner who doesn't care about meta. He shapes the mid lane meta.
May mga Louie, may mga Lelia. So hindi problema yung matchup. Ayun na nga yung Sora na binabanggit natin. Dahil sa pagtanggal ng Valentina, sobrang laya nung Sora na yan. So for TNC, mga pwedeng counters, may Phobius, may Zetyan na pwede pang counter-engage. Pero hindi naman worth it i-prayo eh.
Unless they want to go for utility jungler here for Zaida, which is awkward to say. Kasi kilala talaga natin si Zaida na assassin main. Jungle pang kalawakan nga yan eh.
Right, we've talked about it last week, di ba? Nung nag-pick up siya ng Nolan nung game number 2, that kind of changed the tempo for them in AP. It's just that ngayon, magsistira away muna sila doon. Ililihis muna nila yung potential hero para kay Zaida because there's still a good amount of options. Funny lang yung natanggal doon sa banning phase and they picked up Marcel in the first one.
Yeah, they have a combo here. Yung lockdown na pinakita nila last week. Sila din actually nagkumamit ito. Yung setup ng reload manipulation into the golden hour. Ang tagal na hold niyan. So if you're ONIC Philippines, you don't want to pick heroes that rely heavily on duration-based skills like Leo modes. Etong Sora, wala na siyang choice. Kumbaga kailangan niya hintayin yung mga ultimates coming out from TNC.
Right.
So ONIC, they might just fall back to the classic heroes. Maybe yung Suyo ni King Kong or even the Harley actually.
Maganda nga eh. Makuha na ngayon para magkaroon ng threat doon sa Marcel and even doon sa Eve. Kasi mababa din talaga yung max HP. But there you go.
Wow.
This is a show.
This is actually a very brave next 2 picks para dito sa ONIC PH. Kasi again, yung Marcel ang kanilang magiging major problem dyan. Yung face check nung show would immediately make the Marcel na hahawakan itong si Chaknu na mas magiging proactive siya upon getting those visions.
Matamaan ka lang nung passive o nung first skill ng isang Marcel, magugulo na agad yung plano mo. Maaaring ma-delay yung jet condone or yung setup na gusto ng ONIC Philippines.
Saray ko, yan ay Phobius. Phobius and then maybe Sora, Suyo, Red 4. But I guess ang benefit nung Cho is that you change how Marcel plays the game. Kasi usually, yung mga Marcel na nakita natin, especially from Chakno last week, he plays it very aggressively. Like, lalabas siya mula sa isang bush, pipicture niya yung mga kalaban, tatago niya storage, just pipicture niya na naman. But this time around, he has to peel for his, his teammates. Maybe peel for the Lilia, or maybe even the marksman na paparating sa second phase ng TNC. But I like this ban coming out from TNC, removing some of the off-meta heroes that are essentially good against both the Phobius and the Eve.
Yeah, I agree. Sa puntong ito, building upon what you said with Marcel, Chakno, mas magiging maingat siya ngayon kasi posibleng ma-misplace siya nung show in certain situations na maging agresibo siya as how he would want to. But then the Haret is gonna be taken out. And in fact, wala pa tayong nakikita na like full-blown gold laner heroes in the two teams.
Yung Claude nga naisip ko, if TNC wants to ban that or even that Louis, kasi maaaring Claude Louis, yung blue 4 blue 5 pick ng ONIC Philippines, and that is worrisome. I mean, paano mo ka-counterin yung Marcel? Di bigyan mo ng mataas na mobility, alisin mo yung mga target ng Marcel.
Unless they wanna just target Sabero here, Moscow or YSS is open for TNC. They can actually just remove it. Or they take YSS. Talagang super friends talaga. Tanggalin mo yung halimaw sa ONIC.
Right, that's a total of 3 heroes na tinanggal ng TNC Pro Team na targeted para dito kay Super Friends. They want to make things a little bit harder para sa puso ng ONIC PH at this point.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just me, but I want an Obsidia from TNC. There's a lot of mobile heroes on the side of ONIC. Kapag tinanggal mo yon, they're just sitting ducks. And mahihirapan pa sila dyan kasi hindi ka pwede maglakad basta-basta lang kasi ang kalaban mo rito, Marcel tsaka Eve.
Yup, parang pag nakuha ka ng ulti ng Obsidia, tapos sasalaw ka pa ng RWM, sobrang favorable nun for TNC. So if ONIC Philippines would remove that, nandun pa rin yung Claude Moscow na matchup or even the YSS both. Wow, Baxa ang tatanggalin nila.
I mean, at this point, wala pa rin namang jungler ang kupunan ng TNC Pro Team. Mukhang nililimitahan talaga nila na mag-Fred rin itong si Zyda depending on the situation.
Yeah, baka nga lumaspit sila dito eh. Unless they wanna see the gold lane matchup. Kasi pwede nilang gawin, kunin na nila yung Suyo or Guinevere or Fredrin and Red 4. Or if they want, pwede nilang kunin yung YSS. Dito sa Red 4 kasi no matter what, may hero si Zyda kasi wala naman nang pwedeng i-flex pa rito sa side ng ONIC Philippines. So yung jungle pool ay open pa for Zyda to choose from. So it is a choice for TNC kung ano mang gusto nila. Kung gusto ba nila i-lockdown yung hero si Sabero or counter kung ano man yung pwedeng makuwang gold lane dito ng ONIC Philippines. Claude ang pinili ng TNC.
Maybe naisip din nila na baka nga kunin yun ng ONIC Philippines. Either that or the YSS kasi we've seen a lot of Leomord YSS combos from ONIC Philippines. And Sabero, kung titignan mo yung hero pool niya, yun pa nga yung pinaka successful na hero na gamit niya, which is yung YSS. We've seen a lot of games from him. And pwedeng yun na nga, doon na nga patungo ng pick ng ONIC Philippines. Plus, Mage for Super Friends. Someone na kaya ding mag-provide ng damage as early as possible.
Yeah. Ano ba mga ginamit niya? Nabanggit mo na yung Louis before. Yung mga sobrang dami kasing hero niya Prince eh. Kimi. Yeah. Siya rin pa si Muno. What?
Cho Gold?
Wait, we don't know. Ano ba to? Cho XP, XP Hylos, XP Sora, Cho Gold. There's a lot of flex on the side of ONIC Philippines.
Ami, nakadepende pa yan sa magiging huling pick nitong TNC. It varies on the matchups as well. Pero hanggang sa dulo, magdadalawang isip pa rin ng TNC sa kung ano mang pipiliin nila dito.
It's a good Gwyn game though. Like honestly, if you're if papipili mo si Zyda, Gwyn is probably the best here. I mean, it's okay to pick the Suyo. They go Harley themselves!
Wait.
Interesting.
Parang ang hirap pag Harley dito.
Wala siyang, bukod sa Kimi, wala siyang ibang magandang target.
At bukod sa target din siguro ng mga super fans natin ng manalo ng 1,000 MLBB Diamonds. All you have to do is to predict the match winner correctly. Scan the QR code to know more. Dahil mawawala na yan ngayon. Nawala na. Sayang naman. I-back nyo na para may chance pa rin kayong manalo. But guys, you were talking to me about the lack or siguro yung difficulty ng Harley na mag-jungle in this type of composition. Why so? Care to explain?
If you look at the heroes on the side of ONIC Philippines, they have a lot of ways to move around. So kapag nag-engage dito yung Harley with the Deadly Magic, he has to make sure na wala ng dash yung kanyang kalaban. And the secondary problem is may revitalize holder yung ONIC, and there's also the glorious pathway. So pag tinignan mo yung laro ng Harley, it's not as clear-cut as from the Harley we've seen nung series number 1. So hindi ganun kaganda yung early game momentum dito ng TNC unless ONIC messes up.
Right, and the main strength ng Harley is yung early game snowball, which we have seen over the last 2 games noong nakaraang laban natin between the first 2. But then ang tapang ni Brusco, but Zyda stays alive. First blood goes to Chaknu.
Ganda rin nung dating at pasok ni Chakno doon. Alam niya na ginugulo itong si Zyda. Could have been a kill for Brusco, but because of the quick response from TNC, they instead turned the table around and got that first blood against dito kay Brusco.
Not gonna lie, I think if Zyda got that kill, worth it. Kaso since si Chuck na yung nakakuha, hindi ganun ka-worth it kasi nagpakita yung tatlong hero sa harap ni Brusco. So he got golden XP out of that and na-delay pa yung farming pattern dito ni Zyda. And look at this, invasion malala mula sa ONIC. Dalawang part ng mapa, Brusco on the top side, King Kong and Super Fin sa ibaba.
Tol, hindi na sila nag-hesitate as soon as magkaroon ng minor advantage si Brusco to boost himself up to level 2. Nagkaroon ng bahagyang kalamangan in terms of leveling ang ONIC Philippines. Pero yung TNC hindi pa naman nagkakalayo to, but those minor things that we have been seeing so far in the first 2 minutes ang naglalagay sa kanila sa magandang pwesto para mapaglaban yung unang pagong, the first major objective of this game.
XP Hylos din pala to, no?
Oo. May chance na mag-level 5 yung Leomord bago mag-turtle. Kasi makukuha niya yung green, mag-i-spawn yung XP crab, if I'm not mistaken, in like 20-30 seconds. So pwede nila i-delay ng konti ito. Actually, pati yung purple, mag-level 5 nga ito bago mag-turtle.
Laki nung magiging disparity doon sa level ng dalawang junglers. Look at Zyda. Alam din niya na medyo mahirap lumaban at this point, so kukuha sana ng pick of down top lane. Pero nirarush na rin ng ONIC Philippines. Diyan si Brusco sa likod. Siya yung kinastaan ng Deadly Magic. Patay sa kamay ng TNC and King Kong will get the turtle.
That's gonna be a trade for both teams. Isang buhay na wala para sa ONIC pero sila ang nakakuha ng turtle.
Grabe yung alay buhay ni Brusco para makakuha ng objective. Ryota!
Hindi siya pinapatakas ng mga members ng TNC but still manages to survive.
And yung ginawa niya doon, yung pinilit niya na isalba yung Revitalize. Just great trigger discipline mula kay Ryota.
Oo, sabi niya, kulang damage mo, hindi ko pipindutin to. Pero nanginginig ng konti yung daliri.
Nakatutok na kumbaga.
Nakatutok. Actually, nakapindot na nga yun eh. Naka-hover na sa cancel eh.
Ano, pindot ko na ba ito? Di, wag muna.
Kinaya.
Okay, nakahinga ng maluwag-luwag, but then for TNC, they got the first 2 kills in this game courtesy of their aggression na ginagawa nila. So there have been some trades happening in spite of those objective takes ng ONIC.
Yeah, ang goal ng ONIC dito is talagang palakihin yung lamang ni Leomord. Palakihin yung lamang ni King Kong para magkaroon sila magandang mid-game.
This time, titingnan mo yung alkalaw ni Zyda. Chill lang din naman. Ganun pala. Di pala kailangang nagpapanig kapag Harley.
In fact, you just saw the Infinix handcam, our GT30 phones, the official tournament phone ng MPL Philippines Season 17. In fact, meron namang opisyal na ganap.
Pagsilip ni Ryota, nagulat siya, may dalawa. Pero may golden hour na bibitawan to si Chakno. I-delay lang ng kaunti, but Storm is gonna live his life. Tapos nakapag-RWM pa. Nabuo pa ng isa. Bruce goes down and even King Kong will fall to the hands of Storm. Again, Storm is now home.
Palitan ang mukha ang dalawang teams sa gitna and it's TNC taking 2.
Storm is definitely brewing for TNC, and ONIC Philippines. Sinubukan nilang pumasok, men. Kaso sabi ni Storm, sarado.
Blazing Duet mula dito kay Very Cutie. Na-cancel lang ng knock-up. Hindi pa rin naman siya mamamatay daw.
Wow.
Pinigilan ni Chakno. Hindi nyo mahahawakan ang gold lane ko.
Na kay Chakno, ang bola ng TNC pinapahinto ang mundo ng ONIC sa bawat apak na kanyang ginagawa. And now the turtle is open again.
So this is where it changes the game here for ONIC Philippines. Online na yung War Axe for the Sora. This is usually one of the highest power spikes in the game.
Pwedeng siya yung mag-initiate ng setup. Nandun yung sustain niya. Damage there is present as well.
Ayan si Sabero.
Trimar nandoon sa turtle pit. Si Brusco ang nauna. Binigyan agad ng Deadly Magic. Patay agad. Yung rover at nakuha pa ni Zyda yung turtle at hindi pa tapos. RWM muli. Mula kay Storm. Naipin sila dun sa may boundary. Chakno on the backside. Si Super Prince na naging target. Blazing Duet ay na-cancel. Napaatras na rin ang mga members ng ONIC. But Chakno, papasok pa siya nga doon. Si Zyda, napapatay pa si Sabero on the process of TNC. With an off-tempo team fight, nakuha nila ang lead.
Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina eh, ang hirap magpatakbo ng double fighters sa harap ng isang Marcel. Picture lang into the real world manipulation. Pwedeng-pwede at malayang-malaya na pumili na target dito yung TNC. And look at the difference. Last week, they said ultra slow gameplay. Look at how fast TNC is playing right now.
Again, the activity na ginagawa ng TNC in the first 5 minutes ng laban na ito. Chakno is seen everywhere by ONIC Philippines. Humahanap ng tamang ruta para kahit papano makapag-dish out ng damage ang super fam. Pero tila ba si Brusco ang kanilang pinupuruhan ngayon. Chakno na naman, si Sabero makikita pero Sabero is gonna be flashing away from that. ONIC They're looking for trades in this map, pero TNC, sila ngayon ang babakbak dito sa may bandang ibaba. That is gonna be a tower taken down up top, pero baba ang kukunin naman ng TNC.
Yeah, that's all they can do. They can just find trades kasi it's hard for them to actually fight into this Marcel. Even though they have a Sora, pipicturean lang yan ni Chakdo. Patatagalin lang yung hold kay Savero, and TNC will just continuously and relentlessly pressure this map. And kabahan ng konti ang ONIC Philippines kasi tumataba si Benny Cutie.
Lala din ang ginagawa ni Chakno, hindi niya pinapabalik sa lane. Nandiyan na naman yung frozen moments. Ryota and even Super Friends ay nagugulo ng bahagya. But again, looking back, hindi niya binibigyan ng laya si Savero. Babalik lang naman sa lane. Gusto lang naman kunin yung mga minions. Kaso nga lang, pinipigilan niya. Ryota, kinasahan ng Deadly Magic, popping the Revitalize. Still, mabubuhay. Panalam ng TNC, walang Revitalize yan. So pwede natin palagan.
Right, dire-diretso sila ngayon. TNC hahanap ng pwesto. Yung ONIC nasa may banda river. 5v5 situation. Chakno hahanap din ang kanyang mapipicture run. And that's gonna be Super Friends na mga ngalahati ang buhay. Pero 75% pa rin ang buhay ng Turtle.
Pumasok na rin na Dark Wave. Golden Hour pinicturean, pero yung Turtle lang ang nakuhaan niya doon. Delaying the counter engagement. Savero on the backline. Kaso kala si Ryota ay lower HP na rin. Savero is no as a blazing duet mula sa bagyo at mamamatay ang tatlo. Nakuha nga nila yung pagong, pero mukhang aapatin pa kasi even si Brusco ay pinicturean ng malala ni Chakno. Saina is there, but still mabubuhay si Brusco sa pagkakataon na yon.
Nakawala pa sa baraha si Brusco, pero online na si Benny. TNC an objective and 2 kills.
Grabe talaga yung performance na binibigay dito ni Chakno. Pinipicture niya lahat ng ONIC Philippines. Kung gusto niya ng super family, pues ito family picture.
Lahat dadaanan lahat kahit sobrang layo na, aamatin pa courtesy of that quantum charge din na hawak niya. So napakabilis ng ginagawa ng TNC. Kung usapang bilis, ayan sapatos ni Chakno.
Kaya nga naka-rapid boots kanina nung tinamaan niya ng Platinum Snap yung isang hero. Dinaanan niya na yung dalawa kasi sabi niya meron akong extra surge ng movement speed. Pwede ko kayong daanan. And ONIC Philippines hindi sila makapwesto. Even yung turtle take kanina, nagamit na yung golden hour, it was the opportunity for ONIC Philippines to actually go and engage. Ang problema kasi, yung engage sila, ang hirap din kasi ang bibilis din ng hero sa TNC. Unlimited pa yung dash ni Zaida and kailangan pa nila intindihin yung pag-cancel sa Blazing Duet mula kay Benny Cutie.
Right, nagkaroon ng magandang ideya yung ONIC Philippines kanina. Savero was seen at the back trying to engage kontra sa ibang mga members ng TNC, but as soon as he wasn't able to catch anyone, nung wala siyang nahuli, it was time for them to actually execute. And Chakno, people would say na masyado siyang malalim sa pagkakataon na yon, but then he's targeting the gold laner of this team. This is the aggression. Ito yung hinahanap nung kasama natin yung panel kanina. This is the brand of TNC that the fans have been looking for.
Oh my goodness. Yung apat, sabi niya may numero ng dito, Thunderbelt. Lahat ginawa niyang stack. And by that time na susubok sana kung engage ang ONIC, nawawalan ng chance dahil sa ginagawa ni Chakno.
Eh lalo pang ihirap yung sagot dito ng ONIC laban no sa Marcel. Kasi kapag nagdikit-dikit pa sila, lalo kapag natapos tong dominance ice ng isang Marcel, tataas pa yung kanyang hybrid defense. So mas mahihirapan talaga yung ONIC Philippines na labanan nitong TNC kasi kahit nga yung Claude intindihin nila, may Marcel pa silang problema.
Right, and Ryota is gonna be the one put at the front line. 5v5 na naman ang magiging laban pero medyo nahuhuli si Super Friends trying to clear minion waves as fast as he can. Same ang gagawin ni Zaida at Benny Cutie sa taas. Chakno now will be operating from the top. Ryota naghahanap ng kanyang masisipat but then 75% mukhang marireset na naman itong Lord, pero ang kulit talaga ni Chakno sa meron nakita.
Siya naging target at biglang pinalasahan ng baraha and a golden hour para lang bigyan ng obstacle at hindi makalapit ang mga members ng ONIC Philippines. Now may RW pa pinitawan sa loob mismo ng pasukan. And enough yung damage ni Zaida para patumbahin ang Monster Mage. Tinawag na rin si Barbiel. Sumusubok ang ONIC Philippines. Chakno is there para pigilan at picturean ang mga natitirang membro. Flickering out itong si Brusco. Nakuha pa ni Benny Cutie yung Lord and TNC. This is the Phoenix Army.
Jack Mamba the photographer. Napakaraming film.
Kuhang-kuha, caught in 4K, ONIC Philippines, sinubukan tumakbo. Kaso nilockdown sila ni Storm with a real-world manipulation, pure control from TNC, and they have nothing against this. Kanina, sinubukan nila pumesto sa mga bush. Kaso si Savero, men, The burst down kagad siya. Nakita siya ni nakita siya ni Chakno, nakita siya ni Trinmar. Isang dark wave into the deadly magic na wala at nabura yung gold laner ng ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, caught at the bad place at the bad time si Savero out in the open at that left river bush. Kaya ganun na lamang ang kumpiyansa nitong si Chakno para magpalibot-libot. Hinahanap na naman yung iba sa mga members ng ONIC PH. Ryota is toned down, shield down using the golden hour. At kumakatok na ang TNC sa pintuan ng ONIC PH.
Okay, tayo ka dyan, Nat. Picturean kita.
Huwag ka malikot.
Paulit-ulit na ginagawa ni Chakno. Yung tatlo doon mismo sa loob ng tore. Ay na naman, pinasok na naman niya. Tapos may way out doon sa top lane.
Oh my goodness.
Napakalalang aggression mula mismo kay Chak Mamba Lord. Doon sa bottom lane.
Ito yung masasabi mo na walang na-miss na moment. Oh!
So sige, kung bigla na lang mabubura, mapapunta pa sa pero di na kinaya pa na makapag-regen mismo sa base nila. Wala yung jungler ng ONIC Philippines. 5 men ay 4 na lamang ngayon para dumipensa. No more inhib turrets down. Bottom lane and top lane. At mukhang yung gitna naman ang susunog na punteriya. Nandyan pa yung 4 na miyembro na TNC. Chakno, may frozen moment na naman against Ryota. Nandyan na rin naman yung glorious pathway para delay at lagyan ng checkpoint ng mga members ng TNC. But Chakno, inside, doon ang RWM. Follow up mula kay Stone. Kasi sa Savera, may counter 7 doon sa likod. Di niya kinakaya yung damage. Pinato na naman sana mga baraha at yung deadly magic will secure the kill. And Phoenix Army is alive. At makuha nila ang game number 1.
Nagliliyab na TNC Pro Team. Phoenix Army takes the first game of the series.
Marcel on Chakno is built diff.
We saw this from their week 1 performance, but it lost. But now, pinakita na ni Chakno na I can still play it and I can make it win.
Sinampulan ni pinicture niya lahat, men. Nilagay niya sa album, pinaprint niya, pinaskill niya sa bootcamp ng ONIC. He didn't miss a single kill for 10 minutes.
Tol, ang dami niyang solo travel.
Oo!
Ang dami niyang solo travel, pre. Isipin mo. May mga punto na parang kahit ako na isip ko na, parang ang lalim na niyan, pare. Parang hindi ka dapat nandyan. Pero, hindi. The Mamba is really...
Kasi hindi rin makasagot din talaga yung ONIC Philippines. Kasi guess what? They have 3 fighters on their lineup. And these heroes, kapag na-frozen moment ka, hindi mo naman siya mababanatan kapag tumakbo. Kasi first of all, Marcel has one of the highest movement speeds in the game. And nung sa mid-game, nakita natin, tinatawiran na lang ni Chakno yung ONIC Philippines. Wala silang magawa. Si Super Prince lang yung kaya bumanat sa kanya kasi hindi rin siya abot ng mga bola.
Sobrang bilis niya eh. Kung ikaw binigyan ka nung SIM card nung nag-travel ka,
tama.
Si Chakno ang binigay sa kanya, film.
Pero ang ibibigay sa atin ni Zaida ay ang mga baraha ng pagkapanalo. Ready yung props, pre! Ready yung props!
Akala ko mapa lang yung nire-ready sa strategy. Pati yung props naka-ready. Pumunta sila sa Victoria Sports Tower. Alam ni Zaida mag-a-Harley siya.
Galing sa bootcamp. Pagising niya. Coach, mag-a-Harley ako, magdadala akong baraha.
Alam mo kung ako si Hazy, silipin ko yung laman ng bag ni Zaida eh.
Oo, ako din.
Para makita ko, ano ba yung hero na ito mamaya?
Dapat what's in my bag tayo.
What's in my bag?
Wag naman, baka may kutsilyo siya sa loob. Suyo kasi. Depende. But guys, again, TNC, this is the kind of game na in-expect natin mula sa kanila during week number 1.
Yes.
At naipakita na nila yan with just a week of adjustment. And what a way for Storm to enter in Season 17.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Like, again, we did question itong Harley break. Hindi ko alam sa inyo. Ako, medyo questionable kasi yung Harley. Kasi talaga, pag tinignan mo yung heroes ng ONIC Philippines, parang ang hihirap nilang patayin, ang hihirap gamitan ng deadly magic. But the thing is, this Marcel changed everything. And it is a question for ONIC Philippines na bakit ba sila nag-double fighter? The last 2 picks, yung Hylos and Cho, knowing na yung Marcel ay naka-first 2 picks, it was a very, it was very bold decision to make. But they did have their own moments. Nakita natin yung early game kanina, maganda yung start for King Kong, maganda yung ginagawa ni Brusco, yung pag-alay niya sa sarili niya. The problem was, when it came down to the team fights, yung combo na meron kang setup from the real world manipulation, tapos pwedeng humarap lang si Jackpot, picturean dito yung Super Family, ay nahihirapan silang lumaban kasi wala kang bawi basically. automatically. Yung re-engage mo, non-existent. Kasi kapag nagsubok ka na lumaban, imagine mo, pagkatapos ng Platinum Snap, na ma-frozen moment ka, gagamitin mo yung ultimate ni Sora, yung ultimate ni Limord, may Golden R pa na naka-ready. So ang hirap talaga para sa ONIC Philippines na humanap ng proper engage, and it left Benny Cutie to just freely farm this entire game.
Kumbaga, nung last week, nahihirapan sila nakalaban yung Marcel, specifically Benny Cutie. Ngayong kampi niya, nakita natin yung glimpse of what the Storm and the Storm can do dito sa game na to. In fact, deathless ata itong si Benny Cutie, if I'm not mistaken, dito sa game. Literal na binigay niya at nilaro niya yung game of his life na wala siyang nakukuhang o walang pumipigil sa kanya. That's a 305 para kay Benny Cutie.
Alam mo sa sobrang lupit ni Chuck, no? Kasi medyo na-initiate, di ko nakuha lahat ng KDA. Nung pinicturean niya yung 4 na members ng ONIC Philippines, pagka-flicker off niya, nag-selfie siya. Nag-golden R sa sarili niya, pre. Proud moment lang, appreciation post.
Ano guys ha, for context ba, kasi sugurin siya, kaya siguro siya nag-golden R. Pero hindi. Para sa kanya talaga yun eh. Kumbaga,
celebration moment din eh.
Natulungan ko na kayo.
Ginawa ko na.
Ako naman.
Nag-set up siya ng tripod doon sa gitna. Tapos
Oo, pre. Nag-record.
Siya na yun mismo, pare. Pinanood niya na yung base mawasak. But again, this all goes back to the draft. I feel like yung unang 3 picks ng ONIC Philippines when they picked up the Leo more than the Cho, nung una kayo nagtataka kayo eh. But then, nung later on, mas na-realize na parang, oh my gosh, ang dami nga nilang fighter.
Yeah. I think, TNC just have ONIC's number, honestly, pagdating sa draft. Last season, nakita natin to nung naubusan ng heroes si King Kong. Now, up to this day, Coach Etong Max is still dancing around with the draft against ONIC Philippines. But to be fair, they did set this by themselves nung kinuha nila yung Sora perspective.
And this was just a great way for TNC to try to head back sa kanilang winning ways dahil sa ngayon, in case you guys are noticing, 1-0 na po ang TNC Pro Team against ONIC Philippines. But before we head into the next sip, purified water is filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Alis uhaw, sip na. Kayo, nakapag-sip na kayo. Naman, right on cue. Right on cue. Maraming salamat, Midnight, dahil pinaunlakan mo ang ating katubigan. Pero kung sakali na ang hanap nyo naman ay upuan, if you see the Max 5D on stage, that is clever engineering keeping these teams locked in. No distractions, just pure performance. That is brought to you by TT Racing Philippines because we have your back. Kaya kayang-kaya namin mag-cast dito. Ikaw, hanggang kailan mo kayo mag-cast?
Kahit hanggang bukas, pwede. Diretso.
Ako gusto mo kahit hanggang M8 eh.
Oo nga no.
Lagpasan na natin yung MSC, rank ng M8.
Magsi-season 18 pa. Doon naman, malayo pa eh.
May roster change ba pala?
Okay, relax naman. Hindi ko kaya. Hindi ko kaya.
Sip muna ako.
Oo, okay. Ano naman, wala pa tayong dyan, bakasyon, gano'n.
Matuto ka naman magpahinga. Love yourself.
Kumbaga, dadaling ko na ito sa mga bus. Kung sakaling bumabiyahe kayo, di ba? Pwede, men. I am just saying. But, for super fans, did you know men are 5 times more prone to dandruff? Ayun, may nahulog. Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power up with Clear Men. Its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for an ultimate fresh fitting. Supercharged with Clear.
Grabe, may ganito na pala tayo.
Fresh na fresh.
May red carpet na pala tayo, men.
Oh my
Ikaw ang kauna-unahang gumawa niyan, kuya. Anong tawag dyan sa gupit mo?
Kimpi, binago.
Di ba curtain yan?
Hindi ko alam eh.
Hindi ko rin alam.
Kasi na-inspire ako doon sa gupit niya. Ang lago ng buhok niya.
Oo.
And that is all because of Clear. Maraming salamat sa Clear for being our partners for MPL PH Season 17. At dahil dyan, uuwi si Kuya nang may bago siya.
Palo yung lakad niya eh, no? Parang sanay eh, no?
Parang sanay eh.
Pwede ka rin, bossing, ha?
Pagsapatusin mo na yan.
Nakasapatos naman, nakita ko.
Kunin mo yung size.
Kunin mo yung size ng jersey.
Kunin mo yung size.
Lista mo sa Pamport.
Kunin mo yung size ng jersey.
Bigyan mo twisted gamis.
Diba? Yun na yun, pare, men. Again, ang dami nating mga nakitang pakulo, not only in the game, but also outside of it. Pero going back into the game, TNC, mukhang napakuluan na nila. May kumukulo na, may niluluto na sila, especially in week number 2.
Nagsalita na si John Arcilia, pre. Mga kaibigan, may nangyayari na.
Tapos pumalakpak na yung mga niya. Yung mga, anong tawag doon? Alipores niya, di ba?
Kumbaga sa sinigang nalagyan na ng mga pampalasa.
May watermelon na.
Feeling ko kinain mo yun kanina.
For context, kumain kasi ako ng sinigang na may watermelon.
Watermelon
By the way, nagtataka ako sa mga taong di alam na may watermelon sinigang.
Oo, men. Kasi nga, ang manam ay manam kahit pabalik na rin.
Ay.
Gets mo?
Galing
Gets mo?
ah.
Diba? Gets
Ay,
mo?
sorry, come on.
Okay lang. Hand galleria na nga lang pala po pala ako today.
Bakit?
Kasi, ano po, injured po yung isa eh.
Okay.
Hindi hands in eh, hand in lang eh.
Oh, hand in
Tama,
lang po.
hand in.
ako.
Hand galleria.
Yeah, pero hindi, men. Wala eh.
Wala eh.
Ganun
6 out
talaga
of 10
eh,
by
di
the
ba?
way.
Ha?
6 out of 10.
Oh, life happens, di ba? Life
Yeah.
happens, men. Kasi hindi namin pwede magitin yung isang version. Life happens na lang. Anyway, eto na yun din. TNC Pro Team. Game number 1, napakalinis. Na-break ko yung character niya. That's my goal for today. Pero para sa ONIC PH, men, ano bang gagawin nila? Kasi nabanggit na natin kanina yung draft. Is that the main problem of that game number 1? Or is there something else na kailangan pa nilang ayusin?
For one, I think yung game plan at first was good. But the thing is, if you play the draft sequence, yung first pick Sora is kind of like yung first pick season nila ng playoffs. It's good in hindsight, but there are counters to it. And ang problema kasi, they played into the counter na pick yung Phobius. They didn't even try to hide yung Sora. Mind you, ang kinombo dito ng TNC was Eve and Marcel. They could have taken the Phobius.
Tol, alam mo, na-realize ko din kanina, as soon as Midnight said that, nung pinick up nila yung Sora in the first one, parang dalawa lang kasi yung pwedeng puntahan ng Sora eh.
Yep.
And that's automatically a fighter if you count it.
Tapos, kung titingnan mo pa na kumuha din sila ng Leon board agad-agad. So, nakalabas na agad yung mga alas kung tutuusin. Diba? Kahit pa ilagay mo sa XP lane yung Sora o ilagay mo sa gold lane, nasagot na agad nung Eve Marcel. Ganun lang kabilis.
Oo, pare, kahit papaya o sayote ilagay mo dyan, tinula pa din yan.
Oh.
Ganun.
Kahit anong order.
Di ba ganun yung punto eh? So I guess if you want to change things up a bit, you really have to overhaul it to the point na makuha mo yung mga prime picks. Kasi kanina they had an option. It's just that medyo lumihis yung ideya na gusto nila.
Alam mo, ang nakikita ko dito for TNC is just they will just continue on delivering surprises. Maybe we still get the Marcel pick this time around unless ONIC bans it. Pero ang nakakatakot siya dito is for ONIC Philippines. Ngayong na-shatter yung first pick Sora game plan nyo, do you have anything else? Kasi baka yung TNC pa yung malalim yung baon dito.
Then, we're talking about how deep the knowledge is, how deep the game is. Pero yung kill participation rankings after ng week 1, Zyda has been the most active. Lamang lang siya ng 0.40 kontra kay Kyle. And King Kong not really falling behind, being in the 3rd spot.
You know what's fun? Like, this was also true last season. He was neck and neck with King Kong pagdating sa average kill participation. So talagang mainit itong tapatan ng dalawang junglers ito. Medyo historical kasi parehas sila. Alam mo yung Sigma pattern na na-establish for ONIC? Ito si Zyda gumagawa ng sarili niyang pangalan eh.
Iba rin, pwede ka rin eh, no, Mama Coco?
Jungle pa. Okay. Mama Jungle.
Coco pattern.
Ano size ng paa niya?
Ano size ng paa?
Lista mo sa 1 point.
Bigyan na jersey yan.
Bigyan na jersey yan. Pero men, naka-jersey na siya. Naglalaro na siya mismo. He was already taken by TNC. But hey, building up on Season 16, yun yung laging punto ng mga tao. That's why naset yung expectation para sa TNC to actually perform this season. Pero week 1 turned out to be the complete opposite. It was quite unfortunate for them. Pero para sa ONIC Philippines, ganun din naman halos yung expectation para sa kanila. It's just that medyo nag-dip down lang since, of course, Kelra switched out rather. Savero has been placed in, but Savero, I would say, has been playing pretty decent and has met the expectations of his team. It's just that he needs to translate that more into wins.
I guess we'll find out if he's gonna be able to do that in this game kasi kanina yung Sora ay medyo na-dismantle talaga because of the fact that it was heavily countered. Kumaga, hindi mo pwedeng sisihin din si Savero. It looked passive, but because of the fact that there was nothing for the Sora to do. Kasi may Marcel, meron kang Phobius problem. So in this game, I think if you're ONIC Philippines, maybe look into the marksman pool more. Maybe Moscov's, YSS. Go back to the comfort para kay Savero.
And with TNC happening to be on the blue side and not banning out the Valentina, parang direct pwede bang palagay na agad yung Valentina dyan? Parang sure na to eh.
Yung daliri ni Storm naka-hover na.
Naka-show na agad yung Valentina niya kung ilan man yung percentage win niya dyan. Sure na nasa blue one.
Naka-suggest pick.
Basta may kulay violet pa, no? Kasi nag-gray yun pag naban na eh. Nakaganyan lang siya, coach, may kulay violet pa. Sabihin mo lang, coach.
Sir, may coach, may kulay po. May kulay po.
May kulay pa, coach.
Pwede pa i-pick.
Oh, ito. Yun pa. Meron pa, coach.
Violet din, violet.
Natanggal yung isang violet, coach. Pero hindi yung violet na gusto ko i-pick, coach. Pero, the Valentina really is a game changer over the last 2 weeks that we've already saw in the current match. I mean, kahit ano yung piliin nila dito, it just limits so much. I have to keep going back to that point.
Yeah, actually, lugi na nga yung dito eh. Lugi na yung ONIC dito kasi TNC has the tempo pagdating sa mid lane prio. Kasi pag tinignan mo yung meta ngayon, meron kong trifecta ng mage. You have the Valentina, the Eve, and the Zushin.
Yep.
Other mages only get picked if those 3 are out. So ngayon, kontrolado ng TNC yung sitwasyon kasi medyo puresado yung TNC, ONIC na i-ban yung Valentina. Now they ban the Marcel. For TNC, if hindi sila mag-Valentina dito, matik kukunin niya ni Super Friends and it's gonna block a lot of Chakno heroes, yung mga ultimate dependent heroes like Grok.
Kaya laking bagay, nakunin mo na dito yan.
Yes.
Coach Etomax. Kasi yun nga yung magsiset ng tempo. Plus, yung Khalid na pwede nilang kunin on their blue 2 or blue 3. Not unless ONIC gets it.
Split, no?
Oo, yung ginawa kanina ng Omega na ini-split up yung Valentina Khalid.
Right, and in addition, now that ONIC PH is on the red side, meron silang paraan para ma-turn yung or para ma-pivot yung sitwasyon towards that. Obviously, hindi na namin pag-uusapan pa. Diyan na nakatira yung Valentina na yan.
Valentina is the new Fredrin.
Diba? Pag hindi nyo binan yung Valentina, maninirahan siya sa blue one. That's the case. Kumbaga may condo na siya dyan.
Para lang sa para lang mag-gets din ng mga tao bakit yung base damage kasi level 1 400. Sa pinakamataas in the game actually. Kaya mag-clear mag-isa niya.
Kaya mag-clear mag-isa, walang katulong. Kaya majority of the time, 'di ba, yung roamer na lang dadaan na lang sa ilog.
Sisilip lang.
Tapos hahayaan niya na lang yung Valentina na.
Kaya mo na yan.
Ikaw na yan.
Tsaka pag nakita ng tao, babanatan.
That's just it. But then, Hilda's gonna be the option here. So ONIC, medyo magta-turn sila dito compared to their draft in game number 1, adding in an extra fighter in their midst, and then still picking up this Leomord.
Khalid, Cho, Hylos is very good for TNC, and then maybe they pick up the XP. The Claude as well. Kasi meron pa silang, actually daming options sa XP, no? You have the Phobius, the Trizla, the Alice on second phase. So hindi ganun kalaki yung priority for the EXP now. Maybe, the Roam and the Gold. Or jungle reveal ka na, suyo ka agad para kay Zaida.
Oo, pwede. Contest na agad yung isa sa mga nagiging rival na ngayon ng Leomord or even Guinevere.
Harley pa rin. Harley pa din.
Kaya pala nagdala ng baraha, 2 beses gagamitin.
Ready!
Oo, pare, tiwala sa baraha. Itong si Zaida. And of course, si Coach Etomax din. Pero sila ang pumili ng Sora. Dahil nga hindi pwedeng piliin niya ng ONIC because you're gonna give an option to Valentina. Might as well pick it up.
Okay, so this one, as much as maganda yung Sora pick, it does give TNC the flex pero na-counter sila nung Phobius. But here's the thing, now they see the Phobius, Alice looks wonderful for TNC.
Binate up nila na mabigay agad yung Phobius and pick a better XP lane matchup. So maybe that's the plan for TNC. Kaya nila hindi pa kinuha yung Khalid. And to let ONIC Philippines, sige, iban nyo kung gusto nyong iban. Parang bait.
Kasi anong gagawin ng ONIC kapag ginawa ng TNC is tanggalin nila yung Claude tsaka Harit?
Oh yeah.
Do you go back to the carry against Harley?
Yeah.
Okay, free ban.
I mean, in addition, wala pa rin namang gold laner yung side ng ONIC PH. So, might as well pick it up for themselves. Again, the only problem that I'm seeing is yung Alice na kailangan nilang tanggalin. Because sure, flexibility pa rin para dito sa TNC. Yung Harit talaga ang kanilang pupuruhan. Nagkakaubusan na halos ng gold laners in this current game. So the choice is for Onyx to make. Tatanggalin ba nila yung Alice or will it even be picked up by TNC?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they go for the glue. But all I can say is Etomax, for 2 seasons now, has been dancing around in the draft against ONIC Philippines. This second phase is deadly para sa Super Family kasi hindi nila control yung mga lalabas sa gold lane. Humingisip-ngisipan ng konti si Etomax, kala mo naman nahihirapan. Pero basically, Claude na lang yung naiiwan.
Claude, tapos ang matitira na lang Moskov and even YSS para sa gold lane. And in fact, for TNC, di nila problema yan because they can only give that Sora to Benecuti kung kinakailangan. Diba nandun pa yung flex factor? That's the... What? Wait, so
Let's go for the Moscow ban. Go for the Moscow ban. Fight the YSS.
Yeah, yung YSS yung pinaka pwede mo nang ibigay. But then, kaso nga lang, sa Vera Special na yon.
Oh, okay lang. Pili ko okay lang at this point if you're TNC. Much better to fight the Moscow than the YSS. Kasi kapag binigay mo yung YSS, you're giving them tempo for ONIC. It's also vision. May heal the problem ka na nga. Meron ka pang iintindihin na ultimate mula no sa Yusen Shin. Oh, they actually... Yeah, they're letting go of the Moscow because they want to fight into it.
Alam mo kung ikaw ang ONIC PH dito, pumorsyento ka na eh. Nakikita ko yung nakikita ko yung vision in this Brusco, King Kong picking up the Leomord, and you know, the Moskov might be a really good choice for him kasi we saw Savero, especially in his first game dito sa Pilipinas. Yun yung yun yung porsyento pick niya pare. Yun yung term na parang pag medyo nalalagay ka talaga sa alanganin, pag medyo na corner ka na, Moskov, G.
Kumbaga, ang tawag dyan, last pick. Obsidian. Kaso, Harley pa din.
Pero tol, hinanap po to kanina.
Oo, yung Obsidian. At least may pang-limit siya ng mobility ni Valentina, ni Harley, at pati na rin ni Sora. And the good thing about Obsidian is that it's a first target hero. Kumbaga, pwede siya mag-initiate by himself. And then just pick one target in the front line, kill him, reset. Ganyan ang nature ng isang Obsidian. But essentially, you're not stopping this either Alice or Glue pickup, or maybe even the Yuzong mula kay 3mar. Unless they want to play the Sora on the EXP and then pick up a gold laner kasi pwede pa rin naman nilang i-switch si BNQT sa Marksman.
Right.
Even yung Moscow nga, pwede nilang kunin yun. Kaso nga lang, nandun pa rin yung counter effect nung Obsidian with the ultimate.
Hylos, ganda ng Hylos dito sa tol.
Khalid is still present. Oh, back sa Rome for TNC.
Interesting.
Then a CC... Wait, hindi pa rin natin sure kung CC Golden or EXP.
Well, I think yung outlook nila dito, thus picking up the CC, is because still, there are 3 fighters on the side of ONIC PH. So baka dun sila nakabangko, mas magiging madali yung team fight and there's at least enough sponge mula sa backshot to take him down. But this is a little bit more to be desired mula sa TNC.
Just go Valir, honestly, just go Valir. Valir, Lilia, Louis. Valir's the best one.
Para sa mga independent lang at hindi ganon parang hindi ganon naalagain to a point na mabubuhay even if matarget siya ng isang Harley.
Oh! Interesting pickup.
I mean, a choice here would be early game pressure sana kung Valir yung pipiliin natin, right? It stops the Harley from getting an easy snowball. But the Farsa, a hero we haven't seen in a while. What's the idea behind this? What do you think?
Because they have an Obsidian. Again, this lineup is a first target comp. Basically, kapag tinamaan ng ultimate dito ni BNQT, pwedeng, ni Savero, ay pwedeng nila pabagsakin with a feathered airstrike. But this work from TNC is kind of unexpected, honestly.
Taas ng risk kung tutusin, knowing na ang dami pwede mag-dive against dito kay Super Friends. And also, yung lambot niya sa early game, maaaring yun yung puhunanan ng TNC.
I mean, sa puntong ito, they're still gonna be banking on those 3 fighter heroes. I'm talking about ONIC Philippines. But TNC, sinusubukan na mapaaga ang pagkapanalo nila at makuha ang unang match win in Season 17. But the question is, going up against Super Family, what can they do? Pangalawang laro nitong si Zaida na hawak niya ang Harley. And they'll be doing just enough para matulungan siya towards getting this purple objective.
Ayaw talaga laruin ni BNQT yung Sora. I initially thought the Sora was gonna go gold and then CCXP for the Phobius matchup. But now seeing the lanes, they still are playing the Sora on the EXP sa kamay ni 3mar. Maybe they think it's much more viable for the Turtle kasi meron siyang pang-set, meron siyang team fight tool for TNC to actually capitalize on. But it doesn't solve the Phobius problem, honestly.
Mahirapan pa din siya doon sa matchup niya. Plus, yung laya niyang gumalaw is answered back by the Phobius pick. But ang naging answer back ng TNC ay unahin na itong Phobius with Chaco na dadalaw doon sa bottom lane. Enough to give pressure dito kay Ryota.
Again, that's what you would expect coming out of this backsha. Yung ikot niya dito sa mapa would be really fast. Not as, you know, ultra scaling gaya ng Marcel na nakita natin. But at least it gives them some room para makapag-dish out ng damage. And of course, tank some few hits para maka-dish out din yung kanyang mga kakampi.
Yeah, they were actually hoping that this backsha pick would pay off in the early game kasi pwede niyang i-gank yung Phobius. He's essentially the shutdown para kay Riota, but because he played it safe, now the Phobius is still gonna exist in the turtle fight. Wala na rin yung Deadly Magic. Ideally, if you're TNC, you just give this turtle.
Parang ang hirap na kasing palagan knowing na wala na yung isang great resource para kumuha sana ng pick-off. Pero mukhang iba yung plano. They still wanna loiter around that turtle. Nandun na nga si Chakno. Damage is there because of the Baksha Shield Unity din na magmumula dito sa isang Baksha. At hindi nilalaban ng ONIC Philippines. Biglang binurse ng TNC yung turtle.
Di sila nakahanap ng tiyempo. In fact, napaligiran sila nitong si Trimar and it was more than enough. In fact, nakakuha pa sila ng extra kill. First blood taken by TNC.
A bit sloppy for ONIC Philippines. They knew that they could have started the turtle and wala din yung Phobius doon sa team fight na yun. TNC capitalized on the fact that they have river control. Something na pasok na naman sa keys to victory natin. Kapag hawak mo yung river control, hawak mo yung tempo ng game, and Brusco stepping too far from the river gets punished by TNC.
Tol, parang may dakdak na may kasamang foul!
Trimar with the Thunder Ultimate to get Riota down.
Again, yung mga ganong klase ng galaw, men, hindi ko in-expect. Biglang may nangyayaring hindi dapat.
Imagine mo, dahil alam din ng TNC kanina na hindi pa nag-back away si Brusco, trinay ulit ni Zaida na patayin with a Deadly Magic. And not just that, even itong si Trimar knowing his advantage against that Phobius. Yes, maka-counter mo yung mga dash na meron ako, pero yung damage, hindi eh. As early as now, doon pumundo ang side ng TNC.
Yeah, kakaiba yung pinapakita sa ating ngayon ng TNC. I think even ONIC Philippines didn't expect this, but they're playing very, very fast.
Tinunggol ni Chakno sa gitna, tapos may set up mula kay Trimar. Si Brusco na naman ang nakataan. May ultimate mula kay Super Prince, pero not enough pa yung damage para kumuha ng counter. It's TNC with a 3-0.
Binigilan si Brusco and then all of a sudden, it's 3-0 TNC.
Same story nung last game, napupuruan si Brusco sa early game. Now, it's much worse because this Hilda is getting shut down and it is gonna be the same story tulad nung series number 1 natin. Kapag nakita nila yung Hilda, pwede nilang kasahan ng Deadly Magic. In fact, ang dami nilang ways para patayin yung Hilda. There's the stun mula kay Chakno.
May counter lang doon sa baba. Si Trimar naman ang nabigyan. 3 members of ONIC Philippines getting that kill. Before the turtle, maganda para sa ONIC Philippines to.
Right, not using a retribution just yet. -1 din ang TNC. Posibleng window to para sa ONIC Philippines na makakuha ng kanilang unang objective in this game. Pupuruhan na naman nila.
Si Chakno naman ngayon na napagdiskitahan at siya magiging target. Bagsak ang roamer ng TNC. Pero Benny Cutie is here. Susubok sila na humabol. Stop! With an ultimate na kinopya ng Super Bilik. Kinuha Brusco ay mapapatas. Flicker out. Riota buhay pa rin. But no sir, hindi na. Si Zaida ang kukuha plus turtle na masesecure pa ng Phoenix Army. Trimar, with the Thunder Ultimate, sinubukan habon si Super Prince, pero hindi na inubutan. And yung turtle ay libre na namang nakuha ng TNC.
Kakaiba talaga yung aggression na pinapakita ng TNC. Even though they lose to, they know that they're gonna win out the fight. Wala na yung ultimate ni Leomord and Stone finding that Phantom Steed, even forcing out a flicker mula sa ONIC Philippines. Di ba tumama yung ultimate ni Savero sa may top lane. And TNC, again, very big priority pagdating sa river control, and it is just giving them so much access in the map.
Men, yung objectives have been taken by TNC. Dalawang turtles and then meron pa silang isang tore. Nakakuha ang ONIC ng kanilang unang objective up top with Savero taking it down. Halos 1,000 ang hinahabol ngayon ng Super Family and they're trying to protect itong bandang gitna para hindi mas magkaroon ng access ang TNC Pro Team towards those purple and orange buffs. Savero, ang bangko ngayon ng ONIC Philippines, doing everything in his power to get items in time.
Yeah, ito talaga yung insurance policy ng ONIC Philippines. One thing that is very good with their lineup is that they have scaling. The Leomord can scale, the Obsidian can scale, in fact, even the Farsa can scale. But the thing about TNC's lineup is they have this anti-winning condition hero, yung Harley, men. Kapag hindi nag-ingat si Savero, kaya siyang i-one-hit delete ng isang Harley. Ano si Vice sa winner ground pagdating late game?
Oh, so yung item progression na papunta dito si Savero would be the Trinity. Ito yung nagbago sa isang Obsidian din kasi, knowing na pinabilis yung Bone Shards. So, mas mararamdaman mo yung kate ng Trinity Plus. Meron siyang enough damage para patayin yung mga fighters na meron ang TNC. So, hihintahin pa ng ONIC Philippines yung power spike na yun. Pa-DHS pa lang siya.
Medyo necessity kasi yun eh, kasi ang daming ang fighter and may back shock pang iintindihin with the revitalize. So ONIC Philippines, it's not just the damage that they have to build up. They have to build the anti-heal. They have to build the defense against the Harley. There's a lot of things that they have to address before they can actually say na lamang sila.
Sumilim si Brusco, nakita yung tatlo, pero di pala tatlo kasi 4-5 yung nandun. Even si Zaida ay manggagaling sa ibaba. Binabox outan lang ng TNC yung Turtle Pit. Nandyan si Ryota at si Brusco. Susubok na sumilip. Hahawakan nila yung Turtle. Makikipagsayawan sa TNC.
Well, this is another reset para doon sa Pagong. Brusco aagawan ni Benny Cutie ng River Bush. Kalahati na naman ang buhay ng Turtle.
Dito mama yung ultimate ni Savero. Si Brusco ang tina-target. Side ng Turtle. Set up mula kay Trimar. And King Kong will go down. Hahabol pa mga members sa TNC. Nandyan yung kinobi yung Phantom Seed. Si Ryota napatalon. Pero tinangki niya lahat ng damage na manggagaling sa TNC. Hindi pa tapos. Nandun gumugulong pa si Chuck nung naghahanap pa ng possible target. Kukuha ng purple. Kukuha ng turret. Lahat ay covered ng TNC.
Pinadali na naman ang Pagong. Pulasa ng Super Fam. TNC gets another.
This is such a feast to watch. TNC very decisive with their choices. They bursted down the turtle nung nakita nila na umaambas si King Kong with the Phantom Steed, Trimar with a dash and ulti flicker. Sinalo yung tatlo. We will see an instant replay. Look at this very fast play mula sa TNC. Heavily punishing ONIC Philippines. They tried to respond, but the response was met with a big fat no.
Hindi rin niya nakuha yung barbell niya kasi na out of position na burst down pa siya. And for TNC, yun yung best play na nagawa nila so far. Even with Chakno anchoring that front line. Kung kanina Marcel yung gamit niya na ginagawa yung ganito, ganun pa rin yung ginagawa niya. Ang pinagkaiba lang, isa lang yung nasa stop niya doon sa gulong. Yung kanina Marcel, lahat ng dadaanan nasa stop niya eh.
Oo.
Pero same pa din yung ginagawa niya. Same pa rin yung idea na pipigilan niya yung galaw ng ONIC.
Ito yung masasabi mong panggulong.
Tama.
Panggulo kasi siya eh.
6.3 out of 7.
Thank you.
Oo, ilan sa'yo?
6.3.
O sige, 6.5 ko na. Sayang naman eh. Para 6.4 yung average. Anyway, TNC still holding on to a 3K gold lead. Ang Oplan patabain, busugin si Savero. Ay buhay pa rin para sa ONIC Philippines. Pero ganun pa man, hindi magiging madali ang kanyang ruta since TNC inuunti-unti na nila yung mga jungle creeps and objectives na meron ng ONIC. Taking that purple buff down, nakita na naman nila si Brusco.
Naku po, ang bilis na binigyan, binungbot, dinunggol, tapos biglang nawala na ang buhay ni Brusco. Gusto lang naman niyang dumaan, pero di siya pinauwi. Pinauwi siya, pero pinatay.
Oh, kawawa naman si Brusco, men. Kanina pa siya napagtitripan nung game 1 pa lang. Ngayon, game number 2. Again, kapag nakita siya, kapag lumawit siya sa mapa, pwede siya i-burst ng TNC. And look at this defense mula sa TNC. They're already looking for the next target. Look at Trimar.
Nag-aabang na agad ng susunod na pupuntahan. Even si Chakri na pagulong na dyan. With
oh my goodness.
That ultimate mula kay Trimar, may papuwersa yung flicker ni Super Friends. At alam ng TNC yun, maaaring umengage muli mamaya. Pero Savero, ganda ng ginagawa niya ditong kumukuha ng trade doon sa mga minions at pinupush niya at binipressure yung deadline.
Dalawa ang kinailangan lang ng TNC para i-burst down yung Lord, and then the rest, gaya na sinabi mo Midnight, naghahanap na lang sila ng target. Ngayon, humahakbang na ang Lord sa may bandang ibaba with almost a 5K gold lead. Chakno's looking for the next target.
Yeah, ang mahirap pa rito for ONIC Philippines when they picked up the parcel, they thought they could set the tempo, but because TNC got the tempo themselves, yung pressure ng feathered airstrike nasa kamay ng TNC. Pwede silang copy and storm, and madadagdagan pa dyan yung damage na kailangan nila to actually utilize yung deadly magic na hawak dito ni Zaida.
Nandiyan na rin at papasok ang TNC. Storm, pinakidop yung Phantom Steed. Sera mula kay Trimar. Nakatakas din naman doon si Brusco. Di pa niya man nagamit yung flicker niya, so maganda pa rin. Pero tumama yung ultimate ni Savero. Naipit doon si Storm. Kaso nga lang may counter-engage mula sa side ng TNC. Pero si Trimar ay bumagsak ang buhay. Chakno is low na rin.
Zaida!
Tumatal si Ryota. Zaida
Savero!
Inabot ni Savero. Buhay na si Savero. At triple kill na nakuha niya. May kinamay niya pa ba kasi si Benny Cutie is down on his headless maniac for the first and ever Filipino import.
Savior Savero has taken flight sa MPL Philippines sa training arc. Lalaban ako dito.
Gila performance at ni Savero. Maniac for the Obsidia. Isang magandang ultimate lang. First target, he was able to land it on Stone, finally shutting down 1-0 on the side of TNC.
Oh my
And
goodness.
after that, everything crumbled. Walang ultimate si Trimar. Zyda was caught in a very awkward position even though ang dami niyang dash. Yung hat-trick nasa maling pwesto and Sabero finds him once again.
Wala ring humawak sa kanya at all. Libreng-libre, lahat ng posisyon, lahat ng free hit. Savero, andun na yung insurance policy, nakuha na.
Tol, bukas ang bangko ng Biyernes ng gabi. For some reason,
nag-withdraw yung
nagbunga na. Nakapag-withdraw ng halos 10K. In terms of gold, itong si Savero, enough to be able to get the tides to turn slowly into their favor. Hahanap na naman ang TNC, hindi nila hahayaan na basta-basta lang dumaan ang kalamangan. Si Savero naman ang kanya nakita.
Pinuntahan niya doon at hindi niya sinubukan pa alisin. Naiipin na si Chakno. Nandiyan ang mga members ng TNC. Trimar, pinatot yung ultimate.
Savero?
Sakay Savero lang.
Down!
Tingin down! At tutumba. Kapalit na rin ng buhay ni Trimar. And even Brusco'y wala na rin pala. Ngayon tumutuloy ang TNC. Silent finds Super Breeze and it is the wipeout. But Benny Cutie says, nag-media ka kanina. Ako naman ngayon.
Ano ba kasing sinasabi mong bukas ang bangko? Sinabi nga ni Stove, sarado!
Returning the fever, it's CNC bleeding out ONIC Philippines, getting the sweep out of the Super Fam.
Revenge match. TNC thinks not. Sweep para sa unang panalo for Season 17.
Kakaiba ang pagbangon muli ng Phoenix Army. With Storm coming in, they find the right recipe, the right ingredient. And this aggression, this fast gameplay, once again, dismantles ONIC Philippines.
What a poetic way para tapusin at bawiin yung kalamangan na yun. Yes, nakamaniac nga ang gold laner ng ONIC, but Benny Cutie has his own version plus the series win.
ONIC Philippines would stay in the unfortunate column pero babalik sila. Sigurado ng mas malakas, but for TNC, sila yung nagbalik ng mas malakas at mas determinado after being down 0-2 in their first games in Season 17. Bigla ang may nag-shift. This is how it looks like.
Yeah, I want to say, tulad ng binanggit ni Renmar kanina, yung pag-control ng River sa may mid lane, it's not just a trio mid anymore. Sometimes you have to bring in the XP, and they did just that. Trimar, being one of the critical pieces here of TNC, was, I would say, yung talagang determining factor for these winning fights. Kasi ang dami niya nasa zone, nakokontrol niya yung ONIC. Kumaga parang pinaglalaroan niya yung mga members dito ng Super Family. Yes, Savero did find a wonderful ultimate to land onto Storm, but this chase down mula sa TNC was held by Trimar, Chakno, and Benny Cutie, and it allowed Zyda to just snipe people on the backside.
And it's just the mental toughness of TNC to counter-punch. Kausapin natin sila with our hosts.
Phoenix Army, where you at? Wow, I love the energy. Palakpakan naman natin ang TNC Pro Team para sa kanilang first match.
Odin, what a fitting entry for the man beside me. The Storm has indeed arrived. Storm, once again, welcome back!
Thank you.
Storm, kanina, in our interview, sabi mo walang kakaba-kaba. Ano ba, kinabahan ka ba kanina?
Wala
talaga. Wala talaga. And if anything, this is your first win of the season. Gaano kahalaga yon sa confidence mo para sa susunod pang matches?
Sobrang taas kasi nung ONIC, mataas din tingin ko kasi sa kanila respect din talaga. So, na 2-0 namin sila, so parang tingin namin, kaya namin lahat ng teams.
Yeah, if anything, Odin, game gets game.
I love the confidence at yung dinala nila talaga ngayon sa larong ito. 2-0 sweep at syempre, hindi lang siya basta 2-0 sweep dahil meron lang namang nag-maniac in this game too. None other than Benny Cutie with that CC Benny, hindi ka talaga nagpatalo ha. Nag-mania kanina si Savero, pero binawian mo. Paano mo ba i-rate yung laro ni Savero sa Gold Lane? Anong rating mo para kay Savero in the Gold Lane?
Okay naman po. Kasi tingin ko sa ngayon, yung role na Golden is more on makikiconnect ka sa teammate mo. Hindi yung basta individual skill mo, okay, magiging malakas ka na. Parang.
So you are more focused on the macro plays na kayang gawin ng team nyo. And definitely, nag-translate yun sa laro mo. Benny, ano yung sikreto or ano yung mga ginawa ng TNC Pro Team coming into this week? Kasi nung week 1, medyo nahirapan kayo eh.
Siguro nag-reflect lang kami as a team. Tinignan namin kung saan kami nagkulang. And pinukusan talaga namin yung yung parang main issue talaga. Hindi yung issue na lumabas lang kasi natalo kami ng week 1.
So hindi nyo tinambayan ang problema. Instead, humanap kayo ng solution. Thank you so much, Benny. And with that, gusto ko naman kausapin si Chaknu! Chaknu! Dito ka nga sa gitna. Chaknu, grabe yung Marcel mo, no? Kasi ibang klase talaga, especially nung game 1. Maalala natin na nagamit na rin siya last week. Ano ba yung sikreto? Bakit napakabilis tumakbo ng Marcel mo? Ano yung sikreto mo pag ikaw gumagamit nun?
Kumbaga,
Para tips na rin sa mga RG boys.
Oo nga.
Tang job.
Anong tips mo sa mga RG boys sa paggamit ng Marcel?
Siguro, laruin lang ng laruin. Tapos enjoyin yung pag-picture.
Enjoy niya raw. More picture, more fun. Maraming salamat, Chaknu. Hindi niya binigyan ng tips. Basta laruin niyo, kayo na bahalang dumiscover.
Oo. And of course, again, it's another sweep. It's a sweep for this team. But right now, I think everybody's itching to know sino ang MVP for this match. Let us see!
Chaknu! Chaknu! Kayain mo daw yung post mo. Okay, Chaknu. Ang damit mo talagang fans, no? Parang kahit ilang season ang lumipas, hindi kumukupa si Chaknu, di ba?
Hindi!
Chaknu. Chaknu! Ano bang meron sa'yo ngayon? Mas malakas ka ba? Feel mo mas malakas ka ba ngayong season?
Depende pa sa kalaban ata.
Depende sa kalaban. Abangan namin yan. Ano naman mensahe?
That's so humble.
Oo, syempre. Ano naman mensahe mo sa buong Phoenix Army na nandito ngayon?
And thank you sa mga nanood dyan. Nood ulit kayo.
Nood lang na nood. Nood lang na nood.
Punuin nyo lang tong Victoria Sports Tower. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, TNC!
You may now take your walk of victory. Woo! Such a sweet victory para sa kanilang unang pagkapanalo this season. It's a 2-0 sweep. Ibang klase rin naman ang kanilang nakatapat na ONIC Philippines.
Yes, hindi basta-basta ang ONIC. As Stone said, respect pa rin for ONIC. And they're just getting started.
At syempre, kailangan natin malaman kung ano nga ba ang ginawa ng TNC Pro Team para sa manalo sa match na yon. Balik na muna tayo sa casters. Casters, ayun na to.
Sigurado na dahil sa performance ng TNC, yung yaya ni Chaknu, alam mo, parang magyayarang sa bilyaran eh.
Not kayo ulit.
Not kayo ulit. O, sige.
Wala na, yun na yun.
Yun na yun eh. Sige.
Grabe.
But then, I gotta say, ibang klase yung nakita natin sa game number 2. May naka-maniac, si Savero yon. Tapos binalikan din ng maniac ni Benny Q.
Sabi niya, hindi pwede dito sa Pilipinas yan, boy. Dapat kapag may maniac sa kalaban, dapat ako din. And kita naman natin na hindi pa tapos ang fighter era ni Benny QT. As much as ayaw niya mag-Sora, pwede na may bigay kay Trimar. And akin na yung CC.
Tama naman. And I really can get over that last clash. Sa nakita natin, sobrang layo pa ni Chaknu doon. Sobrang layo pa ng mga members ng TNC doon. Pero nag-decide na siya na, sige, hawak ko si Savero, habulin nyo kami dito.
Ito yung yung nabuo na nilang connection eh, di ba? Yung kay Chaknu, yung kay Benny. Actually, kahit nga ata si Storm, saka si Chaknu, nagpang-abot sila, di ba? Sa Smart Omega.
Oo nga. Umabot ba sila for a while?
Hindi ko na maalala. Basta,
Hindi ko
na tanda ko na kasi lumalabas si Edot eh.
Oo,
Pero
nga eh.
ang ganda nung ano din kasi, ang ganda nung naging sagot.
Oo
ng,
nga daw.
Ang tanda ko na eh, no? Pero alam mo, ang ganda kasi nung naging sagot ng TNC na wag lang natin i-overthink. Laruin lang natin yung laro natin. And nakita natin, nagbago talaga, men. Sinabi ko na kanina, tanggalin nila yung pressure, laruin lang nila yung laro nila, and it bled through in this game. They played very fast. Even after a maniac, by the way, from Savero, most teams would be afraid of the Obsidia. Sabi ng TNC, anong afraid? Anong magwi-withdraw ng insurance? Sabi nga ni Storm, sarado, men.
Anong oras na rin kasi hanggang alas 5 lang yung mga bangko eh. Yung kanina, hindi yun winidraw. Ano lang yun, parang pocket money na
ATM
natira.
yun, ATM.
Nag-reflect lang, nag-reflect.
Oo.
Kasi hindi ma-withdraw.
Nag-reflect lang. Kumbaga, tinignan lang yung balance. Ganun.
Kasi sarado ATM.
Oo, sarado kasi ATM eh. Hindi mo pwede. Pero men, TNC, ito yung hinihintay ng mga tao from them. This type of performance, I wonder what changed. Kasi 4 na araw lang yung diferensya eh. But then, they've managed to showcase this against ONIC. Nagigil din na makabalik sa winning column.
This is what I mean with like fresh. You know, when you refresh something, now with Storm coming in, I feel like TNC just wants to continuously play, be aggressive, do whatever they want. Kasi kita natin kanina, kahit yung mga objective decisions nila, si Zaida usually nakikipagsayawan niya sa mga jungler ng kalaban.
Yeah.
Kanina wala siyang pake. Kahit makuha ng kalaban to, kahit hindi, wala akong pake. I-burst ko to. Tapos nandun na yung connection. Nakaharang na si Trimar, nag-sit na si Jaco sa unahan, si Storm nagnanakaw ng kabayo, tapos si Benny, naghihintay lang ng bagyo.
Naghahanap siya ng possible target sa likod. And yun nga nakita natin yung full synchro nung members na to ng TNC. And in fact, si Saida nga, wala na siyang pinipili na target. Basta kahit na sinong makita sa harap, binibigyan na ng deadly magic, kahit hindi niya mapatay. Yung tiwala na kayang bumounce back ng TNC doon sa mga objective losses, napakaganda na naging performance dito ng TNC.
Yeah, I mean, from the looks of it, Phoenix Army seems like they never left yung expectation sa kanila ng tao. Probably got to them in the most positive way possible to deliver this performance. Pero sa ngayon, we're gonna take a look at the Infinix mic check para malaman kung ano naganap sa laban na yan.
Trade lang yan. After neto, kailangan nating mirror yung Obsidia. Philippine, lamang tayo sa farming, tas si Coco nagsosole. Mirror natin yung... Tama, pre. Pre. First flicker out. Pre, kailangan natin bilisan na yung Obsidia mag-bomb sa top. So, magkakaroon tayo sa MC system. Then, I mean... Abutan niya, pre. Go. Kayo. Ba't ako nabuhay doon? Hindi ko alam. Tawa, boss. Kalma ka ba? Ate na to!
Again, that was just, a really solid mic check kasi nakuha natin yung ilan sa, calls and an observation. Stone talked for majority of the time na parang ang tagal niya na sa team.
Narinig ko mga dapat marinig. Ang gaganda ng calls ni Storm. Secret na nila yun. Okay, di natin i-breakdown. Pero let me just say, best mic check ever.
Alam nila kung ano yung gagawin almost all the time. And sobrang well communicated ng mga bagay na yon.
Kaya natin ito. Force ganito.
Yung ganito
Pabilisan natin kasi si ganito, ganyan.
Tsaka full sentence eh. Like usually, di ba, parang ilalatag mo lang talaga siya ng medyo mabilis.
Yeah.
Pero ito, nakapagbigay si Storm ng full sentence. At ako din, I also have a full sentence because if you think you have what it takes to run the show with E-Project, esports for everyone, we're gonna be giving you the power to bring the MPL energy to your own local community.
Tama yan. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, free in-game items, and even diamonds. Just head over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
It's time to turn that passion into action. Visit our website for more information.
Ako sigurado ako marami naman nagpapa-tournament dyan. Di ba kayo? Na-experience nyo na yan. Dumayo na kayo kung saan bahagi ng Luzon, baka iba pang bahagi ng Pilipinas. And in fact, it doesn't end there. Dahil pagdating ng weekdays, we also have the MPL Philippines Season 7 kung saan natin nakikita. It is where we witness the birth of the next generation of legends.
12 teams are battling it out across 6 intense weeks of regular season play every Tuesday and Wednesday at 2 p.m. and early on Thursdays at 1 p.m. Kasi 3 series yun.
Oh, tatlong series yan. Kaya panoorin nyo ang aksyon live on MDL official pages. Come join the conversation and see the future of Philippine MLBB unfold.
Dahil yung mga nag-uumpisa sa MPL Philippines, eventually nakikita natin sila sa iba't ibang parte ng mundo. But if you are a super fan, this is for you. You can stay updated on all things MPL PH and connect with the most passionate community in esports. Join the MPL Philippines official Facebook group, the Super Fan channel, and the MLBB official Discord.
Get your all-access pass to exclusive content, the latest news, and community discussions. Lead the conversation and have a chance to be featured as our Super Fan of the Month.
Be part of the MPL Philippines family. Scan the QR code on your screen now and join the conversation. See you there.
Yan, dalawa yan ha. Baka malito pa kayo. Pwede nyo nang i-back ng konti kasi nawala na. But eventually, it's gonna be a fun time for you to join those groups kasi doon madalas nagkakaroon ng mga conversations, possibly hot takes. But then, we're gonna look at the hottest take possible. It is still AP Bren and Liquid up top. Pero meron ng mga umangat. That's Twisted Minds and TNC getting their first wins.
Climbing up against their opponents today, TNC on the 4th or 5th slot. Mas mataas na sa ONIC, and Twisted, mas mataas na rin sila sa Omega.
Grabe, no? Actually, alam mo, pag tinanong mo ako, di ko i-expect na ganito yung magiging standing sa atin. I mean, it's just week 2. We haven't seen everything yet, but so far, maganda yung pinapakita ng ating mga teams.
At ang maganda, ang pinapakita so far ay ang Sonics, Bees, and Auroras being the 3 undefeated teams para sa ating Infinix Pansik laban. For context, sila po ay naglalaban-laban fan groups, fan clubs bago magsimula ang ating tournament proper. So kung magpunta kayo dito, you're a member of a fan or you're a fan of a specific team, why not join?
Oo, di ba? Nandyan sa mismong labas lang ng Champions Arena, nagaganap ang Fansik. Fansik na yung tawag talaga eh.
Sorry. Di ba ako updated eh?
Oo. And natalo man yung...
Fansik.
Natalo man yung ONIC dito eh. Yung Sonics naman ay gumagawa ng paraan doon sa Fansik nila.
May bawi, may bawi. Yan yung maganda dito eh. Yung nakiki-enjoy ka na, nanonood ka na, may labang ka pa.
And marami pa kayong laban na tutunghayan in behalf of Midnight and Joshi Cakes. My name is Hans Galeria. Maraming salamat po and we're gonna toss it over to our hosts.
What a way to end our day 1 of week 2! Odin, literal na bakbakan ang nangyaring match-ups ngayong araw. Grabe.
Tama ka dyan, Denise. The intensity is getting higher and higher here at the MPL Arena. Talaga namang ramdam na ramdam natin ang gigil ng bawat team na makuha ang momentum ngayong linggo. At mas titindi pang laban bukas dahil masasaksihan natin ang Clash of Titans. That's Team Liquid Philippines versus Team Falcons.
Yes, Odin, abangan bukas ang mas matitindi pang bakbakan at mas masasayang kwentuhan dahil bukas ay
Super Fan Saturday! Kaya naman, magkita-kita tayo muli bukas dito lamang sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas. This is your very own Odin.
And I am Denise Valdez Sancho. Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17. Palag na to!
Season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every Madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Fairy, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 17 live at Victoria Sports Tower. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.